Chapter 1. Master St. Louis Vuitton, the slave auction is about to begin. CP1, wearing a very black suit, stopped in front of the luxurious sedan chair carried by 8 people. He bent down respectfully, his tone humble and respectful. It was the hot summer, the sky was clear, the sea breeze was blowing slowly, and the curtain of the big sedan was moving with the wind. Reveal the face of the owner in the sedan. He has dark eyes and black hair, a handsome appearance, moderately thin lips, a high nose, bright and deep eyes, and a tough, masculine face. The only flaw is that the owner's skin in the sedan is sickly pale. St. Louis Vuitton replied unsatisfactorily. Putting down the curtain, his slender fingers were crossed and stacked on his lap. Close your eyes and trace your thoughts. He is a traverser who came to this world half a month ago. Others crossing are civilians, marines, and pirates. And he is the celestial dragon standing at the top of the world's power, with supreme authority. The world is vast and boundless, but more than 80% of the plates belong to the sea. The mother of the vast blue sea has cultivated a unique humanistic relationship, leading countless people to the sea to explore the mysteries of the boundless sea. Because of this, whoever can control the sea can gain the world. In this era, it is not Marine who holds the banner of justice in charge of the sea and holds the power of killing millions of people around the world, nor is it a pirate who is synonymous with cruelty and plunder. It's celestial dragons. 800 years ago, 20 kings cleared away all obstacles in the world, came to the top of the world, founded the world government, and became the supreme ruler of the world. However, time is rolling like a torrent, and even the supreme 20 kings can't escape the erosion of the years. After all, they are dissipated in the long river of history. But the 20 kings left their descendants, namely celestial dragons. They were sheltered by the glory of their ancestors, and they regarded themselves as descendants of the Creator, and they deserved to enjoy the highest rights in the world. Feel the gentle shaking of the sedan chair. St. Louis Vuitton exhaled a deep breath. As one of the 20 kings 800 years ago, the descendant of King Don Quixote, he naturally assumed power. Daily life can be summarized with a 4-character idiom learned in previous lives. Zhongming Ding Shi. As long as it exists in the world and he just wants it, someone will get it for him and present it with his hands. However, the extravagant life did not let St. Louis Vuitton fall. He has to worry about things. This matter. My lord, it's already here. The respectful voice of CP1 came from outside the curtain. The sedan chair sank slowly and fell to the ground. It is good. St. Louis Vuitton opened his eyes, he frowned, and the thoughtful look in his dark eyes was reduced. Lift the curtain. A total of 10 CP1 guards tied for both sides, welcoming St. Louis Vuitton out. Has entered the auction room. This is the authority of celestial dragons. Even if this is the largest auction venue in the Chambord Islands, St. Louis Vuitton can still be carried in by a sedan chair. This is like driving into a mall in a previous life. Read more at fictionzone.net. Can do what others can't. It's right. Surrounded by the protection of CP1. St. Louis Vuitton walked slowly towards the most central seat of the auction venue. This is a seat reserved exclusively for big shots. Celestial dragons. SHHH. I want to call Lord Celestial Dragons. The entry of St. Louis Vuitton instantly attracted everyone's attention. Those who can appear in this venue are all rich and powerful businessmen, and even the richest in some small countries. However, in front of St. Louis Vuitton, they haven't watched enough. People's eyes didn't even dare to stay too much on St. Louis Vuitton, lest it provoke dissatisfaction with this celestial dragons. Suddenly, an old noble's expression changed and he looked in another direction of the auction venue. Over there. The 2 teams also wear oxygen masks and look arrogant. Celestial dragons, protected by CP1 groups, enter the arena. Isn't this Don Quixote St. Louis Vuitton? With teasing, a voice that made people disgusted when they heard it sounded. St. Louis Vuitton, who had just sat down, looked slightly. The pitch-black eyes swept in the direction of the sound source. The two celestial dragons came towards this side with arrogant smiles on their faces. Cherma's Saint, Camael's Saint. St. Louis Vuitton recognized these two celestial dragons. His expression did not change, he withdrew his gaze, neither opened his mouth to say hello nor said anything. Tisk. The disregarded Chermakoshan's face changed, and an irritation flashed faintly in his eyes. He walked straight to St. Louis Vuitton and sat down in 3 empty seats, his face returned to an arrogant and provocative smile. I recently heard a funny joke. Don Quixote Hanagu, father of Doflamingo, moved out of the Holy Land with his wife and children, willing to be an ordinary person. Charmael Saint, pretending to be exaggerated, laughed and turned his head to look at Camael Saint who was beside her, his tone full of mockery. Camael Saint, is this joke funny? The corners of Camael's mouth curled up, and he smiled cooperatively. Isn't it? Hanagu's brain circuit has a problem, and the Don Quixote family has a problem with the body of St. Louis Vuitton. Camael Saint glanced at St. Louis Vuitton, and the smile on the corners of his mouth widened. After all, it is the Don Quixote family that has a problem, right? In so many years of inheritance, perhaps the blood of the Don Quixote family has been contaminated and become impure. Just like the Hanagu guy, move out of the holy place and be an ordinary person. Hanagu broke away from celestial dragons 14 years ago, but became a joke heard recently in the mouth of Saint Charmako. No doubt. He was deliberately bringing up old things, slandering Don Quixote's line, and humiliating St. Louis Vuitton. Hear, hear. St. Louis Vuitton turned his eyes slightly, and his dark eyes looked at the two of them. He raised his hand. Crack. There is already an extra gilt-inlaid firecracker in his palm. The pitch-black muzzle is facing Charmako Saint. Boom. The dull gunfire resounded suddenly throughout the auction venue. The CP1 of the guards Charmako Saint and Camael Saint change color at the same time. St. Louis Vuitton, actually shot celestial dragons like this. No scruples at all. Hey! ACP1 stepped forward with his hands on his chest, and the metal color was all over his arm. 6 Styles iron body. Chong! The bullet dragged the flame tail and hit CP1's arm. His body trembled slightly, and he took a half step back. On his arm, there is an obvious sunken scar. After all, this is the weapon of celestial dragons. Power can never be measured by ordinary firearms. It is easy to smash a ship with one shot. What happened? Oh my god! Celestial dragons have done something with celestial dragons. The auction venue was in turmoil, and the wealthy and powerful businessmen stood up one after another, looking in the direction of the gunfire with horror. St. Louis Vuitton holds a gun with one arm. Black hair fell from his forehead, and his eyes were shining brightly. Don't force me to kill you, St. Louis Vuitton said, but the muzzle of the black hole didn't move a bit, and it pointed straight at Charmako Saint and Kamal Saint. Guru. In the venue, the blonde noble young master swallowed fiercely and looked at St. Louis Vuitton with straight eyes. What is meant by "don't force me to kill you"? You just fired this shot directly, isn't it a kill? More importantly, the 2 celestial dragons shot by St. Louis Vuitton did not furiously counterattack, and the CP1 that protected them only protected the owner, without taking any action. As celestial dragons of the world's nobles, the word noble is the best adjective. Even if there is no strength and no outstanding contribution, just being born as celestial dragons is more noble than anyone in the world. Anyone who disturbs the noble celestial dragons will be wanted by the world government. Damage celestial dragons, and will be hunted down by Marine Admiral and CP1, and killed on the spot with iron and blood. Don't celestial dragons need to be responsible for killing celestial dragons? The noble master is frightened, he doesn't know the specific inside story. But what is certain is, at this moment, what is happening in the auction venue is an internal dispute between celestial dragons. Outsiders cannot intervene, nor dare to intervene. Many rich and powerful businessmen have already got up, wanting to leave here immediately, lest they catch the fire. You. Pointed at by the pitch-black muzzle, Chermako Saint, even if he was protected by CP1, was still shocked in a cold sweat and his face was extremely ugly. Kamael Saint's face was also extremely blue, as if he had eaten a dead fly. Saint Louis Vuitton really shot them. He fixed his eyes on Saint Louis Vuitton, but there was also a hint of anger in, panic. Sage Kamal's mouth opened slightly, he wanted to say something, but in the end he endured it. Both Kamael Saint and Chermake Saint chose forbearance at this time. Say nothing. Chapter 2. With just one shot, Saint Louis Vuitton seemed to feel that it was not enough. His arm was slightly bent, and the muzzle of the black hole was aimed at Kamael Saint. Chermakeshan and Kamael Saint both looked horrified, and their hairs were standing on their bodies. He still wants to shoot. At this moment, they thought of some celestial dragons describing Saint Louis Vuitton in the Holy Land. Saint Louis Vuitton, an out-and-out lunatic. At this time when they were pointed at by the gilded firecrackers, they finally deeply realized the madness of Saint Louis Vuitton, the madness of the dying man. Yes. Saint Louis Vuitton is dying. This is the reason why they retreat in patience, and the real reason why Saint Louis Vuitton can't enjoy their rights at ease. It's not so much the cause, but rather, the problem that bothers Saint Louis Vuitton and needs to be solved urgently. Today is the 18th birthday of Saint Louis Vuitton. It symbolizes, the countdown to his death has gone one step further. He is one of the 3 direct lines of the Don Quixote family. It is also the only seedling in his line. A month ago, Saint Louis Vuitton was diagnosed with an incurable disease. Mary Goase's best doctor predicted that he would not live to be 23 years old. Now I'm 23 years old, just 5 years. This means that he has only 5 years of life at most. Because of this, he has no scruples in his style and methods. Celestial dragons allow infighting. But that's just limited to a little trouble. If celestial dragons really killed other celestial dragons, they would also be sentenced to death. But this constraint, for Saint Louis Vuitton, does not apply at all. Anyway, I'm going to die, so why bother? In the eyes of other celestial dragons, Saint Louis Vuitton is simply a madman who is about to die in time. It is obviously unwise to smash with the madman who is about to die. What if Saint Louis Vuitton spares his life to take away a few unlucky ones? He has this ability. No celestial dragons will have decades or even hundreds of years of extravagant life. However, I came to exchange this bad life with Saint Louis Vuitton. Looking at Saint Louis Vuitton, it is black and white, with deep indifferent eyes. Read more at fictionzone.net. Saint Chermuk, Saint Kamael, couldn't it? Don't say it is provocative, or even dare not say anything. Master Saint Louis Vuitton, it was our fault to bump into you. Please calm down. CP1, who protects Kamael Saint, noticed the change in the master's expression and hurriedly said. Cold sweat ran across his face. As CP1, it is impossible for them to take action against Saint Louis Vuitton, and it is impossible not to protect their master. If Saint Louis Vuitton insists on making a move, they can only stand here today and use their bodies to resist bullets. Faced with a madman like Saint Louis Vuitton, all they can do is to retreat and retreat. Saint Louis Vuitton's eyes were deep and he couldn't see much emotion, so he stared coldly at CP1. After a while, he withdrew his gaze and turned to look at Chermuk Saints and Kamal Saints who were pale in the back. Leave here, don't come in front of me to get an eye-catching, or I will shoot and kill you now. Saint Louis Vuitton put away the firecrackers and said as usual. Yes. CP1 nodded immediately, let out a big sigh of relief, and quickly escorted Saint Charmak and Kamael away. The 2 celestial dragons didn't dare to speak any more, facing Saint Louis Vuitton completely, and slumped out of the field under the escort of CP1. St. Louis Vuitton retracted his gaze and looked back at the auction table directly in front. The venue calmed down, and CP1, who protected St. Louis Vuitton, also quietly breathed a sigh of relief. If St. Louis Vuitton really goes mad, kill the two Charmaco saints. These CP1s will never be spared. I am afraid that all executions are the best result. Now ending in this way is the result that everyone wants to see most. Surprises. Witnessing St. Louis Vuitton's strong drive away from the two celestial dragons, the venue was very quiet at the moment. Most of the rich and powerful businessmen had already left, and only a few remained in their seats. And this small group of people are all afraid to show up, waiting for the opening of the auction with horror. St. Louis Vuitton put his hand on the armrest of the seat, knocking it unconsciously. The provocation of the two Charmaco saints made him even more eager to find a way to survive. A dying lunatic is indeed terrifying, making people jealous. But after all, it is checkmate. St. Louis Vuitton wants to live. He thought of many ways to save himself. Cherish the precious medicinal materials, the special devil fruit, let people look for OPOP fruit. The first two are almost useless. Only finding OPOP fruit may have a turnaround. But the problem is, not one of Mary Giosay's bastards wants him to live. Looking for OPOP fruit, I received countless disturbances in secret. Now St. Louis Vuitton walks through the major kingdoms and goes back and forth to auctions, just to find the hope of letting himself live. He has a big goal. This big goal, it must take enough time to complete. What's more, becoming celestial dragons with all rights and standing at the top of the world is a fun thing in itself. He couldn't bear to die. St. Louis Vuitton's eyes flashed dimly, and his eyes were sharp and scary. But, how much hope is there, and how do you save yourself? Call. St. Louis Vuitton let out a suffocating breath and frowned slightly. To be honest, he has no bottom. At this moment, a clear and ethereal voice sounded in his mind. Host meets the conditions, the conference system is being activated. Chapter 3. The voice seemed to resound in no time, and the unconscious finger of St. Louis Vuitton was halted in an instant. System. St. Louis Vuitton's black and white eyes narrowed slightly, and there was a flash of light in their eyes. At first, when he had just crossed over, he thought about whether he could activate the system to cure the terminal illness, but as time passed, the system did not move at all. Now St. Louis Vuitton has long given up on this idea. Instead of relying on a vague system, it is better to hurry up and think of other ways to save yourself. But the voice that resounded in his mind today gave him a feeling of turning around and seeing the sun. But, the conference system, what does this meeting mean? St. Louis Vuitton had to think of overtime meetings that are indispensable for social animal life. In the first stage of the conference system, the Shikai lock is unlocked to unlock the initial function. At this stage, a meeting can be held every day, that is, only one meeting can be rewarded. An ethereal voice sounded deep in my mind. Is it really a meeting? System, what is the reward? St. Louis Vuitton asked in his heart. No respond. What counts as a meeting? Still no response. Want to dig out system usage by yourself? St. Louis Vuitton's pupils diffused slightly, his body relaxed, and he fell into deep thinking. Pheromone in the brain was rapidly secreted. Dear St. Louis Vuitton, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the most famous and largest auction venue in Chambord. The auction host in a suit and bow ties strode to the front desk with a flattering and careful smile on his face. He put the name of St. Louis Vuitton at the forefront to cater to the celestial dragons with the highest authority. My lord, it's starting. CP1 lowered his head and whispered in St. Louis Vuitton's ear. Yet. St. Louis Vuitton pulled back his eyes, his pupils refocused. In just a short period of thinking, he had a lot of ideas, but he needed practice to determine. All the goods are presented at once, I don't want to waste time. St. Louis Vuitton went straight to the subject, unceremoniously showing the mighty side of celestial dragons. He is eager to try the usage of the system. But this auction is very important. If he guessed right, there will be an Easter egg here. St. Louis Vuitton has been educated by socialism in the previous life, and is not a rude character in his bones, but now he is in a hurry. This is the only way to get the Easter egg of this auction earlier. Yes, yes, I'll bring you all up here. The host nodded and bowed, with a flattering smile on his face. Dang even turned and stepped down to do it. The organizers of the auction have no objection, and the wealthy and powerful businessmen have no objection. It's better to say it's a sigh of relief than it's okay. St. Louis Vuitton seems to want to choose the auction item first, so wait until the Celestial Dragon's master finishes choosing them. In case of normal bidding, I inadvertently carried what St. Louis Vuitton wanted, that would be a bad luck. Within 5 minutes, the courteous organizer brought all the merchandise to the auction stage. Said it is a commodity, read more at fictionzone.net. More than 80%, all are slaves. This is an auction of slaves in the underground dark world. Master St. Louis Vuitton, all the products are here. You can choose whatever you like. The host rubbed his hands and walked to St. Louis Vuitton's side, as if he was only serving St. Louis Vuitton. An auction venue in Notre Dame became the private store of St. Louis Vuitton. St. Louis Vuitton raised his eyes and scanned the auction table with a pair of eyes. He ignores the miscellaneous cherished jewels and gadgets, and there is nothing that can save his life. His eyes stopped on the 3 little slave girls. Both are 11 or 12 years old. St. Louis Vuitton's sight was attracted by the girl in the front. The girl wore loose slave linen, with long and tangled hair hanging over the classical and delicate face of melon seeds, and a tall nose. At first glance, it seemed a bit of a classical beauty. In addition, it is in the most beautiful and pure years, and the fusion is so charming that people can't look away. Little beauty, most of the rich and powerful businessmen present couldn't help but look at the girl's eyes more, and the thought came out in their hearts. Hancock. That's right, this little girl slave who can't hide her face even if her face is dusty is the boy Hancock who will be able to kick off the descendant bullet in the future. She is the Easter egg of this auction. A faint light flashed in St. Louis Vuitton's eyes. What others value is her appearance. Only St. Louis Vuitton knows how powerful the future Hancock will be. 7 warlords of the sea, the lord of a country, the big pirate who dominates one side, Empress Boya Hancock. This is the weight of Hancock in the future. I bought the 3 of them. St. Louis Vuitton raised his hand, shook it a little, and locked the 3 Hancock sisters. The 3 young girls trembled slightly at the same time. Their fate is decided at this moment. St. Louis Vuitton's finger clicked on a strong white shark man, and a long-handed man in his prime. No problem, we will give you the best price. The host didn't dare to neglect, so he nodded quickly and took St. Louis Vuitton to pick up the goods. St. Louis Vuitton doesn't move. ACP1 stepped forward, holding a purse in his hand. Trading these trivial things, CP1S will definitely not let St. Louis Vuitton do it. St. Louis Vuitton only needs to tap a finger to select the goods, and leave the rest of the procedures to them. Soon, CP1 went back and forth, bringing the 3 sisters of Hancock, as well as the Great White Shark Man and the Longhand clan. A series of formalities have been completed. Hancock trembled slightly, biting his white lips tightly, and lowered his head not to probe St. Louis Vuitton. Even if she is only 12 years old, she knows the name of celestial dragons deeply. The owner who bought her is the most noble and cruel celestial dragons in the world. Let's go. St. Louis Vuitton just glanced at her and got up to leave. 10 CP1 rushed into action and escorted St. Louis Vuitton to the sedan chair. The luxurious sedan chair was lifted. Slowly walked out of the auction venue. It wasn't until the figure of St. Louis Vuitton completely disappeared that the depressive atmosphere that enveloped the entire auction venue slowly disappeared. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. On the other side, St. Louis Vuitton sat in the sedan chair and had already left the auction venue for some distance. "My lord, where are we going next?" CP1 approached the sedan chair and asked through the curtain. "Back to the Holy Land." St. Louis Vuitton's brief words came through the curtain. After a short pause, the magnetic voice sounded again. "But, before we go back, let's have a meeting. If you don't have a head or a head, everyone present will be slightly stunned." Chapter 4. In a meeting? All the CP1s were shocked by coincidence. Lord St. Louis Vuitton didn't have this habit before. And it was too rushed to meet in the middle of the road. CP1's complexion changed several times without expecting it. St. Louis Vuitton ignored them. If it's a meeting, any meeting will do, right? He was thinking about this problem in his mind. He is now going to try the specific use of the system. St. Louis Vuitton believes that if you can dig out the use of this system, it should be of great help to your incurable disease. Even if the terminal illness cannot be cured, it is possible to get a direction, right? The possibility of treatment in the future is greatly increased. Let everyone lean in, let's have a meeting. St. Louis Vuitton said, gently tapping the wooden window edge of the lower sedan. This is a signal to stop. The 8 CP1s who lifted the sedan immediately put the sedan down steadily and leaned over. The Hancock Three Sisters, as well as the Great White Shark Man and the Longhand clan also moved forward, but they were very cautious and timid. "My lord, what meeting are you having?" CP1, who had been guarding the window, asked in a low voice. St. Louis Vuitton's eyes narrowed slightly. He already had an idea just now. "Simple little try. Do you walk in with your left foot or your right foot?" Everyone has to speak and explain the reason. St. Louis Vuitton said what was in his heart. A casual nonsense, not a meeting at all. If this can be regarded as a meeting. St. Louis Vuitton's eyes are bright and scary. The CP1s who listened carefully to St. Louis Vuitton's request were taken aback. "I have to wonder if I heard it wrong. Does anyone really care about this kind of thing? There is also a special meeting to discuss. What is this strange brain circuit? This adult, is he finally driven crazy?" CP1 guarding St. Louis Vuitton sighed in his heart. St. Louis Vuitton is one of the few celestial dragons who does not use power arbitrarily, and is considered very good in celestial dragons. I don't know if good people are not rewarded. A month ago, St. Louis Vuitton was diagnosed with a terminal illness and went wrong and became very anxious. Especially in the past half-month, the temperament has changed drastically, the behavior style is extremely hot, and he has to work hard with others at every turn, and even the other celestial dragons are afraid of St. Louis Vuitton. As the CP1s who have been serving around St. Louis Vuitton, they actually know the reason for the big change in his temperament, anyone who knows that he will be alive after a few years. What St. Louis Vuitton is saying now? Isn't this a sign of unconsciousness? CP1 let out a long sigh. "In my heart. One of the few good celestial dragons is going crazy. Driven crazy by this world." St. Louis Vuitton didn't care what the CP1s were thinking, and didn't bother to care about it, and continued. "I'll preside over the meeting. Let me first say, I take my left foot. As for why, men are on the left and women are on the right. Well, it's your turn. Let's start." St. Louis Vuitton did not intend to explain. He just wants to force a meeting to test the system's judging standards. Read more at fictionzone.net. The CP1 looked at each other. After a short silence, someone spoke carefully. I take the right foot. As for the reason, personal habit. The right leg is more muscular, and if you move the right foot first, it will be easier to react if there is a danger. I was used to stepping on my left foot until I hit a sword in my left pinky. Follow the Lord and take his left foot. CP1 all expressed their opinions, even if the words of St. Louis Vuitton were confusing and illogical. But still no one dared to disobey. No one dares not take it seriously. St. Louis Vuitton is good to the next player, but after all it is celestial dragons, not to mention that it seems crazy now. It's better not to stimulate. CP1 are finished. St. Louis Vuitton also did not comment, their answer is not important, what is important is the meeting itself. He opened the curtain, and his deep eyes swept at Hancock and other slaves, you guys say it too. Whether to step on the left foot or the right foot first, this kind of question. Even if she is only 12 years old, it still feels very strange for a child to think about it. Is this buying your own celestial dragons to take the opportunity to humiliate yourself? Hancock's expression moved slightly. I stepped on my left foot. She raised her snow-white chin and answered very briefly. St. Louis Vuitton met her eyes. This is a pair of azure blue eyes like gems. Even if she is only 12 years old, she has the aura that a peerless beauty should have. Worthy of being the first beauty of the future. St. Louis Vuitton retracted his gaze and lowered the curtain. Hancock's eyes flickered. Louis Vuitton hadn't looked at her anymore and didn't seem to care about her answer. She was ready for all kinds of humiliation, but she didn't expect St. Louis Vuitton to stop like this. Celestial dragons, it seems different from what you think? Hancock thoughtfully. Sandis Sonia and Mary Groud saw that St. Louis Vuitton was not doing anything else, and they unconsciously relaxed a little while holding their sister's hand, and breathed a sigh of relief. St. Louis Vuitton seems to be simply asking questions, no other actions. With the beginning of Hancock, Sandis Sonia and Mary Groud spoke one after another, and the Longhands and Great White Shark people also continued to speak. It took about 10 minutes to go back and forth, and finally everyone had a round of conversation. Okay, all of your opinions are good. Today, everyone who went home took their left foot in unison, broke the meeting, and returned to the Holy Land. St. Louis Vuitton made a concise summary of the meeting. After saying this, he kept silent. He is waiting. Wait for the system prompt to appear. A ridiculous meeting that is not considered a meeting is over. Does that count? Ding, host has completed a meeting, and the system is being evaluated for settlement. The ethereal voice reverberated. St. Louis Vuitton's pupils shrank suddenly. Really count? The evaluation is over. This meeting is a family-level meeting. Host personally presides over 10 minutes with +4 attribute points. Ding, host held a meeting for the first time, detected the current physical condition of host, and customized and sent newbie gifts. Cure all diseases in host. Almost for an instant, a strange cooling sensation suddenly poured into his body. The originally stiff muscles seemed to become soft and normal, and the heavy breathing became lighter and lighter, as if the heavy object that had been carrying for decades was finally put down. Ding! The terminally ill of host has been cured, and the physical condition of host is free to cover up, and it cannot be seen through any means. St. Louis Vuitton's body just froze in place. He thought that after he got the system, he would have a chance to cure the terminal illness, but he didn't expect that the problem would be solved immediately after getting the system. Free to cover up. Listening to these words, a smile appeared on St. Louis Vuitton's face. This means that as long as he wants to, it seems to outsiders that he is still terminally ill, and time is running out. He has some plans and a goal. It's just a terminal illness, so I don't have time to think about it. Now that the terminal illness is cured and the problem that plagued itself has been resolved, St. Louis Vuitton has to complete its goal. He wants to be strong and be the real power in this world. And the ability of the system to cover up the physical condition is a great helper for St. Louis Vuitton. The terminally ill self. You can let go of things, even if you do something wrong, as long as you are not too outrageous, you can be forgiven and forgiven. St. Louis Vuitton wants to take advantage of this and turn the terminally ill and time running out into a weapon in his own hands. This is more conducive to achieving your goals. Chapter 5. Feeling the body recovered from a serious illness, St. Louis Vuitton felt that his thinking seemed to be more active. There is a refreshing sensation, which makes people refreshing. Ding! Host has completed the first meeting, the character panel is unlocked, and the initial attribute points are rewarded with 100. The ethereal voice seemed to come from a distant unknown place, resounding in his mind. Then a wall of light that only he could see appeared in front of him. Character panel. Host, St. Louis Vuitton. Physical attributes, 90, the average level of ordinary people in the world is 100. Armament Haki, 0, invest in attribute points to 100 to open. Observation Haki, 0, investment attribute points reach 100 open. Conqueror's Haki, 0, invest in attribute points to 100 to open. Attribute points. St. Louis Vuitton is not surprised that his physical fitness is only 90. After a serious illness is recovered, the system just cures the terminal illness, which does not mean that the loss of consumption will also be made up. However, St. Louis Vuitton does not intend to use these attribute points to improve their lack of physical fitness. His attribute points, and his physical fitness has only doubled his physical fitness and doubled as an ordinary person. But investing in Conqueror's Haki can be activated directly. Haki is naturally stronger than doubled physical fitness, which is activated. Conqueror's Haki. This is the best choice that St. Louis Vuitton got after careful thinking. In Conqueror's Haki, whether it is armed or seeing or hearing, it can be unlocked through acquired practice. Only Conqueror's Haki is the most special. Whether or not it can be unlocked depends on the talent. No amount of effort will be spent without talent. It is precisely for this reason that Conqueror's Haki is also known as the proof of the king, which is the proof of possession of the king's posture. Now his physical fitness is not good, even if he turns on armed color and seeing and hearing color, he can't perform well. But Conqueror's Haki is not the same, because it does not have that high level of physical fitness. Most importantly, Conqueror's Haki is definitely not weak, just look at Shanks in the future. Stepping on the Moby Dick of the Four Emperors Whitebeard alone, everybody who passed by was turned on their backs, and they were all suppressed by Conqueror's Haki. The system, put in 100 attribute points and turn on Conqueror's Haki. St. Louis Vuitton did not hesitate, and decided to add something. Ding! Conqueror's Haki has invested a total of 100 attribute points, which meets the opening conditions. A warm current exploded in his mind, as if a flash of light flashed by, and the problem that had plagued him for countless years suddenly realized. Everything in front of me is becoming clear. Unspeakable power is awakening. St. Louis Vuitton has a desire to explode, and the breath in his chest is unpleasant. The current stage of Conqueror's Haki, skilled use, a total of more than 100 attribute points invested. Conqueror's Haki can still continue to invest in attribute point upgrades. System sounds sounded one after another. St. Louis Vuitton closed his eyes slightly. He is feeling the changes in his body. Not long after, he opened his eyes. There seems to be a flash of light in the black and white eyes. He figured out what is called proficient use. It is driven like an arm. In the original book, when Luffy first activated Conqueror's Haki, he was not controlled at all, and even the surrounding allies would be stunned. But now Conqueror's Haki of St. Louis Vuitton has skipped this stage. He can freely control with his own will. From the timing of use to the power, and the scope of the impact are all under control. The Conqueror's Haki shown by Rayleigh seems to be the same. But this is just a guess. St. Louis Vuitton didn't really come into contact with Rayleigh, and I don't know what level Rayleigh's Conqueror's Haki is. Read more at fictionzone.net. So, continue to invest attribute points in Conqueror's Haki. What will happen to the next stage? Use Conqueror's Haki to cause substantial physical damage? This is already Shanks level. St. Louis Vuitton has great expectations. But, it's still far away. Only 100 attribute points are enough to activate, and more will be necessary to the next stage. He now only has 4 attribute points left. Looking for more opportunities to brush attribute points? St. Louis Vuitton is extremely eager, and the future is strong, and it is already foreseeable. Then, he put all the remaining 4 attribute points into physical fitness. 4 attribute points are a drop in the bucket for the next stage of Conqueror's Haki promotion. Seeing and hearing color and armed color need to invest 100 attribute points to activate. But the physical fitness is improved immediately. Seize the time to become strong is the right way. If you don't use the attribute points, you get to death halfway, and you bring a large coffin into the soil. That is a brain-destructive behavior that makes people laugh and laugh. Host, St. Louis Vuitton. Physical fitness attributes, 94, the average level of ordinary people in the world is 100. Armament Haki, 0, reach 100 to open. Observation Haki, 0, reaching 100 open. Conqueror's Haki, 100, can continue to improve. Attribute points, 0. Looking at the cleared attribute points, I feel the actual strength of myself. St. Louis Vuitton sighed with satisfaction. In the future, I must be able to stand on top of the world. St. Louis Vuitton has a strong confidence in his heart. The series of changes in St. Louis Vuitton in the sedan chair are naturally unknown to outsiders, and cops have no guts to spy on the owner of the sedan chair. In the evening, when the last afterglow of the setting sun turned the world into golden yellow, St. Louis Vuitton finally returned to Mary Gosa. Carrying St. Louis Vuitton, the sedan chair walked slowly to the door of the luxurious white jade palace. Got home. St. Louis Vuitton opened the curtain and stepped out. Looking at the brilliant golden sunlight, the corners of his mouth curled up. Today, the harvest is extremely rich. Master St. Louis Vuitton, you seem to be in a good mood. Have you met something happy? The old butler CP1 took a handkerchief on his arm and walked quickly to the door to pick up St. Louis Vuitton. He smiled respectfully, while wiping the palm of St. Louis Vuitton with a handkerchief, while removing the oxygen mask for St. Louis Vuitton. Going back to Mary Gosa, celestial dragons will no longer wear an oxygen mask. This is because there is a huge air purifier in Mary Gosa. Well, not bad. St. Louis Vuitton chuckled and nodded, obviously in a good mood. Entering the hall. The seat decoration has a strong aristocratic atmosphere. Jewelry inlays and gilt carvings are all normal. St. Louis Vuitton sat down on the dining table bench, still smiling, and said to the maids standing behind, "Take these 3 children to clean up and see me again." St. Louis Vuitton pointed to the 3 sisters of Hancock. Being auctioned as slaves, the Hancock 3 sisters obviously had a poor life, unkempt and dusty. When Hancock was spotted, there was not much panic on his little face. Instead he began to look at St. Louis Vuitton. The 2 younger sisters hid behind her, trembling. "Come with us." The maids greeted them with friendly smiles on their faces. St. Louis Vuitton is talking about washing, not other harsh instructions, so the maids naturally have to be polite. The 3 Hancock sisters were taken to the bath. St. Louis Vuitton retracted his gaze and raised his hand to stop the old butler from continuing to wipe his hands. "Go and call Strissy." "Yes." The old housekeeper put away the handkerchief and retreated away respectfully. Strissy was adopted and nurtured by the Don Quixote family as CP0. In the CP organization, there are 10 organizations, namely CP0, CP9. Among them, CP1 is responsible for personally protecting celestial dragons and serving celestial dragons. It is CP1 that helps St. Louis Vuitton lift the sedan chair. Above CP1 is CP0. They are the apex of combat power and power. The number of CP0 members is sparse, and each one is definitely not to be underestimated. There is a saying that the world's noble celestial dragons are extremely honorable and cannot be offended. Once a villain offends celestial dragons, Admiral of Headquarters and CP0 will take action to maintain the dignity of celestial dragons at the same time. In terms of words, Admiral is tied with CP0. Of course, this is not to say that the strength of CP0 is equal to Admiral, but the two can be tied, which shows that the strength of CP0 is definitely not weak. As for CP0 writes, one thing can be reflected in the future. After Liu Qi was promoted to CP0, he faced Marine Marshal Sakazuki without any hesitation, and directly ordered Sakazuki to send 10 warships for reinforcements. Regardless of whether there are other bigwigs behind Liu Qi, Marshal Marine's performance is enough to demonstrate the rights of CP0. The combination of combat power and power is CP0. Strike is responsible for protecting the strongest CP0 of St. Louis Vuitton, and is also the most assured CP0 of St. Louis Vuitton today. At the same time, she is also the future Queen of Happy Festival, the female Emperor of the Dark World, mysterious and powerful, even facing the aunt of one of the 4 emperors of the King's Landing New World, she also communicates on an equal footing. In the aunt's tea party, the aunt was stimulated by Luffy and screamed unconsciously. The aunt's children were suppressed and could not move, but Strizy could resist it alone. This was enough to show that the female emperor was not simple. Come here. St. Louis Vuitton glanced at the great white shark man and the Longhand clan, not so harsh, but calm. Sir, what's your order? The two came forward, their heads hanging down, a little frightened, their bodies trembling slightly. They know the virtues of celestial dragons. Noble but also cruel. Facing St. Louis Vuitton, the celestial dragons who bought themselves and held the highest authority. They had to be afraid. Chapter 6. What is your name? St. Louis Vuitton sat in luxurious seats, condescendingly overlooking the two people kneeling on one knee. Lucas. Ailey. The great white shark man and the long-handed clan answered one after another, and their voices trembled a little. The oppression given by St. Louis Vuitton is too strong, even if there is no real atrocities against them, it will still be feared from the heart. This is the fear of celestial dragons, or the fear of what you are about to face. This is the world's nobleman with a notorious reputation. St. Louis Vuitton scanned the two of them, saw through their minds, and chuckled. Rest assured, I will not abuse you, but will give you the best resources. All you have to do is exercise, work hard, and become stronger. I need you to do things for me, provided that you can become stronger. St. Louis Vuitton was not oppressed, and spoke his requirements calmly and frankly. Yes, respect your lord. Both Lucas and Ari nodded, their heads buried very low, not daring to touch St. Louis Vuitton's sight. Shows great respect. St. Louis Vuitton looked in his eyes and chuckles noncommittal. Respect, of course, is on the surface, and their hearts may not be as faithful as on the surface. But St. Louis Vuitton doesn't care. Over time, he has a way to make them loyal to him. Take them down and arrange accommodation. St. Louis Vuitton raised his hand and motioned to the servants. Really want to arrange a place for yourself? Lucas and Ari looked up in astonishment. Watchful, doubtful. The expressions on his face flashed one after another. St. Louis Vuitton said to treat them well, they can't easily believe it. Why are slaves slaves? It is a tool for the noble lords to play with, not even a human being, let alone celestial dragons? But now, this celestial dragon's master really seems to have this meaning? Looked at the servants who had come before them. The two looked at each other, and both saw the confusion from each other's face. Go down. St. Louis Vuitton waved his hand and said nothing. The servants retreat respectfully with Lucas and Ari, who were surprised. Looked at the main hall that was quite empty all of a sudden. St. Louis Vuitton narrowed his eyes slightly, lost in thought. He has already started the first step of laying. Lucas and Ailey are an attempt. He needs his own team, a 100% loyal team. Although the overall strength of CP1 is stronger than Lucas and Alec, it is of little use to St. Louis Vuitton. After all, CP1 belongs to the world government and is the sharp knife in the hands of 5 elders. If at a critical moment, let CP1 choose to follow themselves or 5 elders, they will probably choose 5 elders without hesitation. The power of CP1 can only be borrowed, but if used well, it can also exert miraculous effects. Read more at fictionzone.net. My lord, dinner is ready. The servant came and whispered softly in the ear of St. Louis Vuitton. St. Louis Vuitton's thoughts were pulled back. He glanced at the scene outside the window and nodded slightly. Well, let's serve it. The setting sun has completely sunk, and the dark night dominates the sky and the earth, making everything blurred. With the help of the maids, the three Hancock sisters finally finished washing, put on new clothes, and sprayed them with a special fragrance that is fragrant and natural. I have to see the celestial dragons. Hancock raised his lotus root arm and sniffed the fragrance on his skin, his expression a little unnatural. Having grown so big, this is the first time I have used perfume like this. However, compared to perfume, what made her and her sisters more upset was still going to see St. Louis Vuitton. I can't figure out what he's going to do. Hancock frowned slightly. Although the bathroom was not far from the main hall of the castle, when they went back again, the sky was still dark. The two younger sisters clenched their elder sister's palms tightly, and followed Hancock anxiously. The night lights in the Bayou Castle are lit, and the jewels inlaid on the walls reflect soft fluorescence like stars embellished. Hancock saw it. St. Louis Vuitton sat at the dining table. He has a straight back, holding a knife and fork in an aristocratic manner, savoring a sumptuous dinner, and his posture is very elegant. It looks much better than other celestial dragons. This idea came to Hancock's heart. Today, when I came to marry Gosa, I saw a lot of celestial dragons along the way. But to talk about looks, basically it is horrible, and it is far different from St. Louis Vuitton. Nailed it. St. Louis Vuitton noticed the Hancock three sisters. He put down the knife and fork, and looked up. After getting rid of the dust and stains on his body, Hancock's already beautiful face became more and more stunning, with a hibiscus temperament from clear water. Hey! What surprised St. Louis Vuitton was that Sandis Sonia and Mary Groud had the same looks and pretty, which was very different from their adult appearance. St. Louis Vuitton just remembered that the second son, Sandis Sonia, should be the cause of the snake's fruit. The posture has changed, and the tongue has become a snake's letter. The third, Marie Glud, eats Chanko hot pot and trains muscles to become stronger, so her appearance has changed drastically when she grows up. My lord, you are back. At this moment, a graceful and pleasant voice sounded outside the door. A slender shadow came, short, curly blonde hair lined a white face with melon seeds, thin and rosy lips, and bright eyes seemed to be charming. Strachey is here. Come sit down and eat together. St. Louis Vuitton beckoned to her. Strachey sat down opposite him in a light car and familiar road, quietly concerned. Is there a cure for this trip? No. St. Louis Vuitton shook his head. Hearing this, Strachey's eyes were a little dim. St. Louis Vuitton saw in his eyes, he had no choice but to tell Strachey the truth. Although Strachey is a CP0 cultivated by his family since childhood, it can be said to be a close friend. But in many cases, if you want to fool the people of the world, you must first fool your own people. St. Louis Vuitton forks up a piece of elephant tuna that is grilled until golden, and slowly says, I'm calling you over this time, because there is a task for you. You say. Strachey lowered her head slightly, the previous dimness was well hidden, she listened carefully with a serious expression. Help me teach the 3 slaves I bought. St. Louis Vuitton chewed on the elephant tuna and said in a hurry. Slave. Strachey raised her eyebrows slightly, and she raised her head in surprise. That's them. St. Louis Vuitton put down his knife and fork, wiped his mouth, and pointed to the 3 Hancock sisters who were standing aside. Strachey's eyes condensed and fell on them. After being scrutinized by Strix's gaze, the 3 of them looked a little stiff, but also a little timid and scared. This look can't be wrong, it's a slave. Strachey's mind moved slightly. This was the first time St. Louis Vuitton asked her to teach slaves. She didn't ask if St. Louis Vuitton had any other intentions, but she retracted her gaze and leaned to St. Louis Vuitton. I will teach them well. Thanks. St. Louis Vuitton smiled. Strachey is strong and is the most suitable person to teach the three Hancock sisters. It's my honor to be able to help you solve problems. Strachey smiled, as if the surrounding light was shining brightly. Let's all go to the table and eat together. St. Louis Vuitton smiled at the three Hancock sisters and the servants. When he is in a good mood, he will not be stingy with his tolerance. As night enveloped the earth, the night lights everywhere in Mary Gosa had been lit, illuminating the sky, as bright as day. In this brightly lit corner far away from the residence of St. Louis Vuitton. Here is the same style and luxury, with retro palaces and castles towering. It is the residence of Camille Saint. Damn boy, dare to point a gun at me. The roars and beatings of Camille Saint came out one after another in the castle, seeming to be extremely chaotic. Chapter 7. There is a mess in the holy castle of Camille. The seat furniture was staggered, and there were broken porcelain residues on the ground. The servants knelt down on the ground, shaking and daring not to lift their heads. Kama El San sat on the chair, his face was blue, it was hard to see the extreme. St. Louis Vuitton, this short-lived ghost, dare to lose face. Camille Saint gritted his teeth, a pair of fists were clenched, and his veins were exposed. Opposite him, Saint Chermac's face was also ugly. The two celestial dragons got together after returning to Mary Gosa. The more they thought about it, the more they couldn't swallow this breath. They can't accept that they were scared off by St. Louis Vuitton. Still in front of so many people in the auction venue, in front of CP1, if this news was not deliberately suppressed, I am afraid it would now become news and be reported. Charmak Shengyin said grimly, we are looking for a place back. How to find it? Kamal Saint frowned. Chermak-San touched his chin and thought for a moment, tomorrow is the day of praise, when all the families will come over, this is an opportunity. When he thought of something, a look of excitement appeared on his face, and his tone of voice suddenly rose. Find a few slaves to take the stimulant, and rush into St. Louis Vuitton to make him shame in front of everyone. Hearing this, Camille's eyes lit up, everyone says that he is a desperate lunatic. If he is frightened by a slave to show his ugliness, is he still a lunatic? At that time, we will laugh at him fiercely again to see if he is qualified. Just do it. Chermak Saint and Camille Saint hit it off, with sinister smiles on their faces. The next day, the morning sun shines through the gaps in the curtains and shines on the balcony, leaving behind the light and shadow of Madara. My lord, today is the day of praise, you have to get up and take a shower. The maid stood in front of St. Louis Vuitton's bed, her head lowered, her voice very soft. St. Louis Vuitton responded, his eyes slowly opened. He never slept, remembering that today is the day of praise. Singing Day, once a year, is an important special day for celestial dragons. On this day, all family members will gather in the gift square, receive the baptism of holy water, sing the greatness of the 20 supreme kings, and remember their glory. St. Louis Vuitton is a traverser. Naturally, there is no admiration for the Don Quixote king who was 800 years ago, but he still has to participate on this day. Bath, change clothes. St. Louis Vuitton got up and said to the maid. The young maid knew it, and stepped forward and meticulously served the celestial dragons with supreme authority. Not long after, St. Louis Vuitton was neatly dressed and just walked out of the castle, but he heard a slogan and a sweet drink. He turned his head away, but saw that under the sun, the three sisters Hancock had already begun morning exercises under the leadership of the White Crows. At this time, the sun is rising, and the morning sun shines on them. Hancock's face flushed, his sweat slipped, adding a touch of coquettishness to his innocence. Hurry up and grow up. St. Louis Vuitton gave a chuckle. He retracted his gaze and looked at the door. The CP1s had already carried the sedan chair and were waiting for themselves. Grace Plaza is in the center of Mary Gosa, covering several kilometers. In the center, the 100-meter statues of the 20 Supreme Kings stand. They look into the distance and overlook thousands of miles of rivers and mountains. Read more at fictionzone.net. Now it's only 7 or 8 o'clock, but the people of the major families have already arrived. Celestial dragons, which were rarely seen by civilians in the past, are gathered in the square today. There are thousands of people. Hammock and Kamael stood side by side in the crowd, their eyes erratic, looking in the direction of the entrance to Grace Plaza from time to time. Are you all ready? Kamael Saint lowered her voice, and asked in a low voice at Chermak Saint's ear. Well, it has been arranged, just wait for St. Louis Vuitton to come. There was a hint of excitement in St. Louis Vuitton's eyes, as if she couldn't wait to see St. Louis Vuitton embarrassed. Coming. At this moment, Kamael Saint, who was always paying attention to the entrance, whispered. I saw that in the direction of the entrance, a big sedan with the family of Don Quixote came slowly. It's St. Louis Vuitton. The sinister light flashed in St. Chermak's eyes, and he waved his hand without a trace. On the periphery of the square, the few people who prepared in advance for the signal understood it, then quietly retreated and disappeared into the crowd. St. Louis Vuitton opened the curtain and saw that he had reached the gate of Grace Square, so he spoke softly, just stop here. Singing Day Celestial Dragons, in order to express their respect to the 20 kings, would not enter the arena in a sedan chair, and the close guard CP1 and servants would naturally not be able to enter the arena. Yes, my lord. The CP1 carefully put down the sedan chair and watched St. Louis Vuitton walk into the square. He arrived not early, and representatives of the major families were almost there. The host stood in the center of the square, under the statues of the 20 kings, praising something plausibly. St. Louis Vuitton found a place to stand, did not listen to what the host was talking about. In the bottom of my heart, I was thinking about the next step. Where else is suitable for refreshing meeting points? Holy water descends from heaven, everyone closes their eyes and feels the glory of the first king. The host's voice suddenly became louder. The fine holy water rises in the sky, and all celestial dragons close their eyes at this time, carefully feel the cool touch of the holy water, and sing the great deeds of the 20 kings from the bottom of their hearts. St. Louis Vuitton is naturally not surprising. However, he did not praise the 20 kings, and was still immersed in his own thinking. Correct. There is a place that is very suitable for refreshing meeting points. St. Louis Vuitton frowned suddenly. His ears moved slightly, and a noisy sound rang. Is it a series of rapid footsteps? Damn, are you crazy? Do you want to rebel? What about CP1? Come and help. Then celestial dragons yelled in panic. St. Louis Vuitton opened his eyes suddenly. 5 strong slaves rushed straight towards his position. They had red eyes and exaggerated muscle bulges. Everywhere they passed by, the celestial dragons yelled and backed away. There were even celestial dragons who fell to the ground in fright, peeing. It's for yourself. St. Louis Vuitton got this answer instantly. There is no other celestial dragons around him. This moment, the sleeping power in his body was boiling and restless, surging in his chest, like a lion snarling the world with a huge mouth open, about to roar. Go away. The majestic low roar exploded in the field. St. Louis Vuitton black hair flying, no wind automatically. Mop's power broke out. Starting from him, the invisible aperture suddenly spread to all directions. The air is like a vast sea, with invisible ripples. Conqueror's haki, come on. Boom. The stimulant slave body had a meal. The first second. Sweat oozes out of their faces for an instant, and the invisible pressure acts on them, as if they are carrying a mountain on their shoulders. The strong waist was slightly folded in half, and the knees were bent a little bit. The second. Boom. They knelt on the ground. 5 body cast. The third second. Conqueror's haki resembled a surging wave, rushing in all directions without mercy. Chermak saints, Kamael saints, are within the envelope. Chapter 8. The turbulent conqueror's haki, frantically swept all around, like a transparent circle, completely enveloping everyone on half of the gift square. Within a kilometer, hundreds of celestial dragons. Including Chermakeshan and Kamael Saint, there are no exceptions. All are shrouded by Conqueror's haki from St. Louis Vuitton. Boom! Saint Chermak's eyes went dark, and there was no resistance at all. He knelt on the spot and fainted instantly. He was peeking at St. Louis Vuitton, waiting for St. Louis Vuitton to show his ugliness and mocking him. So, now Chermak is facing Louis Vuitton's and knelt down. It looks like Charmako Saint is kneeling down to St. Louis Vuitton. Beside him, El Sage fainted on the spot, his face was directly hit on the ground at 90 degrees, the bridge of his nose was shattered, and blood ran all over the ground, even more embarrassed and ugly than Charmako Sage. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, within the envelope of Conqueror's haki, celestial dragons fell one by one, slumped to the ground, all fainted, and dull crashing sounds one after another. The host standing under the statues of 20 kings was dumb, with his mouth wide open, staring blankly at what was happening in front of him. Within kilometers. With the exception of St. Louis Vuitton, everyone fell to their knees and fainted. His black hair is flying, his eyes are as bright as torches, and there is an inexplicable aura oscillating around him, which is the remaining Conqueror's haki that has not completely dissipated. Not Big Gift Plaza. Silent. All the celestial dragons who are not within Conqueror's haki and are still standing are looking at St. Louis Vuitton. Their eyes are hollow, their expressions are dull, and they don't know what is happening in front of them. Conqueror's haki. Stay outside the square, personally protect St. Louis Vuitton's CP1 mouth wide open. They are different from celestial dragons, who know nothing about fighting, and they can see at a glance what power St. Louis Vuitton bursts out. That is the proof of the king's posture, Conqueror's haki. Conqueror's haki is rare. It is known as 1 in a million. It is a symbol of fate. Mastering Conqueror's haki does not mean that you will be strong, but your future achievements will not be low. St. Louis Vuitton have the potential and talent to become a king. This scene was also captured by 2 human shadows in the center of the square. One of them, with no hair on top of his head and eyes, covered his whole body in a white robe, and a famous sword from the ancient house was slung on his waist. The other was wearing a dark red suit with blonde hair and golden beards, and the placket of the suit on his chest was slightly open, revealing a scar. These 2 elders clearly did not act, but they showed the temperament of a superior, not angry but self-arrogant, making people dare not look at them, and they were shocked from the bottom of their hearts. They are the highest power holders of the world government, and their power is above the general celestial dragons. They are called 5 elders. Woo! The air was turbulent, and the invisible residual breath of Conqueror's haki came. Oh! I didn't expect anyone in this generation of celestial dragons to awaken Conqueror's haki, and the intensity is not low. Was it awakened just now or already awakened? The blonde 5 elders squinted slightly. Feeling the Conqueror's haki released by St. Louis Vuitton. Conqueror's haki in the posture of the king, this is a good thing for us, but it's a pity. Dao Pao 5 elders changed the conversation, he is a little guy from Don Quixote's line, time is running out. Maybe we should find a chance to help him survive. Blonde 5 elders whispered. Help him live? You mean to spend a huge amount of money and resources for celestial dragons to find a way to help St. Louis Vuitton survive? Continuous investment. Dao Pao 5 elders glanced at him slantingly, with a somewhat indifferent tone, or let him die like this, and then divide up his considerable wealth accumulated over the past century. How large is the wealth of St. Louis Vuitton? Pele, the most intuitive one, can buy hundreds of small countries on the outside world. The golden city that appeared in later generations is not worth mentioning in front of St. Louis Vuitton's property. Not to mention some precious treasures, devil fruits that have been accumulated hundreds of years ago. The most important thing is that St. Louis Vuitton has one of the 38 keys to control the king. Such a huge property is controlled by St. Louis Vuitton alone, and he is the only seedling in this vein. But even so, St. Louis Vuitton still can't use these assets to find a way to heal itself. It can be imagined that it takes much manpower and material resources to cure it. Once he can't find a cure and dies, all his possessions will become unowned. Many celestial dragons in Mary Gosa are watching St. Louis Vuitton closely, waiting for him to die. Read more at fictionzone.net. You have your method, I have my method. In my opinion, he is worthy of my treatment. Celestial dragons needs elites. You know that. The blonde 5 elders stared deeply at St. Louis Vuitton, quite a bit. Interest. Dao Pao 5 elders glanced at him, and said nothing. To save or not to save is the decision of the blonde 5 elders. Dao Pao 5 elders glanced sideways at the sluggish host, and said lightly, "Go on." Yes. Only then did the host come back to his senses, and quickly mobilized the scene to begin singing and praying again. St. Louis Vuitton was standing in a corner of the square, surrounded by fallen celestial dragons. He stood alone, looking a little lonely. Who did it? St. Louis Vuitton raised his eyebrows slightly. The slaves were obviously abnormal just now. It is estimated that they are taking drugs. Who will deal with him? Think about it carefully. Recently, only Charmako-san and Kamal-san have conflicts with himself. Did the two of them do it? St. Louis Vuitton glanced away and looked into the distance. Saints Chermak and Kamael slumped to the ground like dead dogs, motionless. There is a 80% probability that the two of them are instigating. St. Louis Vuitton's eyes flickered. No, whether it is 80% or not, he has already determined that it is these two guys. St. Louis Vuitton moves forward. Walked towards the two who had passed out. There was not much movement in the place, because the celestial dragons nearby had all fainted. The power just now, is at St. Louis Vuitton. In the distance, celestial dragons, who were not within the reach of Conqueror's haki, were shocked when they saw St. Louis Vuitton's movements. What is he going to do? In full view, St. Louis Vuitton stepped up to Saint Charmek and Saint Kamael. He made an unexpected move. Lift your foot. He stomped down on the backs of the two men. Bang, bang, bang. No mercy at all, every foot used all strength. The two who had been fainted trembled and convulsed, and Kamal Saint even squirted a nosebleed again. Oh my God! St. Louis Vuitton, crazy, crazy. He was a lunatic. Many celestial dragons trembled and turned their heads, not wanting to see this violent scene again. Some people are talking, some are getting chills, but no one is going to stop St. Louis Vuitton. His madness is undoubtedly revealed. No one wants to hit the gun at this time. But why did St. Louis Vuitton trample on them? Is the slave riot just now related to them? Celestial dragons are guessing, trying to figure out the purpose of St. Louis Vuitton. The square is noisy. St. Louis Vuitton doesn't care about other people's arguments. He stepped on his feet several times, looked at the two people who were already like mud, and stopped. Almost. St. Louis Vuitton looked up and looked into the distance, looking at the two tall figures standing under the statues of 20 kings. 5 elders. They watched silently as they stepped on Chermak Saint and Kamael Saint. No sound. There is only one possibility. Your guess is correct. St. Louis Vuitton's eyes flickered, and he could already be sure that Chermak Saint and Kamael Saint were the ones who conspired against him. Standing on a high place, 5 elders must have seen everything. Otherwise, they will not remain silent and acquiesce in stepping on them. If you are wronged, you have a debt, and you pay a tooth for a tooth. As it should be, 5 elders won't say anything. At the same time, St. Louis Vuitton still has support. He just exposed Conqueror's Hacky. This should make 5 elders feel a little bit different. Special talents will always have privileges. Of course, St. Louis Vuitton is not acting recklessly. Even if he guessed wrong and conspired with someone else, he would not be punished. Because 5 elders will stop when the first foot is stepped down, things won't get serious. After all, it was slaves who collided with St. Louis Vuitton first, and releasing Conqueror's Hacky was just self-preservation. Stepping on a person can also be said to be a moment of anger, and it is reasonable to blame the person. Who can blame him? The gods have beheaded the few slaves just now. No one will fight with him, after all. The current St. Louis Vuitton is a lunatic with little time. St. Louis Vuitton knows all this well, and this will make a move that looks crazy to outsiders. Thinking of this, instead of being angry because of the collision, he was in a happy mood. The surroundings have begun to be chaotic, and the underlings of the major families rushed in and hurriedly helped their masters. Many celestial dragons see their eyes differently. With a little fear. St. Louis Vuitton looked in his eyes, he didn't care, walked slowly back to the original position and closed his eyes. The holy water in the sky was still falling, and the host rechanted the prayer, and the chanting day continued. After all this year's chanting day is somewhat anticlimactic. After hastily participating in the chanting day, St. Louis Vuitton went out of the square and went back non-stop. But he didn't go home. Instead, go to the CP organization headquarters. Chapter 9. The world government was founded 800 years ago, and it stands still today. It is important to know that the dynasties and generations in history actually ruled for most of 200 to 300 years. But the world government has existed for 800 years. The reason is that in addition to the 20 kings who are epoch-making sages, the 2 major killers under the banner play a pivotal role. One is the marine, galloping the sea, guarding all directions, sweeping all the enemies that threaten the world government. In this ocean occupying more than 80% of the world, marine is the most powerful army. The second is the CP organization. Compared to marine, the CP organization is actually more daunting, which is mainly reflected in the nature of the CP organization. Marine is Ming, killing the enemy with justice and regulations, but the CP agency is different, it is an espionage agency. All dirty work is done by CP agencies, instigating rebellion, infiltration, spying, etc. In short, CP agencies have basically done all the dirty activities that can be thought of. It is precisely because of this that many people secretly call the CP agency the minions of the world government and the dirty rats in the sewers. It sounds boring. However, whether it is a running dog or a mouse, it is actually not a mistake, because the meaning of the existence of the CP organization is to serve the world government and serve the celestial dragons. To put it simply, what celestial dragons wants the CP organization to do, the CP organization has to do what it refers to. Under this nature, the headquarters of the CP organization was naturally built in Marigosa, the base camp of celestial dragons. Outsiders hate the CP organization, but for St. Louis Vuitton, the CP organization is its own bodyguard and a resource that can be used. This time he is going to the headquarters of the CP organization to get points. When chanting silently today, St. Louis Vuitton thought a lot. After the meeting yesterday, the system gave the evaluation of family-level meeting. In other words, the meeting is hierarchical. He fiddled with a meeting indiscriminately, and the evaluation was a family class. If you go to a formal meeting, will the evaluation be higher and the rewards will be richer? Today, the CP organization has a small meeting. It's about to start. St. Louis Vuitton looked down at the watch, opened the curtain, and urged towards the CP1 who was carrying the sedan, the speed will be faster. My lord, it's already here. As soon as the voice fell, the sedan chair was put down and fell to the ground. St. Louis Vuitton got up, opened the curtain, and walked out. "You are waiting for me here." He dropped a word and walked towards the headquarters of the CP organization without looking back. Leaving the CP1s looking at each other, they all saw the doubt in each other's eyes. "Lord St. Louis Vuitton, what are you doing here in a good manner?" The architectural style of the headquarters of the CP organization is very similar to the overall architectural style of Mary Gosa. They are all white bricks and white tiles, with a Western style, which is not prominent in the residences of celestial dragons. As expected, the meaning of the existence of the CP organization is to serve celestial dragons. If the building is more conspicuous than the residence of celestial dragons, it will inevitably feel a bit overwhelming. The CP1 guarding at the front door of the headquarters suddenly had a meal. "Celestial dragons are coming? St. Louis Vuitton? This is Mary Gosa's lunatic, few people don't know." "My lord, why are you here?" CP1 immediately greeted him, and he didn't dare to neglect St. Louis Vuitton. "Where is the meeting room?" St. Louis Vuitton glanced at him and said to the point. CP1 was taken aback. He didn't expect St. Louis Vuitton to ask this question. "Where is it?" St. Louis Vuitton frowned. He didn't want to lose time, the meeting was about to begin. "My lord, what are you going to do?" CP1 hesitated, he couldn't figure out St. Louis Vuitton's thoughts. "Nothing, just want to take a walk, just walk around." St. Louis Vuitton gave a faint smile, without much expression on his face, as if he really wanted to take a walk. Read more at fictionzone.net. "Take a walk to the meeting room?" CP1 looked surprised, he subconsciously wanted to stop it, no matter how he looked at it, he felt something was wrong. "Can't I go?" St. Louis Vuitton's eyes narrowed slightly, and his tone changed. CP1's heart is cold. Pill. He suddenly remembered the rumors of St. Louis Vuitton. This is a ruthless man who even dared to shoot at celestial dragons. "I want to die, dare to stop him." "Of course you can go, I will show you the way." CP1 quickly put on a flattering smile. At the same time, in the conference room of the CP headquarters, all the top leaders from CP1 to CP4 were present. They sat in their respective seats, and there was a pile of heavy intelligence in front of them. And sitting at the chief is Jinjita, the person in charge of the Golden Lion incident. At the same time, he is also a member of CP0. He looked cold, and there was not much emotion between his brows. "At this meeting, we will finalize the hunt for Golden Lion Shiki." He glanced over several persons in charge and said again, "The Golden Lion escaped from Impel Down 2 years ago." Without a word, the door of the conference room was suddenly opened. Jinjita's expression changed, and he frowned and looked at the person who opened the door and said with an expression of dissatisfaction, "I don't know, we are driving." The voice stopped abruptly. The moment Jinkid saw the incoming person clearly, his pupils shrank, and he couldn't say the same when he reached his mouth. "St. Louis Vuitton. Master St. Louis Vuitton, why are you here?" Kim Kid put down the file in his hand and immediately got up to face St. Louis Vuitton. "There are many celestial dragons, but St. Louis Vuitton is a special celestial dragons. Put aside terminal illnesses. St. Louis Vuitton is a typical ruthless person in celestial dragons. This ruthlessness does not refer to the abuse of slaves, but that he has a cold personality and acts without scruples. He is a bloody alien in celestial dragons, but he is good to his subordinates and servants." It is also because of these specialties that Jinjita recognized St. Louis Vuitton at a glance. "It's nothing, I'm fine for a walk around, you are busy with you, don't care." St. Louis Vuitton waved his hand, sitting in the listening position, without any polite meaning. "You should sit here." Kim Kid hurriedly vacated his seat. How dare he let St. Louis Vuitton sit next to him, even if he is a member of CP0, he is nothing in front of St. Louis Vuitton. St. Louis Vuitton also did not refuse, got up and walked over and sat down in the chief. He just came to attend the meeting to refresh the meeting point. Maybe it would be better to sit in the chief? This moment. The complexions of several persons in charge changed again and again, very strange. A memory of Golden Lion, sitting in the chief, the host, but an unrelated person? The meeting room suddenly quieted strangely. Everyone was at a loss because of the arrival of St. Louis Vuitton. Look at me, I look at you, but they all fell silent. You go on. St. Louis Vuitton sits at the chief, the old god picks up the green tea that has just been brewed on the table and takes a sip, as if you don't care about me. Kim Kid sits in the listening position where St. Louis Vuitton used to sit. Heard this. He awkwardly sorted out the documents and bit the bullet and said. After Golden Lion escaped from Impel Down, someone collected his information and suspected that he had contact with Whitebeard. St. Louis Vuitton sat in the chief, listening to Kim Kida's narration. His heart moved slightly. It seems that this is a meeting about Golden Lion. Yes. It is now in the year 1505 of the Haiwan calendar. The Golden Lion escaped from prison 2 years ago and took advantage of the disappearance of the lion fruit. The CP agency must take a series of investigation measures. Speaking of it, Golden Lion is definitely an overlord, but the reason for his imprisonment is very stupid. No, it should be said to be a man's romance. It is the earliest to trace the story of Roger and Golden Lion falling in love and killing each other. Too long to say. In short, Roger was beheaded by Marine, Golden Lion rushed straight into naval headquarters in a rage, Garp and Sengoku joined forces to oppose each other. In that battle, half of Malin Vander was sunk. In the end, the Golden Lion was defeated and impelled down. I don't know if Golden Lion is a gay guy. Ishin just wants to join Roger to conquer the world. Even if Roger surrenders himself, he still goes to the naval headquarters. St. Louis Vuitton's mood was ups and downs, leaving all this aside. If you want to achieve your goals and be the real power in this world, Golden Lion is definitely a stumbling block to eradicate. As for why not soliciting Golden Lion? The character of Golden Lion can never be recruited by others, at most it may cooperate, but the problem is that if Golden Lion wants to conquer the world, it must overthrow the world government. Didn't this even overthrow St. Louis Vuitton himself? The direct purpose is conflicted, and they cooperated with each other. Ding, host is participating in the meeting, the level is being judged. Judgment level, small meeting, +5 attribute points for 10 minutes of observation. Thinking about it, the ethereal reminder sounded suddenly. 4D update today. Ask for flowers, review votes. Chapter 10. 5 points attribute point to get it. Easily. There was a smile on St. Louis Vuitton's face, and he only had 4 attribute points for a family-level meeting. Sure enough, a formal meeting is a good way to score points, a worthwhile trip. St. Louis Vuitton got up, just about to leave, suddenly stopped. And many more. The prompt sound of the system just now, seems something is wrong? Evaluation level, small meeting, 10 minutes of observation +5 attribute points. St. Louis Vuitton quickly turned over the system prompt just now. It's not right. When the first meeting was held, there was clearly the word the end of the evaluation. But this time, no. St. Louis Vuitton's eyes lit up, and he found that he seemed to have fallen into a misunderstanding. He always thought that he could only get points once in a meeting. But in fact, is it really so? It seems wrong. Prompt to listen for 10 minutes +5 attribute points. What if you listen for 20 minutes? Will there be 10 attribute points? Master St. Louis Vuitton, are you going to leave? King Kim saw St. Louis Vuitton stepping forward and got up in surprise, before sending St. Louis Vuitton out. This adult is finally leaving. Stressed. No, I'm just thirsty. St. Louis Vuitton met his gaze, with a faint smile on his face, the feet that stepped back abruptly. It's embarrassing, is it going to pour water? Jin Jide said abruptly, Come here, pour tea for the adults. CP1, who was observing the meeting, hurried forward, and a cup of warm tea was delivered to St. Louis Vuitton. St. Louis Vuitton returned to the appearance of the old god, holding the teacup and sitting firmly on the chief. Jin Kid was a little bit painful, and he finally got into a little state, but was interrupted by St. Louis Vuitton suddenly standing up, and almost forgot his words. Leave me alone and have a good meeting. St. Louis Vuitton took a sip of tea and urged immediately when he saw him still chirping. Kim Kid took a long breath, could only pick up the file, and read it again. 10 minutes passed. Ding, host participates in the meeting. The evaluation level is a small meeting, listening for 10 minutes plus 5 attribute points. The alert sounded again. A smile appeared in St. Louis Vuitton's heart. Sure enough, I was right. A meeting does not only have to be credited once. It is like this small meeting that is listened to. You can add attribute points for every 10 minutes you listen to. Keep going, should still be able to brush. St. Louis Vuitton has some expectations. According to this speed, the activation of knowledge and armed color is just around the corner. However, within a few minutes, the meeting was over. Jin Jide has finished the final meeting summary, and is already collecting materials for the meeting to adjourn. Wait, it can't be over yet, continue with the meeting. St. Louis Vuitton said abruptly. Jin Jide froze in his collection of information, read more at fictionzone.net. What's the situation? My lord, do you have anything to say? Jin Jide asked cautiously. No, I have not. St. Louis Vuitton shook his head, but you have to keep talking. Kim Kid choked. He doesn't understand it. Go on, say what? The plan for investigating the Golden Lion has been worked out. Is it possible to eat melon seeds in the meeting room? Sir, what should we say? Jin Jide asked. It's impossible to eat melon seeds, unless the head wants to be chopped off. It's up to you. St. Louis Vuitton waved his hand. He didn't care what to say, didn't it make up 30 minutes? Jin Jide felt the deep malice from the noble celestial dragons. Can't guess the idea of St. Louis Vuitton at all. The key is not to go against, get along with St. Louis Vuitton, walking on thin ice every second, for fear of angering this famous lunatic of Mary Gosa. It's true that CP0 has a high status, but it can't be higher than celestial dragons. Then let's continue. He spread out the information again, biting his scalp and starting to gossiping. Several other persons in charge swallowed and joined the nonsense meeting. For a while, the atmosphere in the conference room was extremely strange. A group of high-level figures in the CP organization gathered to discuss inexplicable things, such as whether celestial dragons should turn off the sun if there is a big sun, such as seeing 2 children on the day yesterday. Oh no, debate the day. 10 minutes later. Ding, host participates in the meeting. The evaluation level is a family-level meeting, and the observation is 10 minutes plus 1 attribute point. Refreshed again. St. Louis Vuitton drinks tea and is in a good mood. However, the meeting level has changed from a small meeting to a house-level meeting. This is also normal. I have been discussing the 2 children's day, crossed out. Can it be a serious meeting? The people in charge got more and more excited, and Kinda Shankin went to 8 trigrams, and they became more and more excited. Kim Kita felt that he had found a bit of feeling, let alone 10 minutes, he would be able to speak for another 2 hours. He took a sip of water to moisturize his throat, and he was about to talk a lot, but saw St. Louis Vuitton stand up. I went back. I didn't expect your CP organization to be such 8 trigrams. Without looking back, St. Louis Vuitton walked simply and decisively, without them having to send it off, and walked out of the meeting room by himself. Puff! Jin Kid almost choked to death with a mouthful of water. He had to start to doubt life. Did you accidentally offend Master St. Louis Vuitton? Otherwise, why do you want to torture yourself repeatedly? St. Louis Vuitton walked away, but the few responsible persons left in the conference room looked at each other. Master St. Louis Vuitton is here to do what? The CP1 person in charge frowned. He didn't think that St. Louis Vuitton was really just walking into the meeting room. A fool believes such a rhetoric. Perhaps, he wants to find some life-saving solution in this meeting. CP2 person in charge said. What can Golden Lion do? The person in charge of CP4 looked puzzled. Who knows, maybe. The person in charge of CP1 was halfway through his words, but he caught Jinjida's cold eyes, which made him suddenly take the second half of the sentence back. Don't guess, this matter involves St. Louis Vuitton, a big man, don't chew your tongue, you must take it seriously. Jinjide said coldly, report this matter to your superiors and let them deal with it. Yes. The person in charge of CP1 hurriedly lowered his head, with cold sweat from behind. If your words are heard by someone with a heart just now, you will label the celestial dragons arrogantly. He was scared after a while, and his face turned pale. The other side. St. Louis Vuitton walked out of the meeting room and walked straight to the door. The reason why he left was of course not because he felt that the CP organization was too 8 trigrams, but because the system prompt sounded just now. Ding, host has completed today's meeting, small meetings for 20 minutes plus 10 attribute points and 10 minutes for house level meetings plus 10 attribute points. System settlement, total plus 11 attribute points today. 11 attribute points are almost 3 times American Samoa high as yesterday. St. Louis Vuitton is very satisfied. This trip not only brushed the attribute points, but more importantly, he got 2 pieces of information. First, you can audit the meeting every day and have 3 chances to brush attribute points. However, it is still unclear whether the audit will be added every 10 minutes. He currently only participates in small meetings and house-level meetings, and later higher-level meetings cannot be sure whether this is the rule. Second, the content of the meeting cannot be bullshit, and bullshit can easily drop the rating. It was originally a small meeting, and the staff did not change, but after the content was nonsense, it became a play level. In the final analysis, you can't force it, you can only eat mosquito legs. However, when there is no suitable meeting, St. Louis Vuitton still chooses to force a meeting. Although the twisted melon is not sweet, it doesn't even have melons if it is not twisted. Thinking of this, St. Louis Vuitton felt that the identity of celestial dragons and the conference system unexpectedly fit. Because I have the right and ability to forcefully participate in some meetings or create some meetings. The first chapter of 2021, I wish you all a happy New Year's Day. Chapter 11. St. Louis Vuitton left the headquarters of the CP organization and got on the sedan chair, ready to go home. The curtain was closed, and the sedan was quiet. St. Louis Vuitton sinks his heart and calls out the system panel in his heart. Host, St. Louis Vuitton. Physical fitness, 94. Armament hacky, 0. Observation hacky, 0. Conquerors hacky, 100. Attribute points, 11. An illusory light curtain appeared in front of him. Add all attribute points to physical fitness. St. Louis Vuitton did not hesitate, and said softly in his heart. Host, St. Louis Vuitton. Physical fitness. Armament hacky, 0. Observation hacky, 0. Conquerors hacky, 100. Attribute points, 0. The numbers on the system panel change. St. Louis Vuitton clearly felt that a warm current ran through his limbs. He has already experienced this change once. Only last time, only 4 attribute points were invested in Indiana physical fitness. And this time it was 11 attribute points, almost 3 times the last time. He can clearly feel that his power is becoming stronger. It seems that we need to exercise more in the future, but also let others find that they are exercising. St. Louis Vuitton thoughtfully. The physical improvement given by the system is making his muscles stronger and stronger. It seems that there may not be much change now, but after a few more physical improvements, the muscle changes will be obvious. How can a person who is terminally ill become better without losing his physical fitness? Even if you encounter a thoughtful person, even if you can't see that you have healed, you will feel more or less problematic. But if people find that they are exercising, there will be a reason. However, it is only temporary, and the paper bag cannot keep the fire out. Even if the terminally ill patient exercises, the physique cannot be very strong, and it is almost like an ordinary person. A day can be delayed as a day. St. Louis Vuitton rubbed his eyebrows. He didn't want to show his stuff so early, letting people know that he had healed. My own illness is a bit of the meaning of avoiding death. Gold medals. This gold medal is valid for celestial dragons. At this moment, he heard noisy curses coming from outside the curtain. How many times do you want me to say that slaves are not qualified to look directly at the noble celestial dragons? Things that don't have eyes, just die, die, die. St. Louis Vuitton raised his eyelids slightly. He tapped the side of the big sedan window lightly and asked, "What happened outside?" "It's Master Camael teaching the slave." CP1 leaned forward and replied while resting on the curtain. St. Louis Vuitton frowned. Mary Gosa knows everything. On the surface it was a lesson, but it was actually abuse. Read more at fictionzone.net. He has the mindset of the 21st century, has his own bottom line, and instinctively does not like the abuse of slaves. Opening the curtains, St. Louis Vuitton looked towards the source of the sound. Not far away. El Saint is furious. He held a whip with an iron spur, and slammed the kneeling female slave again and again. The female slave's lips were whitish, and her fair skin was bloody. With El Saint's completely unrelenting strength, it won't be long before this female slave will be killed. However, she didn't mean to give in at all. She raised her head stubbornly, still looking directly at Kamal Saint. "This is a pretty face." "Is her?" There is a slight emotional wave on St. Louis Vuitton's face. "Stop it." St. Louis Vuitton got up, opened the curtain, and walked out slowly. El is going to explode. He didn't expect that this female slave would dare to look at herself under the whipping. "Humble people, you are so stubborn, go to die." Saint Camael yelled, raised the iron whip and slammed it down. Snapped. The whip was drawn on the female slave's back, and the skin spattered immediately. The iron thorn hooked out a piece of flesh and blood, and the blood flowed out instantly. "Woo!" the female slave cried out in pain, her eyebrows frowned, her face pale as paper. "It's useless to beg for mercy. Today I want to kill you alive." Elshin kept insulting, his eyes getting fiercer and heavier. He is very upset now. In the morning, the design-framed St. Louis Vuitton did not succeed, but instead awakened Conqueror's haki. Stealing chickens is not an eclipse, not to mention the rice. The most important thing is. St. Louis Vuitton actually trampled him severely in front of all the families. El Shang touched his nose wrapped in gauze, and tears were streaming out of his pain. Damn St. Louis Vuitton! The anger in Sacred Heart of Camael spread out. He really wanted to kill this naive slave. Kamal Saint didn't care about the life and death of this slave at all, he wanted as many as such a maid. This female slave had a stubborn personality. He bought it to be a target for slaps, and practiced slaps when his hands were itchy. Humble people, your role will end today. El Shang raised the whip in his hand, aimed at the female slave's face, and slapped it down. The female slave closed her eyes. There is relief in her heart, but also reluctance. But no matter what, it's over. Snapped. The crisp voice echoed. Whip, did not fall. The female slave didn't feel the pain and opened her eyes subconsciously. I don't know when, a tall and stalwart figure stood in front of her. He has a straight back, broad shoulders, and his black hair swaying in the breeze. He caught the whip. You. Camael was like a ghost, his eyes widened, cold sweat broke out, and his face instantly turned pale. St. Louis Vuitton. He was shocked by the appearance of St. Louis Vuitton. In this short moment, the person who resented in his heart appeared in front of him. Kamal Saint chose not to fight against St. Louis Vuitton, but to step back. It's like seeing a natural enemy, retreating subconsciously instinctively. He was scared by St. Louis Vuitton. St. Louis Vuitton. L. Saint retreated 3 steps before reacting and shouted at St. Louis Vuitton in anger. It is also his voice. Many celestial dragons on the road looked over here, their expressions changed, curious, doubtful. St. Louis Vuitton, why is it with L. Saint again? You dare to show up in front of me, you stepped on me for no reason this morning, everyone has seen it, you have to give an explanation. Kamal Saint stared at St. Louis Vuitton, boldly challenged. For no reason. St. Louis Vuitton smiled and let go of the whip in his hand. Behind him, a crowd of CP1 leaned in quickly, with guards on either side of him. Those slaves today were instructed by you. Isn't it right that I kicked you? With a smile, St. Louis Vuitton stared at L. Saint with deep black eyes. At the beginning of this chapter, the parentheses at the end of the data panel will not appear, so as not to make up the word count. Chapter 12. St. Louis Vuitton knows the truth. L. Saint confronted the calm black eyes of St. Louis Vuitton, panicking in this brief moment of uncontrollable heart. Exposed? No, the slaves have been disposed of, and they have no chance to confess. Nonsense, what evidence do you have? L. retorted loudly, trying to forcibly cover up his guilty conscience with his voice. St. Louis Vuitton said frankly, no. Celestial dragons onlookers nodded secretly. Sure enough, the evidence was seized. Wait. Did St. Louis Vuitton say it? But you look so arrogant. You. St. L. stared. In other words, St. Louis Vuitton stepped on himself without evidence. This kind of behavior didn't take him seriously at all. L. Saint exasperated, St. Louis Vuitton, don't think that you can do whatever you want in a few years, and you will be punished soon. He looked at the celestial dragons onlookers, his tone suddenly raised, so that everyone could hear his own voice. You used Conqueror's haki to crush so many people this morning, don't you want to give everyone an explanation? He started to confuse the fire. There is a haze on L. Saint's face. He wants to expand the contradiction and draw others in to denounce St. Louis Vuitton. Yes, he admitted that one person cannot deal with St. Louis Vuitton. What about other families? Sure enough, upon hearing his words, the expressions of several celestial dragons present changed. This morning, they were crushed to the ground by Conqueror's haki of St. Louis Vuitton. They have no grievances with St. Louis Vuitton, but they are met with such misfortunes, even if they are afraid of St. Louis Vuitton's madness, it is impossible to really swallow this breath. They need an opportunity to vent. L. Saint gave this opportunity. Celestial Dragon's eyes changed, lips slightly opened, and they were about to speak. You should all know the characteristics of Conqueror's haki. St. Louis Vuitton only awakened Conqueror's haki today. It is impossible to accurately suppress those slaves. I think if I really want to blame it, instruct those who collided by slaves should be affected. Punish. In the crowd, the green-haired Don Quixote Musgarud Saint strode out, and he walked to St. Louis Vuitton's side, stood shoulder to shoulder, his gaze swept over everyone present, and finally stayed on L. Saint. That matter in the morning needs to be checked. Our Don Quixote family is not easy to bully. Saint Musgarud frowned. As soon as he finished speaking, another Don Quixote family celestial dragons walked out. Some people want to muddle the water. Our Don Quixote family can handle it at will. He stood to the right of St. Louis Vuitton, his eyes also fixed on Kamal Saint. You. L. Saint's face changed. He didn't expect that the celestial dragons of the two great Don Quixote families would be so decisive, standing in line without hesitation, and supporting Saint Louis Vuitton. Isn't it said that there are also struggles within the Don Quixote family? They are also coveting the resources and properties of Saint Louis Vuitton. Read more at fictionzone.net. Is there something wrong with the intelligence? What Kamal Saint didn't know was that his intelligence was indeed correct. Saint Louis Vuitton, the Muse Garud, and his fellow clan are really invading Saint Louis Vuitton. But peeping is considered peeping. It was also after Saint Louis Vuitton's death, a member of their family, they opened the door to the outside world. Kamal's holy expression was gloomy and turned to look at the celestial dragons who wanted to speak before. However, their eyes dodged, all avoiding Kamal Saint's sight. As if she was out of the picture and didn't want to get involved at all. The Muse Garud Saint said that it was true that Conqueror's Haki had just awakened and really couldn't control it precisely. They all know this, and this is why they took the initiative to find Saint Louis Vuitton trouble when they didn't come. Of course, the most important thing is, to provoke Saint Louis Vuitton and to provoke the Don Quixote family are completely different concepts. Camael's expression changed again and again, and finally he slammed his sleeves and snorted coldly, "Okay, I hope you can find evidence soon, take her, and let's go." With that, Kamal Sage pointed to the dying female slave on the ground, turned around and left, not daring to stay. He must seize the time to erase all possible evidence. Don't let the Don Quixote family find clues. Otherwise, it will really be his turn to be punished. Yes, sir. The CP1 who accompanied the protection of Camael Sacred raised the female slave who fell on the ground and followed the master's pace. The celestial dragon's onlookers also withdrew their gazes, some turned and left, some shook their heads slightly. It is a pity that in the end, Saint Louis Vuitton failed to lose out and suppress his limelight. At this moment, a low, magnetic voice sounded. "This slave, I want it. It's Saint Louis Vuitton." He has returned to his sedan chair, sitting on the bench, his voice is very flat, without much ups and downs. But the information contained in this sentence is like a thunderstorm, which blows into everyone's ears. CP1's movements stopped. The Muse Garud's eyes moved, and he looked at Saint Louis Vuitton in surprise. "I thought everything was over, but Saint Louis Vuitton didn't seem to want to do that." "What do you mean?" Camael Saint suddenly turned his head, raging. He has regressed, but Saint Louis Vuitton is still pressing hard. To rob the slave openly, this is an unscrupulous humiliation to step his face on the ground. Literally. Saint Louis Vuitton still looks calm and relaxed. Camael Saint's eyes were red, and he even gave birth to the urge to fight Saint Louis Vuitton desperately at this moment. Saint Louis Vuitton. Don't make an inch. However, halfway through the conversation, Saint Louis Vuitton suddenly raised his eyes and stared at Camael Saint. Boom! The invisible breath burst out, like a mountain falling down, and squeezed towards Camael Sacred. Conqueror's Haki. Instantly enveloped Camael Saint. Boom! There is absolutely no room for struggle. Camael Sage's eyes widened, he fell to the ground and fainted on the spot. All CP1s responsible for protecting Camael Saint are all stiff. With CP1's eyesight and quick hands, he grabbed Camael Saint's body and didn't let him fall to the ground like this. But Camael's fainting is a foregone conclusion. This is the horror of Conqueror's Haki. Suppressing the weak is effortless, and you will be dizzy if you touch it. Others can't bear it for it, unless there is another Conqueror's Haki that breaks out, countering Saint Louis Vuitton's Conqueror's Haki. But no. Among the owners, only Saint Louis Vuitton owns Conqueror's Haki. Bring her here, let's go back. Saint Louis Vuitton put a hand on his cheek, looking at Camael Saint who had fainted for a while, and gave orders again. This CP1, who is responsible for protecting Camael Saint, glanced at each other, and they all saw helplessness in the other's eyes. CP1 exists to serve all celestial dragons, not for one celestial dragons alone. L has fainted, how can they disobey the order of another celestial dragons? All they could do, only watched, St. Louis Vuitton ordered the slaves to be taken away from them. That's it. Chapter 13. In this way, St. Louis Vuitton snatched the female slave from St. Camael and drove away in full view. He didn't have any extra words, he didn't procrastinate, showing his strength and dominance. Watching the back of St. Louis Vuitton leaving. The celestial dragons present have their own minds. I can't go on like this, Conqueror's Haki wants to forbid him to release. Celestial dragons said with lingering fear. Conqueror's Haki's performance was horrible. If he had no resistance at all and fainted 100% on the spot, the key was that others could not help him resist. This is really the worst thing. Celestial dragons swallowed and saw that he fainted and was taken away from El Saint, only to feel dry mouth and scalp numb. Mary Gosa, the craziest lunatic, has this kind of perverted ability. This is definitely not a good thing. All the secret attacks on him had ceased. Be sure to provoke him less. Otherwise, El Saint is the end. He really is crazy. Saint Musgarud retracted his gaze and looked sideways to his fellow clan next to him. Crazy, isn't it a good thing? Celestial dragons of the same clan laughed. The crazier you are, the more proof that St. Louis Vuitton really hasn't survived for a few years. If he calms down one day, starting a family is something you and I don't want to see, right? St. Musgaruda was silent for a long time and nodded slightly. Good. St. Louis Vuitton just die in madness, it's good for everyone. St. Louis Vuitton has returned to the castle. From beginning to end, he didn't say much to the Musgarud saint who came forward in his fellow clan. Stop joking, do you really think they are good people? If Mary Gosa puts out a list of celestial dragons that she most wants to die, I'm afraid celestial dragons from Don Quixote's family can be at the top of the list. Because, once he dies, the Don Quixote family who has the greatest chance of getting all the property and resources must be the Don Quixote family. St. Louis Vuitton remembers clearly that when looking for OPOP fruit, St. Musgarud and his fellow tribe stumbled in secret. It's just that everyone didn't make it clear. Converge your thoughts. St. Louis Vuitton turned his eyes slightly and looked at the female slave who was lying on the big bed, breathing slowly. She has fair skin, long orange hair and graceful temperament. Stella. This is her name. Stella has nothing to do with her, but there is a man who has a great relationship with her. Tizalo. In the future, he will become the emperor of the dark world who created the world's largest entertainment city with one hand. Become the golden emperor Tizalo who owns 20% of Pele in the world. Tizalo has great energy, black and white take all, even the power of the world government can be used, and even the power of money can be used to freely control celestial dragons. Such a king of casinos, the king of casinos, was unknown in his early years, and it can even be said to be bleak. His transformation can be traced back to a woman he met when he was young. This woman is Stella. The young Tizalo met Stella by chance at the human sales market. The two were attracted to each other and soon fell in love. Read more at fictionzone.net. Tizalo is making money like crazy, wanting to redeem Stella, but there are few good beginnings and good endings in the world. Just when he was about to save Bailey, celestial dragons appeared and bought Stella easily with the money Tizalo could not reach. The furious Tizalo angered celestial dragons and was arrested as a slave on the spot. Soon after, news of Stella's death came from Mary Gosa, and it will always become Tizalo's heart knot. Since then, Tizalo has changed, vowing to hold power and money, step by step to the top, and become the future Golden Emperor. According to the original development, if it weren't for St. Louis Vuitton's blockade, Stella would be beaten to death by El Saint. St. Louis Vuitton's eyes flickered slightly, and he saw Stella's eyelids trembling, which was a sign of awakening. Are you okay? St. Louis Vuitton looked at her. Stella opened her eyes in confusion. She didn't quite understand what was going on. She only remembered that when the whip was pulled down, a figure stood in front of her, and then she fell into a coma. St. Louis Vuitton retracted his gaze and said softly, "You will follow me from now on." He is not so strict, but it is impossible to refuse. Stella trembled slightly, like a frightened deer, subconsciously avoiding St. Louis Vuitton's gaze. For some reason, she resisted and disgusted Camille Saint Time, but she was afraid of St. Louis Vuitton. St. Louis Vuitton and the other celestial dragons, seems a little different? Stella thought so in her heart. Change her clothes. St. Louis Vuitton waved to the maids and walked out of the room. He didn't care about Stella's attitude. Stella was saved only because of her relationship with Teasalo. If done properly, St. Louis Vuitton is sure to make the future Golden Emperor Teasalo his own. Grown-ups. The old butler stood in front of the door and bowed slightly to St. Louis Vuitton, who walked out. Send the news to Teasalo, it's Stella's friend. The man who was arrested by Mary Gosa together can be easily investigated by the intelligence network of the CP agency, and told him that Stella died. Dead. St. Louis Vuitton said in a low voice. Stella is dead? But isn't she all right here? The old butler looked at Stella, who was lying on the bed, suspiciously. He didn't ask much, but respectfully said, "Yes, my lord." Take good care of Stella. If Camille Saint comes to ask someone, just tell me. St. Louis Vuitton finished speaking, and walked away. St. Louis Vuitton does not feel cruel. Telling Stella deliberately about her death was indeed a huge blow to Teasalo. But if you don't experience this blow, how can Teasalo be transformed into the Golden Emperor in the future? Besides, Stella is not really dead. Teasalo will have a chance to see her in the future. Of course, the premise is that Teasalo can use it for himself. St. Louis Vuitton's eyes are deep. Soon, he grabbed the depth in his eyes and walked towards the playground. Little Hancock is working out at this time, right? It's time to go see them and get a good impression. There is a saying that it is good to start with lowly, crossed out, doll to cultivate feelings. Time passed, and the sun rose and the moon fell 7 times in the blink of an eye. A week has passed. At noon, the sun is not so hot, but warm and cool, which is a good weather. On the balcony of the castle, St. Louis Vuitton leaned back on the lounge chair for a while, squinting his eyes slightly, watching the clear blue sky and white clouds flowing. The maids behind him held up a parasol for him, raised a fan in their small hands, swaying the fan, comfortable enough to make St. Louis Vuitton a little sleepy. He narrowed his eyes slightly, thinking about what happened this week. For the past 7 days, St. Louis Vuitton didn't come to ask anyone, so I was afraid, so I didn't dare to provoke myself again. St. Louis Vuitton didn't even care. It's really coming, just use Conqueror's Haki to press down. Conqueror's Haki is really good at dealing with celestial dragons who have no power to bind chickens. With one pressure, all the weak chickens fell to the ground and fainted. St. Louis Vuitton is very satisfied with the harvest of these 7 days. Host, St. Louis Vuitton. Physical attributes. Armament Haki, 0. Observation Haki, 0. Conqueror's Haki, 100. Attribute points, 90. There were no good meetings in these 7 days, almost all of them were family-level meetings, but even so, St. Louis Vuitton had accumulated 90 attribute points. More important than attribute points, St. Louis Vuitton has explored some systematic ways from every family-level meeting. There are 3 modes for the meeting: auditing, attending, and presiding. The default level is that in the case of a house meeting, the attribute points obtained are increased level by level. 1 point will be added for 10 minutes of observation, 2 points will be added to 10 minutes of participation, and 4 points will be added to 10 minutes of presiding. At present, there are only 2 types of meeting levels known, namely, House level and small scale meetings. Small meetings are very profitable. St. Louis Vuitton remembers that the last time I participated in the CP organization's meeting, even in the worst audit mode, I got 5 points in 10 minutes, while the house level audit had only 1 point in 10 minutes. Look at the 90 attribute points on the panel. St. Louis Vuitton intends to fully open Conqueror's Haki, and then increase the points to the physical fitness, maximize their strength. Now, there is only 10 attribute points before you can start another Haki. 4D update, ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes, the new book seedlings also need readers to take care of you. Chapter 14. If you host another meeting today, you can reach 100 points. St. Louis Vuitton rested his head with both hands, leaned back on the recliner, muttering to himself in a low voice. Stop talking. He straightened up and waved to the maids. Summon everyone to come, today's meeting begins. The maids froze at the same time with their fans. Here comes the daily meeting. The meeting may be late, but it will never be absent. The story of Louis Vuitton's love for meetings was spread in Mary Gosa. Many celestial dragons have weird quirks, but it is the only one that is keen on meetings like St. Louis Vuitton. Soon, St. Louis Vuitton's instructions were passed on. Within 3 minutes, all the servants came to him, including the slaves who had been bought during this time. With more people, the balcony seemed a bit crowded. Today is the last meeting at Mary Gosa, mainly to talk about the future development. St. Louis Vuitton leaned on the recliner, without any intention of getting up. The conference rating is only related to the content, and does not care about the format, naturally how comfortable it is. You have a good time during this period. St. Louis Vuitton's eyes turned and fell on the great white shark and longhand murloc that were bought with the Hancock Three Sisters. Dear sir, thank you for your care during this time, everything is fine for us. The great white shark man Lucas and the longhand clan Ali knelt on one knee, bowing their eyebrows respectfully. It is different from the respectful appearance at the beginning. This time, they expressed their heartfelt gratitude and respect to St. Louis Vuitton. St. Louis Vuitton kept its promise and did not deceive. There was really no abuse this week, and it also gave comfortable accommodation and the best exercise resources. The old wounds left by the abuse of human traffickers in the past are healed, and even the strength is faintly improved. This is something that I didn't even dare to think before. In this era of strict hierarchies, slaves are not even human, except St. Louis Vuitton, who else can do this? Your strength is good, but still not enough. St. Louis Vuitton glanced at them and shook his head slightly. The strength of Lucas and Ari is now at most equivalent to the pirates of 30 million Baileys. Although in this era when the powers are not visible and the 4 emperors are not coming out, the tens of millions of pirates are already very strong, but it is not enough for St. Louis Vuitton. He wants to cultivate a group of pirates, as his hidden force from the outside, wandering around the world, Grand Line, and even New World, appearing as a backhand at critical moments to solve problems for himself. The strength of this group of pirates, at least must reach the level of a bounty of over 100 million. You continue to exercise, seize the time to improve your strength. St. Louis Vuitton exclaimed, turning his attention to Hancock and his sisters. Hancock leaned his head back, and his azure blue eyes were shining. Although he could still see some restraints, he felt much more relieved than he was at the beginning. St. Louis Vuitton gave them a great degree of freedom and met their requirements. The process of brushing good impressions is quite smooth. Where are they? St. Louis Vuitton looked at Strucy, who was serving as the mentor of the 3 sisters during this period. Very hard work. Great progress, all good seedlings. Strazy smiled. She didn't deliberately, but she showed a flattery in her gestures. Read more at fictionzone.net. St. Louis Vuitton nodded slightly. Just be willing to work hard. He didn't expect Hancock to transform into the future empress. Strictly speaking, the strength of the 3 sisters is not as good as Lucas and Ari. But this is because Lucas and Ari have their own foundations. The three sisters are a blank sheet of paper, and their future achievements will only be higher. St. Louis Vuitton has great expectations for the three sisters, and the resources invested far exceed those of others. Lucas and Eric are not treated as much as the CP0 personally taught. He will leave Mary Gosa for a while, and the three sisters will take it away, but Lucas and Ari will not. At this moment, the old butler walked in quickly. "My lord, the salute has been packed, and the upper side has also agreed to your request to go to naval headquarters." St. Louis Vuitton straightened up, a flash of surprise in the depths of his eyes. This is the request he submitted yesterday, but he didn't expect to approve it today. Yes. St. Louis Vuitton is about to leave Mary Gosa and head to naval headquarters Marin Vuitton. Mary Gosa has no good conferences, but naval headquarters is different. There are definitely a lot of conferences. Is it because of my conqueror's haki? St. Louis Vuitton chuckled in his heart. He really guessed it right. The Celestial Dragons Council approved it so quickly, really because of Conqueror's haki of St. Louis Vuitton. During this period of time, St. Louis Vuitton released Conqueror's haki several times. This ability had too much impact on Celestial Dragons. Coupled with St. Louis Vuitton's unscrupulous madness, order was destroyed. Just as they were meeting to discuss whether to prohibit St. Louis Vuitton from releasing Conqueror's haki, St. Louis Vuitton's request to leave came. Is there such a good thing? The Celestial Dragons Council, which never worked overtime, was stupefied to work overtime for St. Louis Vuitton, approved his request overnight and arranged everything, just to let St. Louis Vuitton leave as soon as possible. About 30 minutes passed. Master St. Louis Vuitton, Malin Vuitton has arranged it and can welcome you at any time. CP1 walked quickly, attached to St. Louis Vuitton, and whispered. Good. St. Louis Vuitton nodded. Everything is ready, the body is changed. He waved his palm, the meeting is over. Ding, host has completed today's meeting, and the house-level meeting will be hosted for 30 minutes. System settlement, total plus 12 attribute points today. Enough. Over 100 attribute points reaching 102. The system, put 100 attribute points on observation haki. St. Louis Vuitton is looking forward to it. Dedicated to seeing, hearing and coloring is a plan he has long thought of. Seeing, hearing and coloring can perceive danger, and can even achieve a short-term prediction of the future by practicing to the extreme. My own combat effectiveness is not strong now, but someone is protected, so that the danger perception of seeing and hearing is better than armed. Ding, observation haki has invested a total of 100 attribute points which meets the opening conditions. The moment the ethereal voice sounded, St. Louis Vuitton closed his eyes subconsciously. He can feel that his 5 senses are becoming sharper and clearer. Any wind and grass around him can be clearly perceived by him. The current stage of observation haki, skilled use, a total of more than 100 attribute points invested. Observation haki can still continue to invest in attribute point upgrades. St. Louis Vuitton opened his eyes suddenly. In the black and white eyes, there is a stream of bright crimson light flowing. All this quickly dissipated. St. Louis Vuitton lowered his head. No one noticed the vision. Host, St. Louis Vuitton. Physical attributes. Armament haki, 0. Observation haki, 100. Conqueror's haki, 100. Attribute points, 2. Turn off the panel. St. Louis Vuitton stood up, with a soft smile. Let's go, we should start. Chapter 15. The salutes were packed long ago, and only waited for St. Louis Vuitton's order to set off. This afternoon, Mary Gosa, the well-known lunatic St. Louis Vuitton, led a group of subordinates to the port and was about to leave the Holy Land. The big sedan swayed towards the port, looking through the straight street, and you could see the sea on the horizon. St. Louis Vuitton lifted a corner of the curtain and looked at the blue sea in the distance. The damp sea breeze was slowly blowing in. It was a bit cozy, and there was also an urge to break into the vast sea for adventure. Is this the charm of the sea? No wonder there are countless people who have joined this azure battlefield. St. Louis Vuitton narrowed his eyes slightly and murmured softly. Converge your thoughts. He looked sideways at the old housekeeper who was not more than half a step away from the sedan chair. When do you expect to arrive at Malinvondo? My lord, if you are not in a hurry, at normal driving speed, you can arrive tomorrow morning. The old butler lowered his eyebrows and glanced. Okay, normal speed will do. St. Louis Vuitton nodded slightly. Today's meeting has been completed. Even if I arrive at Malin Vatican early, I can't use the attribute points again. It's better to make myself a little more relaxed and not so tiring. Yo, isn't this St. Louis Vuitton? Suddenly, a voice that was obviously yin and yang strange came from a distance. St. Louis Vuitton looked up. The figure surrounded by slaves came from the front. Charmako Saint? Yi Weisheng has a sense of sight when he goes out to see stool. Too lazy to care about him. St. Louis Vuitton chose to ignore it. You. Chermakeshan looked ugly, but didn't say much. He did look at St. Louis Vuitton upset, but he really troubled him. What should he do if he is crushed by Conqueror's haki? At that time, it is still himself who is ashamed. Chermakoshan's face changes. He heard the news that St. Louis Vuitton was leaving Mary Gosa this morning. Maybe we won't meet again for a long time in the future. Some are fortunate, but more are not negligent. Just let him go like this? How to calculate the previous loss? Don't find the place back? Chermakoshan's face was gloomy. No matter how much thought he had in his heart, his steps didn't stop, and he brushed shoulders with the big sedan chair of St. Louis Vuitton. He finally chose to give up. Charmako Saint calmed down, and now he has no choice but to take St. Louis Vuitton. At this moment, Charmako Saint happened to see the back of the St. Louis Vuitton sedan chair. That is the accompanying team of slaves and subordinates. His eyes changed. St. Louis Vuitton. Charmako Saint turned his head back suddenly, and his voice was deliberately amplified, so that he could hear it in a small half of the street. For a while, many celestial dragons who had just returned from all over the area looked over. It has something to do with St. Louis Vuitton again. Celestial dragons covered his face and suddenly felt a headache. Has Chermakosan haven't eaten enough lessons yet, and want to provoke this lunatic? Rosvard's mouth twitched slightly when he happened to pass by, holding the slave. He was holding an iron chain in his hand, and the end of the chain was tied with a sturdy fur tribe slave, which he bought specially in a small country next to Saint Rizwad. The fellow celestial dragons said, Saint Chermak has suffered several losses, so he shouldn't be impulsive anymore. Perhaps he has grasped something. As soon as these words came out, Saint Charmak pointed at Hancock and yelled. St. Louis Vuitton, what's the matter with your slave? You met me without being polite. You should understand that this is a disrespectful sin against celestial dragons. It is provoking the authority of celestial dragons. Chermakeshan's eyes were like a knife, staring at Hancock, revealing a cold chill. Hear the words. Everyone celestial dragons looked over. Sage Rosvard's eyes changed, and a touch of sorrow appeared. Yes, this is indeed disrespectful, this slave deserves to die. Charmako Saint actually grabbed the handle of St. Louis Vuitton. It is true that Hancock is not polite. According to Mary Gosa's rules, any slave who disrespects celestial dragons will be put to death. Thinking of this, Saint Rizwad came to be interested and looked at St. Louis Vuitton curiously. What would this fierce lunatic do? Give up slaves? Does he still have a face in this way? Or is it to continue to be strong and forcefully suppress this matter? If St. Louis Vuitton does this, the result may be different from the past. Read more at fictionzone.net. Because Chermako-san was right about Hancock. This involves the authority of celestial dragons. Hancock held the corner of her clothes, her delicate body trembled slightly, her head hung down, her teeth were biting her lip, and her small face turned pale. She didn't expect such a thing to happen. After all, Hancock was too young after all, and didn't understand that an accidental act would cause such a change. How will I be punished? Will it die? Fear, but more pain. Hancock knows that in this era, slaves are not humans at all, they are slaves, and nobles can kill themselves with the touch of their fingers. Elder sister. The frightened faces of the younger sisters were pale, and they clenched Hancock's little hand tightly, fearing that they would be executed as soon as they let them go. They almost subconsciously looked at St. Louis Vuitton sitting in the sedan chair. Only this man can save her sister. But he is the noble celestial dragons, will he conflict with another celestial dragons for his slave? Saint Chermuk, you are right, the slave is disrespectful to celestial dragons, you really deserve to die. St. Louis Vuitton was silent for a few seconds before he finally spoke. The deep voice penetrated the curtain and reached everyone's ears. He actually agreed to Chermuk's saint. The three Hancock sisters were instantly cold. Do you want to abandon yourself as a slave? Hancock trembled all over. Right. He treats himself very well, but, after all, it is celestial dragons. Celestial dragons, how can they put slaves in their eyes? Hancock's blue eyes dimmed suddenly, grey, as if they had lost all their luster. Pattern, patter. Behind her, there were low footsteps. But... St. Charles, you said something wrong. It's the voice of St. Louis Vuitton. Hancock's eyes widened slightly. A warm palm rested on her shoulder. What's the matter? Chermakeshan frowned, he instinctively felt something was wrong. St. Louis Vuitton put his palm on Hancock's shoulder, with a gentle smile on his face. She is not a slave, but my concubine. Concubine room. All celestial dragons were surprised. Only then did Hancock take a closer look. Although she was in the conversation of slaves and subordinates, there was no trace of abuse on her body. Dressed neatly, with a beautiful appearance, her hair moving with the wind, revealing youth and vitality, she is a rare little beauty. Even celestial dragons, who are commonplace for beauties, marvel at it. This look, as a concubine, is indeed possible. But, St. Louis Vuitton, when is there a concubine room? Someone frowned, thinking. St. Louis Vuitton smiled unabated, carrying his hands on his back, and walked quickly in front of St. Chalmac. Chermak's eyelids twitched, and he subconsciously wanted to back off. However, he didn't give him any time to react at all. St. Louis Vuitton's hands hung down. He grabbed an object and slammed it down on Chermakeshan's head with a dunk gesture. What? Chermakeshan screamed and fell to the ground on the spot. Battered. This moment, everyone sees clearly. What St. Louis Vuitton holds in his hand, is a moving brick that was picked up from nowhere. Sorry, my hand slipped. St. Louis Vuitton moved cleanly, stepping on Hancock's body, and smashing the bricks in his hand. Ah, don't, ah. St. Charmac raised his hand to cover his face and screamed bitterly. My hand slipped, oh, my feet slipped. St. Louis Vuitton doesn't keep any strength when holding and moving the bricks. He recruits dead hands, smashes his head when he blocks his face, smashes his face when he blocks his head, and even makes up his feet when he has free time. This. All celestial dragons were sluggish, and only felt that there was a chill in the depths of their hearts. Who would have thought that St. Louis Vuitton, who confessed his mistake with a gentle smile in the last second, would turn into a mob wolf in the next second? Never provoke him. St. Rosvard turned his head, the corners of his mouth twitched frantically. This guy is a lunatic at all. Hit, really hit. The slaves all around swallowed fiercely. It was terrible. Just now Chermako-san seemed to have a tooth flew out. Could it be a hand slide? Can you fake it more? Is this the notorious St. Louis Vuitton? Cruel, too cruel. However, it's really good. They naturally empathized with Hancock, who was also a slave. Charmako Saint is known for his cruel abuse of slaves. If St. Louis Vuitton shows up, Hancock will definitely be executed, right? St. Louis Vuitton. Hancock stared at St. Louis Vuitton's back intently. The scene before her was bloody and violent, but instead of feeling scared, she felt a sense of security. On her shoulders, the temperature of the palm of St. Louis Vuitton still remained. It's warm. Hancock's eyes are shining. Enough. At this moment, a rebuke full of majesty came from behind. An old figure in a suit walked slowly on crutches. He didn't walk fast, but there was a force that people couldn't ignore. There was no sound in the field for an instant, all the voices disappeared, and it was quiet. The distinguished celestial dragons on both sides of the street bowed their heads to this figure at this moment. 5 elders, here comes. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. Chapter 16. Beanie 5 elders has a cold gaze, with a condescending temperament, even if he is leaning on a cane, his back is slightly curved, not so burly, but still reveals a palpable majesty. St. Louis Vuitton, how do you end up? St. Rosvard folded his arms around his chest and looked good at the show. Beating celestial dragons on the street and being hit by 5 elders is not a trivial matter that can be passed by just a few words. Seeing the arrival of 5 elders, St. Louis Vuitton stopped immediately, moved the bricks and threw it away, took the handkerchief handed over by the old butler, and stood up gracefully. I have seen Lord Xing Sheng's orders. The name of 5 elders does not appear in the original work for the time being. Originally created by the author Jun, with the suffix of Xing Sheng. He wiped the dust off his hands and bowed slightly to the capped 5 elders, with aristocratic qualities in every move. St. Louis Vuitton, what are you doing? Charles Dai Xing Sheng frowned slightly, his tone was not hurried, but he gave people a sense of pressure. St. Louis Vuitton was not afraid, and smiled modestly. My concubine is ignorant and offended Lord Charmako. I am apologizing to him. After finishing speaking, looking at Xiang collapsing to the ground like mud, with a blood-stained face, Chermakeshan said with an unbelievable meaning. Are you okay? Get up quickly. St. Louis Vuitton apologized and lifted Charmako Sheng up. His expression must be more sincere and sincere. Ah, hey. The assisted Charmako's sacred eye took on the Venus, and he only felt that the sky was spinning, and even his words were not very clear. St. Louis Vuitton wanted to pat his shoulder, but didn't seem to want to be stained with dust and blood, so he simply picked up the handkerchief and placed it on his shoulder and patted twice. My concubine was born with poor eyes since I was young, and was a little short-sighted, so I didn't see adults. After St. Louis Vuitton finished speaking, he yelled at Hancock pretendingly. Hancock, just came to salute Lord Charmako. Hancock looked dull, and he was stunned for a few seconds before he could react. He stepped on small steps and walked to the Saint Charmako, bending over to salute. I have seen Lord Charmako Saint. Charmako Saint's eyes were black, and if it weren't for St. Louis Vuitton's support, he would fall down on the spot, and he couldn't hear what Hancock was talking about. Master Charmako Sage doesn't remember the villain, he has a broad mind and a lot of heart, so he shouldn't mind. St. Louis Vuitton smiled mildly, and patted Charmakoshan on the shoulder again. Charmakoshan, if you don't speak, do you acquiesce? The blood blisters in Hammock's mouth came out, and Ha didn't know what he was talking about. St. Louis Vuitton didn't hear it. Okay, Charmako-san is worthy of being a role model among our celestial dragons, broad-minded, thank you. Saint Riswald. The ghost's default. Charmako Santo couldn't say what he was beaten. Oh, just now, he fainted directly. Is this also a default? Rosvard's eyelids jumped wildly. He had seen St. Louis Vuitton. The black ones were white, but the key is to speak with seriousness. But is this an explanation? Xia er dai xing sheng, I am afraid that he will not be merciless. Sure enough, Charles Dai Xing Sheng frowned deeper and deeper, and no one could see his dissatisfaction. St. Louis Vuitton looked at Charles de Xing Sheng. Master Xia er de Xing Sheng, this is how things are. Without waiting for Charles Dai Xing Sheng to speak, he added, I just injured Chirma Keshan from a slippery hand. I will be responsible for what I did and compensate him for sufficient medical expenses. First make the big thing smaller, and then give it a step. Do you want to let it go? Charles Dai Xing Sheng took a deep look at St. Louis Vuitton. Read more at fictionzone.net. Give it up? No, Charles de Xing Sheng felt that St. Louis Vuitton needed to be beaten. During this period of time, St. Louis Vuitton has gone a little bit over the line. Punishment? Well, stay at home for a while. Charles Dai Xing Sheng opened his lips slightly, and was about to announce the punishment of St. Louis Vuitton. And many more. Just now, the bottom of St. Louis Vuitton's eyes, a rainbow of light flashed by. Seeing and hearing color? Char Dai Xing Sheng stopped the words on his lips, his eyes stayed on St. Louis Vuitton's face for a few seconds, and he said neither salty nor indifferent. Attention next time. After he said this, he turned and left. Not held accountable. All the celestial dragons who were waiting to watch the show and expecting the embarrassment of St. Louis Vuitton were all stunned, like petrification. What's a joke? Celestial Dragons was shocked. Just let go of St. Louis Vuitton with such a serious sentence? Could it be that even Charles Dai Xing Sheng was afraid of St. Louis Vuitton's lunatic behavior? Isn't Master Xing Sheng a neutral party? St. Griswold's eyes widened, staring blankly at Xing Sheng who was already walking on crutches, and could not speak for a while. As a neutral Xing Sheng, Charles will not favor anyone. This is something all celestial dragons at Mary Gioa say no. Could it be, the neutral sage Xing Sheng has already cooperated with the Don Quixote family? Rosvard Saint's expression is gloomy, he can only think of this possibility. In addition, what is the reason to let Charles Dai Xing Sheng let St. Louis Vuitton just like this? But the problem is that, as a neutral faction, the cooperation between the Chardite Star Saints and the Don Quixote family itself is a very unreasonable matter. Saint Rosvard looked at each other with celestial dragons beside him. Everyone is wondering. No one knows why all this is. On the other side, Charles Dai Xing Sheng was leaning on crutches. His steps were not fast or slow, his actions seemed a little unfavorable, as if he had suffered some kind of major trauma. Why do you forgive him? An old voice suddenly sounded. In the shadow of the corner, a tall figure leaned against the wall, his hands clasped his chest, and his voice was low and hoarse. Amazingly, it is 5 elders wearing a dark blue suit with white hair and beards. He has awakened to see, hear, and see. Xing Sheng did not stop, and continued to walk forward. Hey! Longbeard 5 elders walked out of the shadows and suddenly looked towards the distant street. The direction of the eye. St. Louis Vuitton got on the sedan again, already heading towards the port. The Longbeard 5 elders watched St. Louis Vuitton leave, with an inexplicable light flashing in his eyes. The first is the awakening of Conqueror's Haki, and the second is seeing and hearing. The interval is extremely short, even for a genius. Was it because of illness that forced St. Louis Vuitton to a desperate situation and caused him to explode? Longbeard 5 elders squinted slightly. I will not favor any celestial dragons, but his ability deserves some privileges. The strong should be like this. I will work with Kenlinton Star Saint, Blonde 5 elders, to rescue St. Louis Vuitton. I hope you can slow down your matter regarding him. Celestial dragons desperately needs elites. You and I should be aware of this. The voice of Xing Sheng faint came from a distance. Longbeard 5 elders fell silent. There was no sound for a while. The waves slapped against the hull. The white flags of the world government fluttered in the sea breeze, hunting and hunting. I'm leaving. St. Louis Vuitton stood at the bow. As if thinking of something, he suddenly turned around and looked at Mary Gosa, who was drifting away behind him. Chermakeshan took the initiative to engage in trouble, not to forget it. Next time I go back to Mary Gosa, I have to ask for it back with a profit. But before that, I want to take some interest in advance, but I can't let those guys forget me. St. Louis Vuitton stared at Mary Gosa with a gentle smile on her face. My lord, do you have something happy? The accompanying CP1 asked flatly. Have. St. Louis Vuitton's smile is getting brighter and brighter, and those dark eyes are deeply palpitating. Chapter 17. In the afternoon, it was a little hot in Chermako's castle. Chermakeshan had never been so aggrieved before, being beaten violently by someone riding on him, and couldn't vent his grievances. There is no place to vent. 5 elders acquiesced to this, and left a light attention next time. Pay attention to the special one next time, and the next time, will you pay attention to me if you directly beat me to death? Chermakeshan was awake with anger. St. Louis Vuitton, St. Louis Vuitton, St. Louis Vuitton. He sat up abruptly from the bed, his eyes widened, bloodshot, and he growled like crazy. My face. Chermakeshan touched his cheeks with trembling palms, only the rough gauze felt. You don't need to look in the mirror to know. There must be a bandage on the face. Wait for me, I will definitely find a place to make you look good. Chermakeshan bit out almost every word. He only regrets one thing in his heart now. I didn't bring CP1 on this trip. If there was CP1's protection, maybe it wouldn't be like this. This idea was almost extinguished when it first came up. No. It's probably useless to bring it. CP1 is only responsible for protection, it is impossible to shoot St. Louis Vuitton, who is also celestial dragons, even if it is blocked, it is disrespectful. Bringing CP1 is just a few more spectators watching him being beaten. After all, CP1 itself is to protect celestial dragons from foreign enemies, not to prevent celestial dragons from fighting internally. Celestial dragons, like St. Louis Vuitton, who personally hit the court, may only have one in a century. Chermakeshan was like a frosted eggplant, and it suddenly went down. My lord, you finally woke up. Yes, there is one thing to report. The servant guarding by the bed waited until Chermakeshan finished venting before daring to speak cautiously. What's the matter? Chermakeshan looked at it with a bad look in his eyes. The servant stumbled and said, the devil fruit purchased today was given and snatched halfway by the people of St. Louis Vuitton. Suddenly Chermakeshan felt a strange noise in his head. The next second, his eyes went dark, and he fell straight down. No, come on, please call Mary Gosa's best doctor, Lord Chermako is dizzy again. The first half of the Grand Line. The island named Malinvander. Guarding the sea, the naval headquarters of justice is located here. As the most powerful army in the world, naval headquarters has enough majesty. The huge fortress almost occupies the entire island, and the central office building towers above the clouds. From time to time, a seagull symbolizing peace flies over Marinvando, drawing a graceful curve. At this moment, in the office building, Sengoku Admiral's office. If this matter is not handled well, read more at fictionzone.net. Sengoku looked at the information on the table, his brows were twisted into a Chuan shape, and he had to press his brow with one hand and gently rub it to relieve his headache. Even Sengoku, who is the highest combat power of naval headquarters and ranks admiral, will inevitably feel a headache when facing this information. Boom! The wooden door of the office was kicked open without warning. A burly figure rushed in with a powerful aura. What a joke! The visitor slapped Sengoku's desk with a pop, his face was extremely ugly and said, "What do you think of Marine?" Sengoku endured the loud voice, raised his head helplessly, and looked at the aggressive old friend in front of him. Garb. The position is one level lower than him, only Lieutenant General Marine. But, this does not mean that Garp is not strong enough. He did not become Marine Admiral, just because he didn't want to. Garp has a nickname that can fully reflect his strength. Marine Hero. What is it for? Sengoku's eyes were erratic, trying to divert the subject. You guy knows what I'm talking about. Garp stared straight at him like this, unabated. With that said, he also knocked on the piece of information on Sengoku's desk. This information is impressively the announcement of Celestial Dragon's St. Louis Vuitton's Airborne Naval Headquarters. Sengoku felt his headache worsened, and could only meet Garp's gaze. That's the order from above, what can I do? Garp glared over. You are Admiral, Sora is not in Marin Vander now, and Zephyr is not there. You are the biggest. You told me you can't help it. Also, you are Admiral, don't you have this right? Garp's desk banged. This is an order from the world government. It's useless to tell me so much. Sengoku shrugged, looking helpless. However, the next moment, he calmed down, looked at Garp, and said sternly, you think Admiral has the ability to oppose it? This is not wrong, it is indeed possible, but... Sengoku turned around and laughed. I don't want to control, Garp. If you really want to control, then become Admiral by yourself. Garp. When Admiral? He curled his lips. Farewell. It is impossible to be Admiral when Admiral, it is impossible to be Admiral in this life. He turned and left decisively. Having said that, what should be said is said, the meaning is very clear. Celestial Dragon's St. Louis Vuitton is coming to Naval Headquarters is an unchangeable fact. And many more. Sengoku yelled at Garp's back, and said helplessly, you guy, it's so difficult for you to be an Admiral. He tried many times to persuade Garp to be an Admiral, but the result was, the same as before. Garp's attitude is firm, in short, it's not appropriate to say anything. Marine Admiral, how many people squeezed their heads and wanted to climb up to the position, but in Garp's place, they didn't even look at it. I'm not going to be a babysitter for celestial dragons, you should be very clear. Garp turned around and simply sat down at the desk, grabbing the information and flipping through it. Admiral promotion can indeed have higher rights. But it also means more responsibilities, such as celestial dragons are rammed, Admiral will be dispatched to protect. For this alone, Garp didn't want to be. He doesn't like celestial dragons. This is something everyone at Marine knows. Look at the words Seal Sial Dragons, Marine Inspector, and St. Louis Vuitton Airborne in the information. Garp didn't want to be Admiral anymore. A celestial dragon's parachuted over, directly the Marine Inspector? It's a child's play at all. Garp is dissatisfied. He is not a character who likes to hide his mind. He raised his feet on the spot without dragging his shoes, so he just put it on the desk. Use nauseous Sengoku to express your emotions. Sengoku looked at Garp, who was acting with a little childishness, and couldn't help but laugh. Garp, I know what you think, but... This laugh is funny, but there is also a wry smile. Marine could not refuse the decision of the world government, even if he was Admiral. I said before that Admiral can have the right to refuse? It was simply a lie about Garp being Admiral. Admiral, no matter how big it is, can it be bigger than celestial dragons? It's actually a good thing for celestial dragons to come here, at least because of him, our Marine's budget is a bit bigger. A female voice suddenly rang in their ears. Garp looked back. In front of the door that he kicked open, there stood a female Marine with half-flowered hair, a sassy dress and a sharp temperament. Marine Staff Officer, Lieutenant General Crane, here comes. 4D Update, ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes, ask readers for all the data to support QAQ. Chapter 18. Crane, a pivotal figure in the Marine, although the rank is just like Garp is just a Lieutenant General, but her influence is definitely not to be underestimated, compared to Garp, the Marine hero. This is mainly because, as a lieutenant general, Crane also serves as Marine's staff officer. He is one of the few wise generals in Marine. It can be said that all Marines respect her, and she must be called Ms. Crane when she sees it. This Marine wise general, with his hands on his back, walked into the office with a smile on his face. "Can celestial dragons come a good thing?" Garp rolled his eyes, put his feet on the table away, and couldn't help asking. "Speaking of which, what exactly does that celestial dragons do when they come to Malin Vatican?" When he was eating soba noodles yesterday morning, he heard a strange rumor that a celestial dragons from Mary Gosa will be stationed in Malin Vatican. To be honest, I was really taken aback at the time, and I almost suspected that there was something wrong with my ears. Garp hates celestial dragons, but he is also curious why celestial dragons come to Malin Vander. The good sacred place can't stop, come to the barracks? Although Marin Vatican has all the facilities it should have, it is definitely not as good as Mary Gosa from the perspective of enjoyment. Garp paused. Could it be? This celestial dragons, named St. Louis Vuitton, intends to rectify Marine? This guess made him frown, and his thoughts began to diverge. 5 years ago, the One Piece King Roger was executed. The great pirate who lived in his life issued a demon declaration before his death, announcing the existence of the One Piece. Since then, the era of great navigation has begun. Countless lustful people threw themselves into the sea and set sail to become pirates. From this day on, the first half of the Grand Line has been turbulent. Even the majesty of New World's marine has been greatly suppressed. A large number of pirates have emerged, and many of them are as powerful as monsters. It's like the new big pirate named Kaido. With his immortal physique, New World Marine can't breathe, causing serious damage to Marine's credibility and majesty. After this, the internal contradictions of Marine have also appeared, corruption is increasing, and some have deviated from the branch under the jurisdiction of Naval Headquarters. In fact, it has changed and is not much different from the warlord who occupies the land. At this juncture, celestial dragons named St. Louis Vuitton Airborne Naval Headquarters, and then think of his identity as an inspector. Is it really because of the corruption of Marine? The more Garp thought about it, the deeper his brow furrowed. Sengoku glanced at him and slowly said, "I asked the world government. CP0 gave me the answer is that celestial dragons came to Marine under the banner of inspection, and this matter, or celestial dragons took the initiative to raise the issue." From what? Garp is even more shocked. Offered to come to Marine, if there are no ghosts in it, I'm afraid no one will believe it. Are you really coming to clean up Marine? Garp can't tolerate sand, and if anyone can rectify Marine's corruption, he raises his hands in favor. But the problem is, celestial dragons are here. According to Garp's knowledge of celestial dragons, most of them are waste. No, the mascot, the ghost knows what celestial dragons will do. Little Crane. What do you think? Garp cast his gaze on Crane, and threw the question to this wise officer. He paused for a while, and was silent for a moment. After organizing the language, he said, "The identity of the celestial dragons is very unusual, and it is also one of the best in the celestial dragons group." Halfway through the analysis, Marine rushed in at the door. Read more at fictionzone.net. Report. Lord Celestial Dragons St. Louis Vuitton is here. There is a message from CP0 of the CP agency. Let us go to the port immediately to meet Lord St. Louis Vuitton. Communication Marine spoke extremely fast, interrupting Crane's analysis. It's FG good at showing off. Garp cursed in dissatisfaction. He got up and went out without his head. Kide, you go, I won't go. Garp didn't want to meet celestial dragons. Only. His eyes flickered, and he thought of what he had just said. The status is one of the best. Seeing Garp leave, Sengoku just shook his head without saying much. There shouldn't be any problems with one less Garp. Let's go, let's meet this celestial dragons. Sengoku got up from his office chair and said to the crane. The news that Celestial Dragon's St. Louis Vuitton is about to arrive at the port swept across the entire naval headquarters like a storm. Naval headquarters are all up and down, not just Sengoku. As long as there is no important job at hand, all officers above the general level must be present. In order to facilitate the movement of warships and the transfer of personnel, the port of Malinvander is very large and open. The entrance can accommodate 3 large warships passing side by side. But even so, the port at this moment still looks a bit crowded. At a glance, thousands of people gathered here. These thousands of people represent 70% of the combat power of today's headquarters. Once it comes out, it is enough to overthrow any country. Today's world is rioted by Roger's last words before his death. But, if this combat power is really condensed and triggered from naval headquarters to fight in all directions, it will surely make this noisy cholera world instantly quiet, even trembling. On the blue sea, the big ship belonging to the world government came in the wind. In the sun, the flag engraved with the world government pattern was dazzling white. It's him. Sengoku's eyes moved. He saw that on the deck of the big ship, there was a row of luxurious sedan chairs. Sit together. His back is straight, and the suit on his body is completely lined up. There is a kind of other celestial dragons that is not iron-blooded. Behind him, the white cloak of justice fluttered. Different from other celestial dragons. This is the first image of Sengoku, not only the temperament, but also the appearance. He didn't wear an oxygen mask, nor did he wear the celestial dragon's common sky-braided hairstyle. He had black hair scattered randomly, free and unrestrained, and his face was handsome. This is very important. As Admiral, Sengoku has been in contact with many celestial dragons. But to be honest, it looks somewhat unbearable to look straight, but this one is different, at least not disgusting in appearance. The first impression is not bad, Sengoku said in his heart. Beside him, Crane looked at St. Louis Vuitton. Her eyes flashed with wise brilliance. She was already analyzing some things from the outside. Is this the celestial dragons coming to this part? Celestial dragons, hehe, this is the first time I have seen you. The surrounding general officers whispered. Sengoku glanced over, stopped the voice. The big ship of the world government has arrived. The long ladder was lowered from the side of the hull and placed on the ground of the port. St. Louis Vuitton sat on the sedan chair, was carried by CP1, and came slowly. This moment, all Marines gathered in the port, no matter who they were, made an action against St. Louis Vuitton. Raise your hand, salute. Chapter 19. Thousands of Marines saluted at the same time. This scene brought a great impact. The soldiers' spirit were fully displayed, which made people boil with blood and passion. Right in front of the square of thousands of people, the most eye-catching open space, the luxurious big sedan slowly descended. This is naval headquarters. The sound comes first, then the person comes out. St. Louis Vuitton took a faint smile and strode out of the sedan chair. There are no extra moves, clean and tidy, the nobleness that nobles should have in every gesture, and the details of etiquette are meticulous. Behind him, a group of CP1 followed closely, like stars Gongayu, guarding this world nobleman. St. Louis Vuitton looked around for a week. He saw many familiar figures. He is still serving as Admiral Sengoku, Deputy Staff Chief, and several lieutenants who will become famous in the future. As for this era, the 3 Admiral of Ice, Fire, and Light are not in the queue. St. Louis Vuitton knows the reason. The trio is not free for the time being, and they are all active in New World, suppressing the evil pirates. Before coming, he knew from CP1 who the naval headquarters currently has. But Garp isn't there? This thought was just a flash. St. Louis Vuitton didn't care too much. With Garp's character, most of it wouldn't come. His gaze retracted, and finally fell on Sengoku. This is Sengoku Admiral. Sengoku met St. Louis Vuitton's gaze. This is a pair of deep eyes, which makes people unable to see what they are thinking in their eyes. Other general-level officers around are also looking over. Among the crowd, Huo Xiaoshan's eyes moved slightly. He could feel that the celestial dragons in front of him were very unusual, completely different from many celestial dragons he had seen. Not only on the outside, but more on the inside. When celestial dragons go out to sea, they will inevitably be accompanied by strong men. The lowest level is Marine Lieutenant General. This also causes the lieutenants to have seen celestial dragons more or less arrogant and domineering. This is the best description of celestial dragons. But Huo Xiaoshan took a cigar, and sparks floated in the air. At this moment when he saw St. Louis Vuitton, he gave birth to the feeling that this is celestial dragons for the first time. Celestial dragons, a world nobleman, should be like St. Louis Vuitton. Sengoku retracted his gaze and said, "Exactly. Sengoku Admiral, hello." St. Louis Vuitton chuckled and stretched out his hand to make a handshake. Read more at fictionzone.net. Sengoku was startled. Celestial dragons, will they take the initiative to shake hands with Marine? The uncontrollable appearance of this thought made him visibly stunned, and only after a short period of hesitation did he stretch out his hand to shake. St. Louis Vuitton smiled undiminished, and looked at the lieutenant generals again. "In the future, we will be colleagues. Don't be cautious just because I am celestial dragons." His smile is very friendly and makes people feel like spring breeze. All of a sudden, the many lieutenants at the scene looked at each other, no one spoke, and no one expressed their views. Should St. Louis Vuitton be celestial dragons? Maybe everyone has a judgment in their hearts, but no one can say it, only they know it in their hearts. St. Louis Vuitton has a panoramic view of the changes in the lieutenant's expressions, not to say more, just slightly raises his hand. Behind him, a CP1 took a step forward, took a letter from his arms, and handed it to Sengoku. "This is my appointment book." St. Louis Vuitton laughed. Sengoku opened the envelope, his pupils suddenly shrank. There is a seal on the appointment book of St. Louis Vuitton, which is the seal of the Commander-in-Chief of the Three Armies. An inspector's appointment was written and issued by the Commander-in-Chief of the Three Armies himself. This is impossible under normal circumstances. The level of inspection is far less than the Commander-in-Chief of the Three Armies. It can only be said that this is St. Louis Vuitton's privilege as celestial dragons. It is said that the commander of the armed forces has made the appointment. It is better to say that it has gone through a process. The real process. I am afraid that St. Louis Vuitton asked the commander of the Three Armies to issue the command, and the commander of the Three Armies just executed. Different primary and secondary meanings are completely different. This is the right of St. Louis Vuitton. St. Louis Vuitton was not idle while reading the appointment book at Sengoku, and began to observe Naval Headquarters, a place where he will stay for a long time. Naval Headquarters is said to be a marine base, but in fact it is more like a small country. There are not many mountains in Marin Vuitton. St. Louis Vuitton is estimated to have been leveled by marine, which is more conducive to the construction of defense lines. Overlooking Malin Vatican, with the huge marine fortress in the center, and the coastal defense line on the edge, watchtowers stand like giants, majestic and mighty. The architectural style here is of course not as luxurious as Mary Gosa, simple and crude, with stone and brick bases, and strong enough. Soldiers always pay attention to practicality, not so much about appearance. St. Louis Vuitton doesn't hate it, he doesn't care about appearance so much, or that this kind of practical school is more to his appetite. St. Louis Vuitton is observing the naval headquarters, and the generals are also observing him. Everyone has thoughts, but they are more or less nervous. Any marine who can work in this department and climb to the rank of general has an extremely heavy feeling for the marine uniform on his body. Marine, many people say that they are punishing criminal pirates in the name of justice. People think so, and Marines think so. But actually, the original marine was built to protect celestial dragons. The true meaning of marine is not so much the guardian of the world order as the bodyguard of celestial dragons. Now, a real celestial dragons has arrived at naval headquarters. Marine, what will happen again? The officers had to be anxious because of this. Master St. Louis Vuitton, please hear. After reading the appointment letter, Sengoku returned CP1 with the envelope, and then said, "The celebration banquet for the adults' arrival is ready." St. Louis Vuitton looked at him, chuckled, and shook his head. "Sengoku Admiral, you don't need to call me an adult, you just call me St. Louis Vuitton Supervisor, I call you Mr. Sengoku." He speaks unhappily, he appears gentle and elegant, and he is very aristocratic. This. Sengoku was taken aback again. Is this celestial dragon so talkative? He didn't respond immediately, thinking about the importance of it in his heart. St. Louis Vuitton smiled undiminished, followed behind Sengoku, and walked towards the place where the party was held. The crowded port finally began to flow. Chapter 20. Under the leadership of Sengoku, St. Louis Vuitton walked through the port, coastal defense line, watchtower, and did not go straight into the fortress, heading towards the town. In the fortress, there is obviously no suitable venue for a banquet. Everyone is not walking fast. St. Louis Vuitton wants to observe Marine. Marines do not have this idea. Take the opportunity to observe the airborne celestial dragons. The more you observe, the more weird the Marines look. Hua Shaishan cigar smoked one after another, but the doubts in my heart did not disappear at all. He looked at the back of St. Louis Vuitton, and he felt a little stupefied. Along the way, St. Louis Vuitton has not been so indifferent. He has communicated with them, speaks generously and decently, and is definitely an aristocrat among the nobles. This makes Huo Shaoshan confused. Have you seen fake celestial dragons before? If the celestial dragons that Hua Shaoshan had seen before, these three words are not far from the humble and inferior people. Even if Hua Shaoshan is a well-known good person in Marine, it will inevitably feel angry. This phenomenon is absolutely invisible to St. Louis Vuitton. Who the hell are celestial dragons? The other lieutenants were also dumbfounded. I always felt that the celestial dragons I saw were very different from those of St. Louis Vuitton. Is St. Louis Vuitton the fake celestial dragons? Walking in the front of the team, Sengoku suddenly felt something, and stepped back insignificantly, a few positions behind St. Louis Vuitton. He walked up to him eloquently, lowered his voice and said, "Do you see what is coming?" Sengoku spends most of the time with St. Louis Vuitton along the way. It can be said that he is the person who has dealt with St. Louis Vuitton the most. Also the person who has the most opportunity to observe St. Louis Vuitton. Crane wants to know whether Sengoku can see any clues, or to be precise, whether he can see why St. Louis Vuitton came to the headquarters. Sengoku looked at St. Louis Vuitton walking in the forefront, was silent for a moment, and shook his head slightly. He does not know. Didn't see it at all. St. Louis Vuitton was unconstrained, and had an easygoing conversation with a lieutenant next to him. "How old are you?" 39. "It's great to be a lieutenant at this age. You should have participated in many big battles. Have you ever played against Golden Lion? It's really amazing." St. Louis Vuitton turned his head to the side and had a friendly exchange with the lieutenant general. I don't know if it was intentional or accidental. His eyes suddenly fell on Sengoku and Tsuru, who were talking in the back. Sengoku, who was about to say something, touched St. Louis Vuitton's gaze, and when he stopped to his lips, a friendly smile appeared on his face. St. Louis Vuitton's smile was even better. Very keen. Sengoku's eyes moved slightly. He exchanged glances with Crane again, stepped up at his feet, and walked to the forefront of the team again, only half of his position with St. Louis Vuitton. St. Louis Vuitton didn't notice Sengoku's small movements, and still looked around at ease, scanning many corners from time to time. just when Sengoku thought he would just walk to the place where the banquet was held. St. Louis Vuitton stopped without warning. And many more. He walked to a corner of the coastal line of defense, where heavy boxes were stacked. There is no sign of arms, it should be other resources reserved. St. Louis Vuitton thought. He raised his hand and wiped the lid of the box lightly with his index finger, touching a layer of black dust. St. Louis Vuitton has bright eyes, as if he has discovered something very valuable. What are you doing? Read more at fictionzone.net. Sengoku was stunned. What did St. Louis Vuitton run to the storage box? St. Louis Vuitton is right, these boxes are not for storing military supplies, but storage boxes for stacking sundries. At this moment, a young and beautiful maid stepped on small steps, and the group of white maids swayed, revealing a pair of white and tender calves. She left the team and went straight to St. Louis Vuitton. Holding a white handkerchief, she gently wiped the dust off her fingers for St. Louis Vuitton. Crane stepped out of the team and asked first, "Master St. Louis Vuitton, what's the problem?" St. Louis Vuitton did not speak. After the maid wiped his fingers, he walked back to the line and said softly, "No problem." Hearing this, all the Marines present frowned. There was definitely a problem. Is it possible to make this one out of no problem? Sengoku glanced more at the corner where the storage boxes were stacked, his eyes flashing, thinking. There is also Marine in the back row, who took the initiative to walk to the storage box and observe carefully. Everyone is meditating, trying to figure out the meaning of St. Louis Vuitton's move. For a time, Nyo's pickup team unexpectedly quieted down for a short time. There is quite a sense of wind and rain coming to the mountains and buildings. The celestial dragons, who seems to be very talkative, are planning to take a shot? Almost everyone has such an idea in their hearts. However, the imaginary trouble did not appear. St. Louis Vuitton was still chatting and laughing as before, and so settled down to the place where the banquet was held. This is the largest tavern in the town of Malenvander. Today it is directly reserved by Marine. It has 3 floors and covers an area of thousands of square meters. In the past, Marine also rented this venue when it held celebration banquets. But today, it's to clean up St. Louis Vuitton. The banquet was organized solely by Sengoku. The style imitated the noble banquet. Many well-known Marines participated in the banquet. As soon as St. Louis Vuitton came in, the first thing I saw was the bright red carpet, the well-decorated chandeliers, and the exquisite tableware. It's really embarrassing to let these big bosses do this kind of thing, St. Louis Vuitton thought. The imitation is similar in appearance but not in God. After all, it is not a real noble origin. St. Louis Vuitton was surprised to be able to do this. It seems that Sengoku has a headache because of his arrival. St. Louis Vuitton smiled. Then the servants will leave the field, leaving only CP1, who is responsible for personal protection. Sandus Sonia and Mary Grud stood at the door, with their small heads up, their big eyes blinking, showing obvious curiosity about the banquet. Let's go. Hancock dragged his sisters, and the servants were about to leave, and their slaves had no chance to attend the banquet. Hancock, you stay. St. Louis Vuitton's voice suddenly sounded. He walked over and rubbed Hancock's head. Although the food here is not as delicious as Mary Gioa say, it has a different taste because of the army. You can try it. Hancock's azure blue eyes flashed with obvious brilliance. She turned her head and raised her white chin somewhat proudly. Thank you, sir. Is it really okay? Thank you, sir. The sisters gathered around St. Louis Vuitton, like jumping birds, jumping up and down. It's exactly like a little girl. Loli is so cute. Reward one person for a touch to kill. Rubbing the heads of his sisters, St. Louis Vuitton has a gentle smile in his eyes. Compared with the beginning, the 3 sisters have changed a lot. Hancock is still a little arrogant, but the sisters have hardly rejected him anymore. Speaking of, I have a gift for you later. St. Louis Vuitton said suddenly. What gift? Mary Groud blinked. You will know at night. St. Louis Vuitton sold it off. Night? The sisters tilted their heads and looked ignorant. Hancock suddenly thought of something. The white face turned red all at once, and even the crystal-clear earlobes turned pink. She remembered what St. Louis Vuitton said when he rescued himself from Charmaco Saint. Hancock is not a slave, but my concubine room. This sentence seemed to have become a lavish voice, constantly echoing in Hancock's mind. Hancock is more sensible than his sisters, and occasionally there will be female CP1 to teach them some necessary knowledge. Is it? Hancock was like a boiling kettle, his pretty face flushed as if smoking. St. Louis Vuitton didn't see the change in Hancock's face. At this time, his attention was placed on another person who had just arrived at the banquet. Attached is a picture of the three Hancock sisters when they were young. Click picture in the upper right corner to see it. Chapter 21. It's him. St. Louis Vuitton had bright eyes and a faint smile on his face, and walked up with a wine glass. Sengoku felt a little bit, and after seeing the appearance of the visitor clearly, his color changed. Even the crane changes color at the same time. It's Garp. Sengoku said bad in his heart, fearing that he didn't like what Garp of Celestial Dragons did out of the ordinary, and hurriedly stepped forward. Aren't you old guys not coming? Sengoku stepped in when St. Louis Vuitton walked in front of Garp, stood in front of the two, half joking. With that, Sengoku winked Garp frantically. For free food, the old man won't lose money. Garp gave a haha as if he didn't see Sengoku's eyes at all. Of course he wasn't here to make trouble. The reason was straightforward, just like what he said. This is the marine hero, Mr. Garp. I've been admired for a long time. St. Louis Vuitton smiled unabated, holding the wine glass in one hand, and stretching out the other hand, as if to shake hands with Garp. Garp met the gaze of St. Louis Vuitton and had to say that St. Louis Vuitton had a great smile on his face, which made people unable to disgust and resist. Although he doesn't like celestial dragons, he stretches out his hand and doesn't hit the smiley person. He stretches out his hand and squeezes it lightly. Hello. The two palms separated quickly. Just when Sengoku felt that St. Louis Vuitton was going to say something to Garp, St. Louis Vuitton turned his attention instead. St. Louis Vuitton asked lightly, Mr. Sengoku, as a marine inspector, what do I have to do? Is it to inspect all aspects of marine? It really came. All the Marines who pricked their ears overheard with a chuckle from the bottom of their hearts. St. Louis Vuitton's arrival at the headquarters is definitely something. Everyone knows the character of celestial dragons, and they don't come to do any supervision. For celestial dragons, they are not even worthy of their identity. Celestial dragons has a arrogant personality, hiding under the coat of inspectors. I'm afraid it has a more important purpose. Supervise all aspects. Sengoku carefully savored the words of St. Louis Vuitton. Suddenly his complexion changed suddenly. Combining with St. Louis Vuitton who just took the initiative to find Garp, isn't it about to start with Garp? Garp doesn't like celestial dragons. Marine executives knew that if the celestial dragons in front of him wanted to investigate, he might be able to catch some clues. What's more, the greeting just now. Garp didn't come. Sengoku has a heavy mind. If St. Louis Vuitton really wants to take Garp, then he. St. Louis Vuitton raised his wine glass and looked around. Since everyone is here, it's better to choose a day than hit the sun. Let's use this banquet to have a meeting. Sengoku's heart was tight. What meeting? Trial Garp's meeting? St. Louis Vuitton drank the wine in the goblet and uttered two words. Health. He raised his eyebrows slightly and smiled. Today's meeting hasn't started yet, this is the moment I'm waiting for. And in addition to brushing attributes, the principle of 3 fires for new officials is equally applicable in this world. Now, St. Louis Vuitton is about to burn his new official's first fire. Health meeting. Sengoku was a little dazed. Read more at fictionzone.net. Turns out, isn't it about GARP? Yes. Hygiene, a meeting on naval headquarters hygiene issues. St. Louis Vuitton is serious and round. All Marine was stunned. Health conference? Does naval headquarters have this stuff? On the next table, Huo Xiaoshan was holding a wine glass, and he was pouring the wine, but the wine overflowed without responding. Even Garp was stunned, with a pair of eyes staring at St. Louis Vuitton. What does this celestial dragons mean? Snapped. St. Louis Vuitton snapped his fingers. The accompanying CP1 immediately understood and moved very quickly. He pulled out a large square table from the banquet table on the spot, stuffed all the dishes and tablecloths on it onto the leading table, and moved quickly to St. Louis Vuitton. At almost the same time, another chair was moved by CP1 and placed behind St. Louis Vuitton. The distance control was perfect, and you could sit down with bent legs. Well, everyone sits down, and the meeting is ready to begin. St. Louis Vuitton said, already sitting down first. The Marines scratched their heads, confused again, and moved their stools to sit down near St. Louis Vuitton. A good banquet, no one is interested in food and wine. A large group of 5 big and 3 thick Marines huddled together crookedly with their chairs, and there were people sitting directly on the table if there were not enough chairs, which was funny and funny. Marine collectively focused on St. Louis Vuitton, staring dryly, waiting for the celestial dragons to speak. I came to naval headquarters, and I observed that many places are very poor in sanitation and bacteria are prone to grow. It is like the storage boxes I have seen before being piled up in unnecessary places for a long time, and even the dust is not cleaned up. St. Louis Vuitton is not hurried or slow, and whispered, I think it is necessary to clean the naval headquarters. It is best to have a general cleaning within 3 days. Throughout, a general cleaning that will not be overlooked inside and out. St. Louis Vuitton's tone is gentle, but the words that can be spoken have a lot of weight. This is the meaning of celestial dragons. It represents the will of celestial dragons and cannot be violated. This. All the Marines looked at each other, both in their eyes and in amazement. Is this celestial dragons crazy? Large-scale cleaning of the headquarters? How much manpower is needed? Wouldn't it be better for this level of manpower to deal with pirates? In the crowd, the ghost spider shook his head slightly. Sure enough, celestial dragons is still the same, even if St. Louis Vuitton looks different on the outside, it is still no different from other celestial dragons. To clean up? This is probably all for St. Louis Vuitton's own enjoyment. After all, he wants to live here, so he found an excuse to clean up. But, some people don't think so. It's Crane. Her eyes flickered, thoughtful. Is this celestial dragons really here to do the inspection? Strictly speaking, she should be the person who knows celestial dragons best in Marine. At this position, at this height, the connection with the world government is getting closer. Because of this, she knows celestial dragons better than the average lieutenant. To be honest, where does celestial dragons need to make excuses? Just give an order if you want to clean up. Meeting around the corner? It's not necessary. Especially St. Louis Vuitton, who has a special presence in celestial dragons, does not need to make excuses. And he is serious. He said in his heart. As a staff member, she is one of the best wise generals. She has a vicious look at people, not to mention that she can see through the meaning behind St. Louis Vuitton's move. At least, she could clearly see that St. Louis Vuitton was serious in meeting. Is it supervised by celestial dragons? He narrowed his eyes slightly, and in the eyes of the elderly staff member, there was no trace of the old man's turbidity. St. Louis Vuitton sits at the chief, and naturally takes everyone's attitude changes into his eyes. He guessed right, he was really serious in the meeting. After all, I came to Naval Headquarters this time for a meeting. He has thought about many ways and places for meetings, CP organization, and other places in Mary GOSA. But in the end I chose Marine. In this world, I am afraid that there is no more suitable place for meetings than Marinfandu. Marinfandu is very big, and it is troublesome to clean it all at once. St. Louis Vuitton once again said, there must be many points to pay attention to when it is detailed. Since this meeting is my start, then I will express my opinion first. I think there must be a general cleaning, but there is no need to complete it all at once. The headquarters can start with the military area, and the residential area can be set aside first. The military area refers to the central fortress and coastal defense lines. These places are where marine activities are the most frequent, and they are also the place where Marine works and handles affairs. As for the residential area, it is located in the middle area between the coastal defense line and the fortress. Most of the Marine family live in it, and the families of many Marine general officers live here. All the necessary internal facilities are available. Residents and Marines do not need to go out to purchase. Just stay in Marine Vander to ensure daily supply. Do you have any comments? You can put it forward. St. Louis Vuitton crossed his fingers on the table, and his eyes scanned all the Marines like a torch. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. Chapter 22. The venue was very quiet. The only response to St. Louis Vuitton was silence. No one said anything. Isn't that really showing off for St. Louis Vuitton? It's really. I don't know what to say. No one has ever experienced general cleaning. At most, you can clean up the sanitation of your dormitory and office, and the sanitation of the entire military area fortress. Who has done it? No experience at all, so naturally there is no way to speak. St. Louis Vuitton frowned slightly. This is not good. No one speaks, then the system will not determine that this is a meeting. A one-man show cannot be counted as a meeting. Standing behind St. Louis Vuitton, the masked CP1 looked cold, and yelled in dissatisfaction. Master St. Louis Vuitton is asking you something. No one said it. The Marines raised their heads and looked at the masked CP1, their eyes cold, full of indifference. When is Marines' turn to the CP agency? The ghost spider snorted coldly. He had to give St. Louis Vuitton face, but that didn't mean he couldn't target CP1. Regardless of job title or military rank, Lieutenant General Marine will not lose to CP1, and it can even be said to be a small underdog. Admiral is also present. That is the proper sir, who made you scold you like this. What's more, this is Naval Headquarters. The uglier point is that I have to take my place. I really have to be determined. Even if Marine is present, there are enough reasons to challenge the mask CP1. It's not good for the CP organization to manage too broadly. Dalmatian Ern said. Faced with the confrontation between the two major lieutenants, masked CP1 remained calm and responded indifferently. Master St. Louis Vuitton asks questions. It is disrespectful to not answer. Halfway through the conversation, St. Louis Vuitton raised his hand slightly, and the masked CP1 immediately stopped the conversation and stopped making a sound. Just listen to St. Louis Vuitton slowly saying, "Number 5, this is Naval Headquarters, you really shouldn't talk." Yes, the subordinate was wrong. Masked CP1 lowered his head. Not an example. St. Louis Vuitton said lightly. Dalmatian frowned secretly with the ghost spider. Just exposed it. Is there no penalty for mask CP1? Watching all this, the burning mountain without opening thoughtfully. This celestial dragons, seems to be more short-sighted. At this time, St. Louis Vuitton looked at the Marine officers and said casually, "There is indeed something wrong with my subordinates, but I want to ask, do you have any opinions on me?" All Marines present sank in their hearts. St. Louis Vuitton said carelessly, "But they can't be regarded as a word that can be ignored casually. You can even say." The words of St. Louis Vuitton are too heavy. Crane's half-dangling eyelids opened at this moment, and there was a solemn color in the old eyes. If this sentence is true, it will not be good for everyone present. Even the highest-ranked Marine Admiral Sengoku must be punished absolutely. Read more at fictionzone.net. Yes, a word of celestial dragons can make Admiral punished, which is definitely not an exaggeration. Marine, after all, is an army, under the orders of the world government. And who is the owner of world government? Celestial dragons. I have an opinion on celestial dragons. This is really not a crime that ordinary people can bear. Sengoku is admiral. Perhaps it is not much fatal punishment, verbal reprimand, or wage fines, and even more serious imprisonment, but what about the others? What will happen to Daxia? What about the Major General? A little bit lower, school-level officer? Celestial dragons really do everything in order to maintain their dignity. The world government has been in control of the world for so many years, not only by marine, 800 years of entrenched rule. There are too many extraordinary methods behind it. These methods cannot be put on the bright side, because, too frightening. Master St. Louis Vuitton, of course we will not have any opinion on you. Crane got up and leaned slightly towards St. Louis Vuitton. Sengoku also got up at the same time. Master St. Louis Vuitton, why do you ask? He can't sit still, keep silent. St. Louis Vuitton glanced at him. Since I have done an inspection, it is natural for Marine's sake. I propose this meeting for everyone to express their opinions, but no one wants to say, can I take it as your opinion of St. Louis Vuitton? That's why I kept my mouth shut. His voice was calm, he leaned his back on the chair, raised his legs, and tapped the handle of the chair lightly with his fingertips. If you have any opinion on me, you can stand up. Quiet. Silent. No one stood up. Everyone's heart sank. Even the iron-blooded lieutenant who was killed from the sea of blood in the Corpse Mountain felt a huge oppressive force at this time. This oppressive force comes from the celestial dragons, St. Louis Vuitton, who has the highest authority in front of him, Airborne Malinvondo. I think this cleanup is very necessary. Immediately there were some low-ranking school-level officers who couldn't sit still, and hurriedly expressed their opinions, and their anxiety was written on their faces, lest St. Louis Vuitton anger down. Lieutenant General, Admiral may be fine. But these low-level officers, that is definitely going to happen. Sufferings are all light, maybe they have to go to a military court. At that time, I was put on a hat that betrayed the world government, not to mention the military hat on my head. I was afraid that my head would fall to the ground. Offending celestial dragons is not a joke. Crane also spoke at this time. She sorted out her words, and said nonchalantly, Master St. Louis Vuitton joked. We are just thinking about the details of the cleaning, and we haven't had time to speak yet. I think the military area really needs to be cleaned, especially in places such as emergency supplies storage boxes. At a critical time, if the food is corrupted due to environmental problems, it will be a big deal. Crane said it very seriously. But in fact, food spoils? All the emergency supplies sealed up are strictly sealed vacuum cans. How could it be broken due to dust accumulation? This is of course to cater to St. Louis Vuitton. Appropriate surrender is only for a better future. As Lieutenant General Crane, who has been in the quagmire for so many years, how can he fail to understand the truth of fragility? At this time, I still bite the bullet, and it is estimated that not 1 or 2 died, but a large part of it. After she said some suggestions, she went on to say, the cleaning time should be lengthened, and we should do our best to do it. With Crane's lead, many lieutenants have also spoken up one after another, and you will give your suggestions every word. No suggestions? Then bite the bullet and think. St. Louis Vuitton sat on the chief and watched the Marines talking for 10 minutes before a smile reappeared on his face. It seems I misunderstood. He stood up, pressed his palms slightly, and signaled everyone to calm down first. That's fine, just to make an opinion, whoever takes cleaning seriously, and the cleaned place is clean and spotless, will be awarded the title of Marine Clean Star. As for the reward, be tacky, just reward money directly, not much, 5 million Baileys, I will pay this part of the money, it is one of my meeting gifts for everyone. This sentence, like a blockbuster, blasted into the ears of school-level officers. 5 million Baileys, for Lieutenant General Admiral, may not be a big deal, but for school-level officers, it is definitely a huge asset. Fully worthy of their salary for several years. Putting it on ordinary civilians, this is a figure that you can't make in a lifetime, and it is not an exaggeration to say that it is a sudden rich. Chapter 23. Looking at the Marine's eagerly joy. St. Louis Vuitton's smile is more sincere. Very good. Control Marine's first plan is done. The truth of hitting a stick and giving a handful of red dates can't be wrong anywhere. St. Louis Vuitton folded his hands in front of his chin, with deep black eyes. After this, the Marine officers also relaxed a little, at least St. Louis Vuitton didn't seem difficult to get along with. Not long after, St. Louis Vuitton announced the end of the meeting, and the banquet proceeded as usual. The plan was staggered, toasting, and laughing, and finally it was a little celebratory. The setting sun gradually sinks to the west, the dark night envelops the earth, the bright moon hangs high in the sky, and the stars are shining. It's almost time to go back and rest. St. Louis Vuitton glanced at the sky outside, wiped the corners of his mouth with a handkerchief, and got up to leave. I had a lot of alcohol on my body and I had to go back and wash it well. Master St. Louis Vuitton, we have prepared a comfortable accommodation for you, please come with me. CP1 walked to him and respectfully led the way for him. Although this is naval headquarters, CP1 stepped on the spot early after knowing that St. Louis Vuitton was coming, and they also managed the residence. After all, serving celestial dragons, CP1 has much more experience than Marine. Dear colleagues, see you tomorrow. Without looking back, St. Louis Vuitton waved his hand behind him and left the field surrounded by CP1. Watching St. Louis Vuitton leave, the banquet finally ended. Read more at fictionzone.net. You old guy is really quiet, it's not like you. Sengoku walked over to Garp, his tone teasing slightly. Garp stared in the direction where St. Louis Vuitton was leaving, and then said after a while, this celestial dragons is different from the idiot celestial dragons I have seen before. Marine, who was ending up around him, let out a cold sweat, and left Garp subconsciously, lest he could catch fire to his upper body. So is celestial dragons really okay? The gazes they looked at Garp were extremely strange, as if they had met this great marine hero for the first time. Sengoku didn't react too much. He was one of the few marine executives who knew that Garp hated celestial dragons. When the people around him left one after another, Sengoku asked, "What do you think of him?" "It's different from other celestial dragons." Garp replied bluntly. "What then?" Sengoku asked again. "Gone." Garp clasped his nose, curled his lips and said, "Don't want the old man to use those brains, you can use your own brains to trouble you, just tell me when you think about it." Sengoku. The corners of his mouth twitched, resisting Garp's urge to explode. Ha 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 ha. Garp burst out laughing as he watched Sengoku winking. Aside from other things, he likes to see Sengoku's shriveled look. At the end, Garp added, "At least in terms of outward tolerance, it's not a idiot, different from those bloated and useless idiots, celestial dragons." He mentioned the words idiot celestial dragons again, but fortunately, no one else was there, and it didn't make any waves. "It's true." Crane nodded slightly in agreement, and then she looked at Sengoku and asked in a low voice, "What do you think he means by coming to Malinvander?" St. Louis Vuitton's series of performances and practices are unpredictable. Are you free to play? This possibility is not high. If you really want to play and stay temporarily, why do you need to hang up as an inspector? Crane did not understand. Sengoku couldn't understand. He shook his head and sighed, "I don't know either." He looked at the exit of the hall. St. Louis Vuitton had left from one direction before, and his tone suddenly became heavy. "I only know a few things. He is very unusual." Chapter 24. Hey? Not ordinary. Garp raised his brows. He had heard Tsuru say that St. Louis Vuitton is special, and now Sengoku said the same. What's so unusual? Sengoku spoke again. "His status is very special." I asked Sora. "He is at the forefront of Celestial Dragon's status. So he has a completely different temperament from other Celestial Dragons. I think it's normal, but this makes me feel a little weird." Hearing this, even Garp, who doesn't like to use his brain, understood. Celestial dragons with special status come to naval headquarters. No matter how normal they behave, it will make people feel weird. The group of celestial dragons is destined to have a sense of superiority. When many celestial dragons walk outside, they will make people feel arrogant and domineering. This is understandable. Because of the background of celestial dragons, there is indeed arrogant capital, and it should be arrogant. They are the rulers of the world government, those who are at the pinnacle of power and overlook the world. This background is destined to be polarized within celestial dragons. Some celestial dragons will be lazy, lost in the life of drunken gold fans, and become walking wine bags and rice bags. But there will be a very small number of celestial dragons that will use background resources to climb to a terrible peak, just like the 5 elders today. Their methods and abilities are superb. So these excellent celestial dragons, will they have a sense of superiority? Absolutely. And compared to ordinary celestial dragons, it is more ingrained. Because they are not only superior in background, but also extremely superior in themselves, so why not let others be superior? Garp, Sengoku, and Crane have all seen 5 elders. Even if they don't do brain-dead things like most trash celestial dragons, it can be in the heart. 5 elders didn't think of themselves as humans at all. They all have a deep understanding of this. The way the 5 elders stared at them, it didn't seem like they were looking at the same kind. St. Louis Vuitton, is this very few excellent celestial dragons. But he didn't show this sense of superiority, at least he didn't show it to make people notice it externally. This is the most wrong place. I don't understand. Sengoku thought for a long time, and finally had to shook his head and sighed. I can only take one step and see one step. He no longer stays. Step out of the venue. Garp followed Sengoku's footsteps, squinting and muttering, I hope I don't do too much to the marine I love. His voice was erratic, but he also revealed an unprecedented dignity. Read more at fictionzone.net. Celestial dragons are mostly idiots. Garp really thinks so. But when facing St. Louis Vuitton, he felt completely different. He even has the illusion that he is hostile to the 2 foxes Sengoku and Crane. Garp scratched his short grey hair. Annoying. Really annoying. The night sky is full of stars, and the moon is as bright as a silver plate. The sky of Malin Fanduo is very clear. Yes, it is clear, like a clear bay. The sun, moon, and stars are bright and clearly visible. Wearing the stars and wearing the moon. St. Louis Vuitton arrived at his residence under the leadership of CP1. CP1 did spend a lot of money to build a new house independently in the military area building. The furnishings in the room are completely designed according to St. Louis Vuitton's own house. And strive to be 100% restored. CP1 is interested. St. Louis Vuitton is satisfied. Entered the room. He took off his suit jacket and wore only a white shirt with a base. Coming to naval headquarters, he didn't bring an oxygen mask. In fact, he didn't like the oxygen mask itself very much. Before, the reason why Mary Chiao had brought it was that he wanted to be in harmony with the light and not to be maverick. Now that Malin Vatican is here, he just took off the oxygen mask, and it is considered to be in the village and follow the customs. Lying on the big bed. St. Louis Vuitton called the system prompt page. Ding! Host finishes today's meeting. The small meeting is hosted for 30 minutes, and every 10 minutes plus 20 attribute points. System settlement, total plus 60 attribute points today. Why a small meeting? St. Louis Vuitton watched the system prompts and muttered to himself. The staffing is absolutely luxurious enough. Garp, Sengoku, Crane, and a bunch of lieutenants are all there, but it's just a small meeting? Is it because the content discussed in the meeting is not important enough? Unknown. Only try more later to know. Open the personal panel. Host, St. Louis Vuitton. Physical attributes. Armament Haki, 0. Observation Haki, 100. Conqueror's Haki, 100. Attribute points, 62. Only 38 attribute points can make up 100 to master Armament Haki. In this way, Conqueror's Haki has all learned. St. Louis Vuitton's bright eyes suppressed the heat in his heart. He didn't rush to add more, waited for 100 to add the final armed color. In Malin Vatican, meetings are not difficult. Put away the panel. St. Louis Vuitton said towards the door. Call Hancock and the others. The gifts promised to them, it's time to give them. Chapter 25. It was late at night. Hancock and his sisters returned to their residence. The dormitory they live in is also newly built this time, right next to the detached house in St. Louis Vuitton, where the residents and CP1 live. Said to be a dormitory, in fact, it is more like a big courtyard. The single house of St. Louis Vuitton is in the center. It's so full, Master St. Louis Vuitton is so nice, and let us participate in the banquet. Marigruder patted her chubby belly and burped very unfairly. Well. She hurriedly covered her small mouth, her white cheeks dyed with an embarrassing flush. Does it cause hiccups when you pat your belly? Sundarthonia tricked her up and poked her sister in the belly. Go to hell. Mary Groud grabbed the pillow and hit her sister's head with her backhand. Hancock held his chin, staring at them with jewel-like blue eyes without blinking. She doesn't hate this kind of day. Hancock's delicate red lips curled up unconsciously. Just then, the door of the room was knocked. Hancock, Master St. Louis Vuitton summons you over. The voice of the maid came in. The slapstick sisters stagnated. Hey? Lord St. Louis Vuitton called us. Mariglud blinked and suddenly jumped out of the bed with joy. Yes, my lord said he wants to give us a present. Yet. Sundar Sonia followed his head, his big eyes full of expectation. Marigrud poked Hancock, who was silent next to him. What's the matter with you, sister? No, nothing. Hancock's pretty face flushed quietly, stumbled and said. She stood up stiffly, put on the little slippers, and clicked on. Let's go to see the adults. Marirud happily stepped on the little slippers and walked to the forefront, without noticing the strangeness of her sister. Okay, there is a gift. This seems to be the first time I have received a gift. Nonsense, I obviously gave you a present on your birthday last year. Is a straw rope a gift? That's a garland, okay. As the sisters quarreled, Hancock's eyes were struggling. If it is what she thinks. What should I do for myself? Not long after, the three Hancock sisters came to the residence of St. Louis Vuitton. Marie Groud was originally excited, but she really saw St. Louis Vuitton, but suddenly she came down, hid in the door, and quietly looked out. In the room, St. Louis Vuitton squinted his eyes, leaning against the bench, his black hair was scattered randomly, and his angular cheeks were dyed with bright stars coming through the window. Quiet, yet there is a kind of majestic temperament. The sisters were stunned. Behind them, Hancock's bright eyes widened slightly, staring at the freeze-frame scene in front of them, and he was a little surprised. You are here. St. Louis Vuitton suddenly opened his eyes and looked up. Mary Groud was agitated, stepping in with small steps, hesitatingly walked in, and cautiously tentatively said, "My lord, you asked us to come, yes, do you want to give a gift?" "Yeah." St. Louis Vuitton smiled cordially. As soon as he said this, he saw his sister's eyes light up. "Wait, Hancock's expression, why is it strange?" St. Louis Vuitton was puzzled, but didn't take it seriously. He waved, and the maid waiting at the door came in with a bamboo basket. Read more at fictionzone.net. Inside the bamboo basket are 3 weird-looking fruits with circular patterns on the surface. "This is the gift for you." With a smile, St. Louis Vuitton slowly got up and took out the 3 fruits from the bamboo basket. "Hey? Fruit?" Sundarthonia tilted his head, dazed and confused. "It's fruit, but to be precise, this is devil fruit." St. Louis Vuitton's tone changed deeply. "On this sea, there is a unique fruit. Those who eat this fruit will acquire superpowers that cannot be understood by common sense. But there is also a fatal flaw. You can't touch the sea in this life. Once you come into contact with sea water, you will feel weak and drown." Hancock was slightly stunned. "Turns out, not to do that? I seem to have misunderstood." And many more. Devil fruit. Hancock suddenly reacted, his ruddy mouth slightly widened. She accidentally heard them talk about devil fruit from a conversation with human traffickers. Each devil fruit is unique and valuable. How expensive is it? Hancock can't use his superficial knowledge to tell why, but I can't afford it if I want to sell a few. Expensive devil fruit, just like this as a gift to yourself and your sisters? Hancock. The magnetic voice of St. Louis Vuitton rang back Hancock's thoughts. "This is a sweet fruit. If you want to eat a devil fruit, it must be the sweet fruit best for you." While talking, St. Louis Vuitton handed devil fruit, which looked like an apple, to Hancock. "Sweet fruit, Paramecia devil fruit. After eating this fruit, it will have a fatal charm that fascinates men, women, and children, and once be charmed and shaken by this charm, it will be petrified on the spot. This is true for anyone, as long as you are tempted, no one is spared. Hancock can become the female emperor who is coveted and crazy by countless people in the future, but can't touch the slightest, and is inseparable from the sweet fruit." Wherever she went, the charm radiated, and the crowd was petrified. Someone once argued whether it was the sweet fruit that made Hancock or Hancock the sweet fruit. But in St. Louis Vuitton's view, they should complement each other. Hancock's peerless appearance maximizes the ability of sweet fruit, and the ability of sweet fruit also allows Hancock's charm to reach a peak that no woman in the world can reach. "Is it stronger if I eat it?" Hancock bit his red lips, struggling a little. "Devil fruit is good, but after eating, we'll never be able to touch the sea again." "Yes," St. Louis Vuitton said concisely. Hancock took a deep breath, looked at the sweet fruit, then at St. Louis Vuitton, and finally she bent down and bowed earnestly. "Thank you, sir." Finished. She took away the sweet fruit in the hands of St. Louis Vuitton. "Eat it in one bite." "So terrible." Hancock Willow Leaf frowned slightly, and although the sweet fruit looked like an apple, it was terribly unpalatable. The sisters stared at their sister intently, curious and nervous. Sweet fruits are eaten. Changes have quietly happened. Hancock's facial features have not changed, but there is an indescribable flattery between the eyebrows. Look at Hancock's pure cheeks and Loli's soft body. A word suddenly appeared in St. Louis Vuitton's heart. Starting in 3 years, the death penalty is not lost. It's worthy of being the #1 beauty in the future. St. Louis Vuitton chuckled in his heart. He wouldn't be overwhelmed. Hancock had just eaten the fruit and hadn't developed any yet, just subconsciously radiating charm. "Sister, I think you look better." Mary Gruder tilted her head and said ignorantly. "Really?" Hancock touched his cheek, seemingly uncertain. "It will take some time for her to digest the sweet fruits. Both of them are the fruits of snakes and snakes. One is in the form of a king cobra and the other is in the form of a python. To be honest, it doesn't suit you very well. St. Louis Vuitton took out the other 2 fruits and placed them in front of the sisters. You can choose not to eat them. In the future, I will get better and more suitable fruits for you, but I cannot guarantee the exact time. Marigrud thought for a while, then looked at her sister timidly. Is it delicious? It's not tasty. Hancock shook his head. Marigruder, then I will ask for it later. Sundar Sonia also nodded, me too. Well. St. Louis Vuitton didn't say anything anymore, put away 2 devil fruits, and smiled to the 3 sisters. Okay, it's getting late, go back to sleep. Good night, my lord. The 3 sisters all nodded obediently, and left again in their little slippers. Put these away. St. Louis Vuitton raised the bamboo basket, and the maid accepted it very sensibly. These fruits are the interest he received from Charmako Saint halfway through. Now it can be considered useful. Change clothes, take a bath. St. Louis Vuitton took off his shirt and revealed a strong chest. He was about to rest. Yes, my lord. The beautiful maid stepped up timidly and served the powerful celestial dragons. Suddenly, St. Louis Vuitton thought of something, beckoned to the maid, and said, "Tell me to get up early tomorrow. I'm going to find Sengoku. Seeking flowers for evaluation votes." Chapter 26. Early the next morning. The light of Malin Vatican is not the same as Mary Gosa. Perhaps because of geographical location, Malin Vatican's morning dawns earlier. It was just after 5 o'clock, the sky was bright. At about 6 o'clock, Maureen began morning exercises, and St. Louis Vuitton was also woken up by the maid. Finished washing, St. Louis Vuitton feels refreshed. Sengoku Admiral is at home now. The maid carefully wiped away the drops of water on his face. It is good. St. Louis Vuitton responded and raised his arm. The maid moved quickly, took the suit, put it on the celestial dragons, and put on a meticulous bow tie. I have to say that St. Louis Vuitton's body frame is very good, broad shoulders, the suit is perfectly propped up, and the iron-blooded temperament is suddenly brought out. CP1 is already waiting for you at the door. The maid obediently said. St. Louis Vuitton nodded slightly. CP1 is like this. It was born to serve celestial dragons. The wind blows and the sun is in the sun, and they are on call. They have to do everything to satisfy any needs of celestial dragons. After getting everything done, St. Louis Vuitton strode out. The sun in the morning is just right, warm but not glaring, so that people can have a good mood for the day. He habitually looks to the left. Sure enough. St. Louis Vuitton smiled. On the small playground, the petite figures of the 3 Hancock sisters ran and jumped, as always, working hard every minute and every second to strengthen themselves. However, it is different from Mary Gosa. There wasn't that Stricy who led them to become stronger in the playground. She did not come to Malin Vuitton with St. Louis Vuitton. It's not that St. Louis Vuitton doesn't value her, but that she has more important things to do. At this moment, CP1 at the door approached and they wanted to escort St. Louis Vuitton. Go and call them over. St. Louis Vuitton turned his head and said to CP1 who was accompanying him. Yes. CP1 nodded, trot to the playground, and immediately led the 3 Hancock sisters to St. Louis Vuitton. Master St. Louis Vuitton, what do you want to do with us? Mariglud panted lightly, blushing. I'm going to find you a new master. St. Louis Vuitton stepped forward, trying to give Hancock a headshot. Hancock habitually tilts his head to dodge. St. Louis Vuitton's palm covered it precisely, and after a good rubbing, it messed up all the smooth and long hair. Well. Hancock turned his back to St. Louis Vuitton, his cheeks bulging like a cute little hamster. So angry. Don't like people rubbing their heads. But I can't refuse. What if this celestial dragons gets angry and hurts my sister? Hancock's big eyes were full of agile helplessness. St. Louis Vuitton has always been like this recently, messing up her neatly combed long black hair, and there is no way to refuse. Puff, read more at fictionzone.net. St. Louis Vuitton could see Hancock's muttering cheeks from behind, and couldn't help laughing. He just likes to see the cute look of little Hancock. I don't know when, rubbing a dog's head angrily becomes his habitual movement. St. Louis Vuitton withdrew his big evil hand and said with a smile, "Well, you guys continue to exercise." Said that he had already taken a step forward and walked towards the fortress of the military area. "Why should I change the master?" Hancock ran after him, leaning his white chin, his voice slightly cold. Although she doesn't like being rubbed her head, but she won't get angry with St. Louis Vuitton. Although Hancock is young, she is very sensible. She knows that St. Louis Vuitton is the key to protecting her sisters. In this era, perhaps only St. Louis Vuitton can protect her sisters. St. Louis Vuitton glanced at Hancock, wondering if it was an illusion. Just one night, Hancock seemed more attractive. Obviously she is still a little lowly, but she has the charming attitude of adolescent girls. Is it because of the sweet fruit? St. Louis Vuitton's thoughts flashed in his mind, and he smiled. "Stressy has something to do, so I can't teach you for the time being. This is naval headquarters. There are many people who are better than her. Changing a master is also good for you. Don't you want to? Is it stronger?" "Yes." Hancock nodded decisively. The sisters nodded their heads like a chicken pecking at the rice. Why don't they want to become stronger quickly, strong enough to protect their sister? "Then get ready and take you there in the afternoon. I'll do something first." St. Louis Vuitton stopped talking and went straight to Sengoku's house. Not far, just next door. Speaking of it, St. Louis Vuitton is also very particular about where he lives now. After going out, Sengoku is a short turn left, and Sakazuki is a little further ahead. It can be said that there are strong people all around. Obviously, this was deliberately arranged to protect the safety of St. Louis Vuitton. Turning around, I'm already in front of Sengoku's house. The appearance is very ordinary, just a general military dormitory. Even if I want to come to Sengoku, even if I become admiral, it is not special. Go knock on the door. St. Louis Vuitton stopped. The accompanying CP1 acted immediately. Masked number 5, who had offended several major lieutenants in the meeting before, walked quickly to the Sengoku gate and clicked the gate. Inside the room, Sengoku was shirtless and lifting dumbbells for strength training. When he was sweating like rain, he heard dull knocks on the door. "Hey!" He put down the dumbbells, grabbed the towel hung on the side, and simply wiped off his sweat, put on his shirt, and walked to the door. "Master St. Louis Vuitton." Sengoku opened the door and saw St. Louis Vuitton standing in front of the door with a straight suit. He was a little surprised. "You come to me, what can I do?" St. Louis Vuitton smiled. "I want to ask Mr. Sengoku something." "What's the matter?" Sengoku was puzzled. "About Haki." "Hey!" Sengoku raised his brows, and the lens reflected a glimmer of light. Haki. This word is difficult to say from celestial dragons. It's not that celestial dragons don't know it, but the vast majority of celestial dragons don't care at all. "I want to exercise, so I specifically came to learn from Mr. Sengoku, and learn about Conqueror's Haki by the way." St. Louis Vuitton said straight to the point. "Study Haki, can you, hey?" Sengoku was nodding, suddenly stunned, and staring at St. Louis Vuitton's eyes widened. "Conqueror's Haki? You mean 3 colors?" He had to be shocked by the words of St. Louis Vuitton. Conqueror's Haki naturally includes the most special Conqueror's Haki. As we all know, Conqueror's Haki cannot be learned through learning, but is innately possessed. It is a symbol of the king's posture. Could it be that St. Louis Vuitton who is celestial dragons? St. Louis Vuitton smiled slightly. Boom! Starting from St. Louis Vuitton, the invisible ripples suddenly spread and erupt like a hurricane everywhere, sweeping in all directions. The transparent lines oscillate in the air, and the silent roar resounds from everyone's heart. Conqueror's Haki. Break out. This moment. Behind the Sengoku residence, in the Sakazuki residence. Sakazuki, who had just walked to the door, took out the key and was about to unlock the door. Boom. The invisible ripples spread, the air was restless, and the vegetation fell on the ground. Hey! Sengoku Admiral! Sakazuki turned his head back suddenly, looking in the direction where Conqueror's Haki exploded. Farther back, in Garp's house. This is... Garp suddenly stopped during the morning exercise. He raised his head almost at the same time as Sakazuki and looked into the distance. He stepped to the window, red lights flashing in his eyes. This is not Sengoku's Conqueror's Haki, this is another person. Garp knew Sengoku well and came to this conclusion instantly. Chapter 27. The invisible ripples produced by Conqueror's Haki erupted, like an inverted bowl, shrouded in this world, with a range of hundreds of meters, and were still spreading outward. The vegetation is automatic without wind, the air is turbulent. There is no one in Conqueror's Haki. Sengoku's eyes suddenly shrank, and a strong shock appeared in his heart. He didn't understand why St. Louis Vuitton had a special status. But now, he kind of understands. Just having Conqueror's Haki is enough to make St. Louis Vuitton superior to most celestial dragons. Come with me. Sengoku narrowed the color in his eyes, and walked in front of St. Louis Vuitton, taking the lead in one direction. That is Marine's special dojo. There are very few people who can go to this dojo, and only officers at the level of lieutenant generals can enter. There are no people on weekdays, and it is suitable for St. Louis Vuitton, the special status celestial dragons. St. Louis Vuitton didn't say much, and simply kept up with Sengoku's pace. Just 2 steps away. A burly and tall figure ran into the corner. Hey! Garp was taken aback. He didn't expect to meet Sengoku and St. Louis Vuitton here. He was going to come and see who actually broke out Conqueror's Haki near Sengoku's house. Sengoku, what's the matter with you? Garp scratched his head and asked. Sengoku glanced at him and explained, Master St. Louis Vuitton asked me about Conqueror's Haki. I'm going to take him to the dojo. Hey? Tricolor. Garp stared. Your expression and I just looked like. Sengoku's mouth twitched. Yes, Conqueror's Haki just broke out of Lord St. Louis Vuitton. Ahem. Garp almost choked. The outbreak of Conqueror's Haki is St. Louis Vuitton. To be honest, Garp himself was a little surprised. Ordinary people awakened Conqueror's Haki, he wouldn't think there was anything, but celestial dragons awakened Conqueror's Haki in a completely different meaning. Celestial dragons, Garp also said, a group of idiots, most of them want to play with power, without the slightest desire to become stronger. In such an environment, there is a St. Louis Vuitton who can awaken Conqueror's Haki, which is more shocking than ordinary people awakening Conqueror's Haki. At the same time, Celestial Dragons is the ruler of the world government and possesses terrifying resources. A celestial dragons with the appearance of a king is easier to be king than others. St. Louis Vuitton looked at Garp and smiled suddenly. Mr. Garp, I also want to ask you about Haki. Demon fruit power is the vast majority of the powerhouses in this world. But Garp is different. The great accomplishment of his collective skills, purely relying on a pair of iron fists, boarded the ranks of the world's top powerhouse. Garp considers the single-wheel physical technique second, and probably no one can claim the first. You can't go wrong with Garp to learn Haki and physique. Garp thought for a while and nodded, okay, no problem. He also wants to know what is special about St. Louis Vuitton, the celestial dragons that can awaken Conqueror's Haki. As soon as he agreed, Garp urged carelessly, hurry up, let's go. While talking, he went to the front and waved to St. Louis Vuitton. Sengoku looked terrified, lest St. Louis Vuitton get angry. This old guy, he really isn't dead, and he's not afraid of implicating his family. And many more. Sengoku was stunned suddenly. Garp, it seems that I am really not afraid of implicating my family. His only son, but the most wanted criminal by the world government. Sengoku couldn't help crying and laughing. As for the grandson, he is still too young, and few people know about it. Read more at fictionzone.net. St. Louis Vuitton didn't feel offended, smiled, and followed Garp, looking gentle in every move. At the same time, a sturdy figure in military uniform stood in front of the Sengoku residence. He was biting his cigar, his face was sturdy, with a fierce feeling that was not easy to touch. He was meticulous in the finishing of marine clothes, and the white cloak of justice was dazzling. It was Sakazuki who came after hearing the news. Today Sakazuki looks very young, and he still hasn't the kind of murderous awe-inspiring feeling after becoming admiral in the future. Hey? Aren't you home? He knocked on the door several times, but no one answered. The marine soldiers guarding here stepped up and saluted Sakazuki. Sir Sakazuki, Sengoku Admiral just went out. Sakazuki looked at the soldier and asked, "What is going on here?" The soldier hesitated for a while, and said, "The subordinates are not very clear, but it seems to be the movement made by Lord Celestial Dragons." Master Celestial Dragons. Sakazuki bit his cigar and raised his brow. Where did Sengoku Admiral go? Should go to training ground no. 1. Sakazuki nodded, turned, and walked towards the training ground number 1. Training ground number 1 is a special training ground, specially prepared for them as a training ground for the strong. But Sengoku Admiral took Celestial Dragons to go. There was a shimmering light in Sakazuki's eyes. Interesting. Driven by curiosity, Sakazuki walked quickly. The moment he arrived at the training ground number 1, stepped forward and crossed the threshold. A surging special breath roared out from the training ground, like a surging river, rolling and roaring. It's the Conqueror's haki just now. Sakazuki paused slightly and stepped in. On the edge, some marine fainted, and fell to the ground in a rush. Sakazuki didn't care at all, and walked straight to the infield. After a while, he stopped. In the middle of the training ground, Sakazuki saw 3 figures. 2 of them are familiar to him, Sengoku and Garp. The other person. Sakazuki's eyes stayed, and he watched for a few more seconds. He has black hair and black eyes, a handsome face, and looks very similar to Marine in a suit at first glance. But if you look closely, you will find that he has a temperament that Marine does not have, that is the temperament unique to high-ranking people. He's the new Celestial Dragons, St. Louis Vuitton. Sakazuki put his arms around his chest and smoked a big cigar, sparks flying. At this moment, Sengoku's lips opened and closed, as if he was telling something to St. Louis Vuitton, and St. Louis Vuitton was listening very seriously. Sakazuki didn't choose to step forward and bother, so he stood still and watched, with observation and thinking in his eyes. St. Louis Vuitton did listen very seriously. Because Sengoku is coaching himself Conqueror's haki. The use of Conqueror's haki. Sengoku couldn't help sighing. He just made St. Louis Vuitton burst into Conqueror's haki again, and found that St. Louis Vuitton used Conqueror's haki very well, reaching the level of being driven by an arm. You don't need me to teach you much. You use it very well. I will teach you some ways to strengthen Conqueror's haki. Sengoku shoved the toad mirror on the bridge of his nose, changed to a serious expression, and seriously told how to exercise Conqueror's haki. Yes. Conqueror's haki can be strengthened by exercise. But the upper limit ultimately depends on qualifications. The better the aptitude, the higher the upper limit of Conqueror's haki, the stronger the strength, and vice versa. Conqueror's haki's strengths and weaknesses are actually obvious. Sengoku's Conqueror's haki is very strong, and can even substantially affect objects. In a popular sense, it is possible to use Conqueror's haki to cause physical damage. At this point, St. Louis Vuitton is temporarily unable to do it. Sengoku said many ways to exercise Conqueror's haki, each of which is the accumulation of experience without any reservations. For celestial dragons, who is St. Louis Vuitton, he cannot keep it, and there is no need to keep it. I took it all down, Mr. Sengoku. St. Louis Vuitton nodded slightly, he closed his eyes, settled his thoughts, and digested what Sengoku said. Sengoku didn't speak, leaving St. Louis Vuitton to think and digest. After a while, St. Louis Vuitton finally opened his eyes, and all the knowledge was deeply in his mind. Scene and armed color, which one do you want to learn first? Sengoku asked. Armed color. St. Louis Vuitton replied. He has turned on seeing and hearing color, but armed color is not yet. Today, I came to Sengoku specifically to learn the armed color and to try it out. Armed color. Sengoku nodded, okay, I will give you a custom exercise plan. Before he finished speaking, Garp interrupted abruptly, your physique is not good, you need to exercise, fight is the fastest way. Hear the words. St. Louis Vuitton was taken aback for a moment. He thought of everything Garp would do to his grandson in the future. Among them is, thrown directly into the forest to fight with wild beasts. That is an absolute devil-level actual combat. Is this actual combat? It seems good too. St. Louis Vuitton smiled, yes. Chapter 28. Accepted? Garp looked at St. Louis Vuitton. To be honest, he didn't expect St. Louis Vuitton to agree so decisively. Actual combat is indeed the best way to exercise, which Sengoku also knows. But can Sengoku speak directly? In front of you is the noble celestial dragons, let celestial dragons go to the actual battle? Who is responsible if something goes wrong? But Garp is not the same as Sengoku. Sengoku is sleek and thinks more broadly, but he is outspoken, what to say? Interesting, I have changed a little bit for you. Garp grinned and looked at St. Louis Vuitton twice. Oh? Change, how did Mr. Garp think of me before? St. Louis Vuitton asked with a smile. Garp chuckled, I think you. I'm CAO. Pill. Sengoku's eyelids jerked, and he could think of Garp's second half sentence with his A. Ha 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 ha, Garp, you have something on your mouth. Sengoku's movements were almost out of shadow, and he rushed up suddenly, covering Garp's mouth with his big hand. Garp was stuck in his stomach, unable to speak a word, staring at Sengoku with a pair of eyes. Old stuff, why are you covering my mouth? Sengoku didn't even look at Garp's hints, and smiled awkwardly at St. Louis Vuitton. Garp used to think that St. Louis Vuitton should not be a fighting character. Now it doesn't seem to be the case. St. Louis Vuitton has something that ordinary people don't have. Hot blood. Sengoku abruptly pulled Garp back from freeing himself. After speaking, Sengoku narrowed his expression, and a flash of anger flashed in his eyes. He stabbed Garp in the back with his elbow, and cursed in a low voice. You guy, even if you are not afraid of death, you still think about it for Marine. Laozi doesn't want to see you, an idiot, put yourself to death, and Marine loses your combat power. Garp was speechless. I haven't said anything yet, how do you know I'm going to kill myself? Okay, I get it. He gave Sengoku a compromising look. Sengoku then took his hand away from his mouth and squeezed an awkward smile at St. Louis Vuitton. St. Louis Vuitton smiled back and didn't say anything. He was watching the small movements of the two of them, and there was no need to pursue them. He knew Garp's character, it was so careless, not to mention Garp didn't really say anything. At this moment, St. Louis Vuitton moved his eyes and looked sideways to a corner of the training ground. It's him. Sakazuki. St. Louis Vuitton recognized this iron-blooded man who will reach the apex of marine in the future. Sakazuki now looks a little childish. St. Louis Vuitton thought. Of course, this immature refers to the familiar Sakazuki. Now Sakazuki is 38 years old. No matter what, I have nothing to do with immature. To this strong man who will play an important role in marine. St. Louis Vuitton smiled at him, polite and noble, without losing courtesy. Sakazuki was taken aback for a moment, his eyes condensed. Laugh at yourself? Do you know yourself? Still say this is true for everyone. He nodded slightly, responding to St. Louis Vuitton's greeting. This is the celestial dragons that was rumored to come to Malinvander, a very strange celestial dragons. Sakazuki touched his chin, whispering insignificantly. The center of the field. Sengoku is still whispering to Garp, you guys, be careful. Don't hit hard, you know. Okay, I know. Garp waved his hand and stepped forward, standing in front of St. Louis Vuitton. Read more at fictionzone.net. Just a moment. Garp seemed to be different, his face became more formal, and there was an indescribable terrible aura radiating. St. Louis Vuitton stood before him. The two are the same height. But felt a great pressure. As if, there is a sleeping beast in front of me, waking up. This is the first feeling of St. Louis Vuitton. Let's start. Garp didn't get any muddled, raised his right fist, and slammed towards St. Louis Vuitton lightly. It's just that ordinary ones can't hit ordinary ones, but they rub against the air and make a dull cracking sound. Fighting is the best way to stimulate the human body's potential. Garp strolled in the courtyard, not forgetting to teach as he shot. Only. What? Garp raised his brows, stopped talking halfway through, and looked at St. Louis Vuitton suspiciously. His fist brushed against St. Louis Vuitton's chest. Unscathed. Hit away. St. Louis Vuitton turned slightly to the side, and the skirt was moved by Garp's fist whined, shaking slightly. Black hair followed flying. In his black and white eyes, a ray of crimson light flashed. See and hear color open. St. Louis Vuitton smiled slightly, he did not speak, only moved. Raise your hand. Signal Garp to continue. Interesting. Garp murmured softly, flashing in his eyes. He raised his fists and clasped. Click. The noise of the joints is clear into the ears. My hands are itchy. Garp grinned out of his mouth, and a pair of fists fell again. On the other side, Sengoku's pupils, who had retreated to the edge of the training ground, suddenly shrank, an expression of surprise appeared irresistibly. Seeing and hearing color. He saw the rainbow in the eyes of St. Louis Vuitton. He can't be wrong, this is what he sees and hears. St. Louis Vuitton is not very young, only 18 years old. It is hard to awaken Conqueror's haki and use it skillfully. Now, he is still awakened to see and hear. How old did I awaken from seeing and hearing S**X before? Sengoku squinted slightly, his thoughts inadvertently falling into memories. How old is it? Maybe you are in your 20s? It's definitely not St. Louis Vuitton's age. There is no one among the kings. Sengoku's tone is deep and his eyes are always on St. Louis Vuitton. In a short period of time, he and Garp have already fought a few tricks. To be precise, it is not a fight, but to avoid Garp's attack. At this time, Sengoku can more clearly judge the physique of St. Louis Vuitton, which is indeed not very good. Even, just the level of ordinary people. But St. Louis Vuitton is relying on seeing and hearing and flashing Garp's many attacks one after another. And every dodge is just right, without wasting energy. Of course, this also has something to do with Garp's let the see. This old guy still listened to his words and didn't really hit him hard. But Sengoku's eyelids jumped wildly. The guy Garp seemed to be more addicted as he fought, his fists flicked and the wind roared, his offense became more and more intensive, and he became more and more serious. seeing to be over the line. Enough, stop! Sengoku shouted immediately. He walked up quickly, blocked the two of them, and forcibly interrupted the trial. Garp gave Sengoku an unhappy look. What are you doing? He really intends to step up his efforts to see where the limits of St. Louis Vuitton are. It's almost there, just a short actual battle. Sengoku glanced at him silently. Garp squeezed his mouth. He knew what Sengoku meant. It was just a point-to-point combat, which was so boring. He likes the limit. If it weren't for this, it wouldn't be the pinnacle powerhouse in the world. Those who can go far in physical exercises are bound to be lunatics who are willing to squeeze their bodies severely. Okay. Sengoku rolled his eyes. Seeing Garp's dissatisfaction, do you really want to hurt St. Louis Vuitton? This guy Garp is indeed god tier, but he also made a series of achievements, just like the battle in the Valley of the Gods, protecting a high-ranking celestial dragons. The world government also knows his character, and it really does something wrong, but the world government will not pursue it. But hurting St. Louis Vuitton? That definitely does not belong to the category that the world government will forgive. As a special existence in celestial dragons, St. Louis Vuitton's body is too expensive. Even if St. Louis Vuitton does not pursue it, the world government will impose penalties. Sengoku turned off the topic, looked at St. Louis Vuitton, and said, I know your physical fitness. The plan will be adjusted and formulated according to your physical fitness. Chapter 29. The actual combat is over. St. Louis Vuitton panted slightly. The young maid immediately handed over a towel respectfully. St. Louis Vuitton wiped the sweat off his face. If it weren't for seeing or hearing the color, I'm absolutely blue and swollen now. Louis Vuitton sighed in the bottom of my heart. Physical fitness is still not enough. Just avoiding it makes me overwhelmed. But St. Louis Vuitton didn't think there was anything. Physical fitness is not accomplished overnight, just continue to exercise. St. Louis Vuitton did not intend to continue to fight Garp. He has no hobby of self-abuse. Exercise is exercise, looking for abuse is looking for abuse. These are two different things, and St. Louis Vuitton still knows it very well. I can compete with Garp 1 or 2, it is purely that I have reached the level of proficiency in seeing and hearing, coupled with Garp's suppressing strength, and underestimating his own strength. In short, continue to fight. It's definitely looking for abuse. St. Louis Vuitton adjusted his breath, looked at Sengoku, and said, Mr. Sengoku, in addition to the customized plan, do you have any theoretical knowledge of the armed color? At first, Sengoku was interrupted by Garp before he finished speaking, and now he asked again. Of course, I can teach you some basic knowledge now. Sengoku suddenly paused. By the way, there is also Marine 6 styles. If you can learn 6 styles, it will also be good for the perception of armed color, and it can also enhance the use of armament haki on this basis. Marine 6 styles is an ability that the world government has deliberately researched through haki's understanding. It can be seen from the name that this is a set of marine-only combat skills, and it is easy to understand the military fighting skills on the spot. However, Marine 6 styles, compared to the traditional military fighting technique, is much more powerful. St. Louis Vuitton feels that Marine 6 styles is not too much to be called a special function. The 6-style iron body that makes the body as hard as steel, not to mention, the 6-style moonwalk can even stay in the air for a short time. Good. St. Louis Vuitton nodded in response. Marine 6 styles, he is also very interested in learning, the more the better. Sengoku looked at St. Louis Vuitton's serious eyes and smiled in his heart. He had seen this look in the recruits who were trying hard to become stronger. This is why he does not contradict St. Louis Vuitton. Whether it's fighting, learning haki, or 6 styles, St. Louis Vuitton is very serious and meticulous, without the delicateness of ordinary celestial dragons. Sengoku sorted out his words and said, the commonality between haki and the 6 forms is In the far corner, Sakazuki witnessed the whole process. Mastered conquerors Haki and celestial dragons. He threw the burned cigar into the trash can. There was not much expression on his determined face, but the storm surged in his heart. Punch! Suddenly there was the sound of footsteps behind him. Sakazuki turned to look. But I saw that Crane walked over bravely, wearing a coat of justice. Ms. Crane. Sakazuki was a little surprised. Read more at fictionzone.net. In fact, number 1 training ground Crane rarely comes. Of course she is qualified, but she prefers to go to the special training ground for female soldiers. I heard that Sengoku taught celestial dragons to fight here, so come and take a look. Tsuru saw Sakazuki's doubts and explained with a light smile. She looked into the training ground. Sure enough, Sengoku was teaching St. Louis Vuitton. Garp next to him was leaning against the wall, clasping his chest with his hands in a free and easy posture, and he didn't restrain himself because of St. Louis Vuitton. Crane's eyelids twitched slightly. What should I say? A compliment? Is Garp real to anyone? Hichiong suppressed his desire to complain. Sakazuki asked, "Why are you here?" Sakazuki glanced at her. "That celestial dragons is very special, so come over and take a look." After speaking, he finally glanced at St. Louis Vuitton's direction and vaguely heard that Sengoku was teaching the basics of Haki. Almost. Sakazuki said in his heart. Immediately, he turned around and walked away. Crane didn't plan to keep him either. Sakazuki was actually very busy and had little free time. Most of the time, he spent most of the time in New World to fight the pirates. Suddenly, Sakazuki's low and rough voice sounded from behind her. "Ms. Crane, you should pay more attention to that celestial dragons. He owns Conqueror's Haki." Conqueror's Haki. Crane's eyes suddenly shrank, and he almost subconsciously turned his head back to look at Sakazuki. No one. Sakazuki is gone. She turned her head back and looked at the center of the training ground, Sengoku who tirelessly told about Haki knowledge, St. Louis Vuitton who listened quietly. Crane fell into thought. The morning time passed unconsciously. Looked at the time. Among the maids lined up on both sides of the training ground, a beautiful maid with long orange hair stepped forward. "Master St. Louis Vuitton, it's lunch time, when is yours going to eat?" Holding a white handkerchief embroidered with gold silk, she carefully wiped off the fine sweat from her forehead for St. Louis Vuitton. St. Louis Vuitton smells the fragrance of a girl. He was in a daze, and suddenly there was an illusion that he had returned to his school days, and the whole morning passed without paying attention. Had it not been for Stella to tell him it was noon, he would have forgotten the time. Yes, Stella. St. Louis Vuitton left Mary Gioase and took her with her. In order for the plan to proceed smoothly and to ensure her safety, this important chess piece must not be inexplicably wrong. Lunch time is almost here. Mr. Sengoku and Mr. Garp would like to have a meal together. St. Louis Vuitton looked at the two teachers in front of him who had taught him the whole morning, and smiled and invited them. Master St. Louis Vuitton's invitation, how could I refuse it? Sengoku responded with a smile. Garp thought for a while, then nodded. Don't eat white, don't eat it. Although he doesn't like celestial dragons, the problem is that he can prostitute for nothing. Is there anything in this world that is better than prostitution? If there is, it is Sengoku's senbei. The white whoring was cool for a while, and the white whoring was always cool. Garp grinned. The CP1 at the rear has first-class ability to observe words and colors, and he is aware of the meaning of his owner, and immediately clap his hands to signal people to take action. The accompanying servants moved quickly. Next moment, a generous table was carried into the training ground by them. And even the chairs were set up together. Slap, slap, slap. The maids stepped on a wonderful rhythm in high heels, carrying the fragrant dishes, one after another entered the training ground. In this posture, I am afraid that they have already prepared all this outside the training ground, only waiting for the order of St. Louis Vuitton. Sengoku smiled bitterly. This is the life of celestial dragons. It's really extravagant. Ordinary people can't even dream of it. Celestial dragon's life is like this, right? Garp shook his head and muttered, "Evil rich nobleman." With that said, he didn't hesitate at all, and sat down very heartily. "You two can eat first, I'll go wash." St. Louis Vuitton didn't sit down, he said while walking towards the bathing center near the training ground. "After training, I was sweating, not just against Garp, but also doing a lot of sports when Sengoku taught the basics." "Okay, let's go wash it too." Sengoku smiled and nodded, but from the corner of his eye he saw Garp was already sitting down and ready to eat. "Anyway, wait until someone comes back to eat." The corners of Sengoku's mouth twitched, and Garp pulled up without a smile. Sengoku decided to chat with him, "Don't be so straightforward." In other words, Sengoku doesn't know what Luffy will look like in the future, otherwise he will definitely say it's his grandson. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. Chapter 30. St. Louis Vuitton wanted to take a bath, and the bathing center at training ground number 1 was quickly cleared, but there weren't many people left. Stripping off his clothes, St. Louis Vuitton sank himself into the bathtub. "My lord, shall I wipe your body for you?" The long and straight black maid with a bulging chest greeted her, softly pressing behind his back, and her voice was soft and waxy. "Are you the maid who gave to F***ck at the storage box?" St. Louis Vuitton was a little impressed with her. "Yes." The black long straight maid nodded obediently, not knowing whether it was the temperature of the water vapor or the exposed upper body of St. Louis Vuitton, which made her fair and pretty face blush. "What's your name?" "Eve." "Yet." St. Louis Vuitton wrote down her name, leaned back slightly, and relaxed. He didn't refuse Eve to wipe himself, not because of laziness. It's that he has to think about something now. System, personal panel. Call up the panel. An illusory light screen emerged. Host, St. Louis Vuitton. Physical attributes. Armament Haki, 8. Observation Haki, 100. Conqueror's Haki, 100. Attribute points, 62. St. Louis Vuitton's pupils shrank slightly. The properties panel has changed. Physical fitness has changed from 105, armament Haki has changed from 0 to 8. But he obviously didn't add any points. There is no reduction in attribute points, but the panel has changed. The attributes are changed according to my own situation. St. Louis Vuitton confirmed this conclusion. Last night, this speculation emerged in his mind. Whether it is armament Haki or observation Haki, you can learn to awaken by yourself. The system can help you open it quickly, but you can't take the initiative to learn it without reason. That's why I came to Sengoku this morning to ask Haki about this series of things. Come down one morning. Garp's actual combat training is really effective, increasing his physique by 2 points, not much, but how long does it take to know? As time goes by, the changes will become obvious. Armament Haki increased the 8 points because St. Louis Vuitton gained detailed theoretical knowledge and gained a deeper understanding of armed color. However, Conqueror's Haki has not increased yet. This is probably because St. Louis Vuitton's use of Conqueror's Haki has reached an arm-driven level, and the theoretical knowledge has already been thoroughly understood. Sengoku told St. Louis Vuitton how to exercise, but he has not had time to act. In this way, a lot of attribute points can be saved. St. Louis Vuitton determined the next step in his heart. Exercise and brush attributes go hand in hand. This can save a lot of attribute points. Read more at fictionzone.net. Even some basic things don't need to be added at all, you can learn it by yourself, and spend the attribute points where you need it more. St. Louis Vuitton looked at his panel, and the corners of his mouth curled up unconsciously. Little progress has been made, but there is a sense of fulfillment that is becoming stronger. At this moment, the property panel suddenly became blurred, and the content on it changed again. Host, St. Louis Vuitton. Physical attributes. Armament Hacky, 8. Observation Hacky, 100. Conquerors Hacky, 100. Marine 6 types. Shaving, 1, it can be used when it reaches 60, and it can be used when it reaches 100. Iron Body, 1. Paper Arts, 1. Moonwalk, 1. Tempest Kick, 1. Finger Pistol, 1. Attribute Points, 62. P.S. Readers, don't worry about whether the protagonist's current physique can use the 6 types, the system is set to be used when the points are reached. St. Louis Vuitton stared at it, startled slightly. The front half of the panel has not changed, but behind Hacky, there are 6 more patterns. Then the ethereal reminder sounded. Ding! It has been detected that the host is in contact with the new combat technique Marine 6 types, which has been loaded into the template, and the host can use attribute points to strengthen this ability. Simple and rude. St. Louis Vuitton's eyes lit up. Another new discovery. Yes, self-learning can increase the attributes of the panel, so in turn, the system can also strengthen the newly learned abilities. The progress of the 6 formulas is one because of the theoretical knowledge. That is to say, to add new capabilities to the system, at least my understanding of this ability can reach 1. St. Louis Vuitton inferred in his mind. At the same time, he also discovered another thing. 6 types, only 60 attribute points can be used. 100 is perfect use. And Hacky is 100 points can be used. In other words, the next level is perfect use. I don't know how many attribute points are needed. St. Louis Vuitton shook his head. The system hid it, saying only that it could increase a little, not how many points it would take to get to the next level. However, he has no intention of trying now. Still carry out the thought from beginning to end. Focus on the present and maximize the benefits. You don't need to increase your physical fitness, but use exercise to improve it. St. Louis Vuitton squinted his eyes, his thoughts fluctuated, and began to plan for the future. 6 forms need to be added, but after Armament Hacky, wait until all 6 forms are turned on, then consider trying to improve Hacky in the second stage. St. Louis Vuitton simply made a plan for the next step. He condensed his thoughts. The long and straight Eve took the towel along his chest and wiped it all the way down. She was about to, her fair and delicate blush was hot. Okay, it's okay. St. Louis Vuitton interrupted aloud. It's not that he doesn't understand the style, but it's almost time. Eve retracted her small hand like an electric shock, and stood aside looking restrained and timid. St. Louis Vuitton stopped procrastinating, put on his clothes, and walked towards the training ground. Eve followed behind him, with his head lowered, taking a look at St. Louis Vuitton's back from time to time, but then quickly withdrew his gaze. In the depths of her eyes, there is the shyness that has not completely faded. It seems, there are some regrets? Get out of the bathing center. St. Louis Vuitton looked at the square table with cutlery not far away. In addition to Sengoku and Garp, Crane was also present. When he just got up to take a bath, he saw the Crane on the edge of the venue halfway through, and he readily sent out an invitation, but the Crane did not refuse. These 3 are the 3 marine giants in the future. St. Louis Vuitton wants to control Marine and must win over them. More importantly, the characters of Jean, Ka, and he are also worthy of whining. They are all good people. St. Louis Vuitton stands from the perspective of onlookers, and actually admires them. He walked to the dining table, sat down slowly. Full of aristocratic etiquette, arranged the knives and forks in front of him, and smiled when the servants filled everyone with a glass of red wine. Mr. Sengoku, Ms. Tsuru, I have one thing I want to ask you for help. Oh. Both Sengoku and Tsuru cast their eyes. Chapter 31. After the sleepy noon, the sun hanging in the high sky was rejuvenated, releasing hot sunlight, roasting Malinvondo. St. Louis Vuitton walks in the office building in the center of the department. Behind him, the three Hancock sisters followed obediently, already wearing small marine uniforms. Hancock's beautiful and smooth long hair was tied up and wrapped in a marine cap, leaving only 2 strands of G hair hanging down from his cheeks. The military uniform on her body not only does not have the solemn temperament of iron and blood, but the cuteness index is full, which makes people want to hold her up. No wonder so many people like to subdue prey. St. Louis Vuitton suddenly understood some people's weird XP. Strictly speaking, it is not actually a subduing prey, because St. Louis Vuitton has officially named the 3 sisters of the Sengoku gang as Marine this morning. They are now Marine Reserves. Closer to home, along the way, marine cleaning with brooms and mops can be seen everywhere in the office building. St. Louis Vuitton's final cleaning has already begun. Not to mention the recruits, even some lieutenant-level and school-level officers have devoted 100% of the enthusiasm to the sweeping army. Not for anything else, just for the rewarded 5 million Bailey. You know, for some Marines and recruits who are engaged in clerical work, they don't have much actual combat experience. It is too difficult to get bounties for hunting pirates at sea, and there is a great risk of belching if you are not careful. Mopping the floor and doing sanitation will not kill anyone. For a time, in order to obtain the title of cleaning star, Naval Headquarters set off an unprecedented clean-up surge. Hancock and his sisters followed St. Louis Vuitton in small steps, their bright eyes full of curiosity. So in Naval Headquarters, do you like hygiene so much? Hancock tilted his head thoughtfully. Ms. Crane. St. Louis Vuitton suddenly stopped. Hancock, who was following him, did not stop, and hit his solid back with a bang. It hurts. Hancock was clutching his red nose, frowning his eyebrows, and staring at St. Louis Vuitton, unknowingly. It seems that there is more girlish style? St. Louis Vuitton did not pay attention to his back, and naturally did not see Hancock's subtle expression changes. He looked at the oncoming Crane in front of him, with the right smile on his face. He first nodded in response, then looked at the 3 Hancock sisters and nodded gently. Yes, they are all good seedlings. Of course. St. Louis Vuitton smiled. Well, the feeling of being praised by the Lolita that she cultivated by herself is not bad. St. Louis Vuitton's smile becomes softer. At the dinner party yesterday, what he was actually teaching the Hancock 3 sisters. Aside from the identity of the staff officer, lieutenant general, and wise general, one more thing is also very important. Most of the female soldiers in Marine are trained by Crane. This wise advisor taught the soldiers a hand, especially the female soldiers. The female army she led can even flee 7 warlords of the Sea Doflamingo in fright. I'm afraid I've searched the entire Marine, and I've never found a better teacher than Crane to teach the 3 Hancock sisters. I will teach them myself from tomorrow. He looked at Hancock and his sisters a few times, and smiled softly. Hancock met her gaze. It seems, this is a gentle teacher? Hancock thought in his mind. Thanks a lot. St. Louis Vuitton gestured to the conference room in front of him with his eyes. Shall we go in together? Crane nodded and walked half a position behind St. Louis Vuitton. Read more at fictionzone.net. St. Louis Vuitton walked in the front, pushing the door and entering. This is the most commonly used meeting room for Naval Headquarters, and a meeting is being held today. It is not a meeting arranged by St. Louis Vuitton, but a serious Marine meeting, which is about the transfer of Marine personnel in the next month. Patter. St. Louis Vuitton strode forward. Behind him, the 3 sisters, Crane and Hancock, all entered. Hancock was at the end. She felt the solemn atmosphere in the conference room, and pressed the brim of her hat to hide her white and delicate face, as if it would make her feel at ease. In just a moment, dozens of eyes in the conference room all focused. All on St. Louis Vuitton. Conqueror's Hacky. The ghost spider's fierce face was a little dazed. He heard what happened this morning. This celestial dragons actually owns Conqueror's Hacky. To be honest, he doesn't like St. Louis Vuitton very much. St. Louis Vuitton's cleaning of naval headquarters seems to him more like to satisfy his own selfish desires. But because of this, he was even more shocked after he knew that St. Louis Vuitton had awakened Conqueror's Hacky. Why can a celestial dragons, a fan of drunken gold, own Conqueror's Hacky? The ghost spider frowned slightly. But in the next moment, he stood up, even with most of the people present, stood up and saluted St. Louis Vuitton slightly. This is the courtesy to celestial dragons, even if he doesn't like it anymore, he still has to do it, otherwise it will be a bully. St. Louis Vuitton felt all kinds of gazes, his face remained unchanged, his steps were steady, and he walked to a position to sit down. This is the chief of the lieutenant general. The meaning of this seat is even higher than that of Marine hero Garp, who is also a lieutenant general. Only Sengoku, admiral. Sengoku was one of the few people who did not stand up and salute, not because of his admiral rank, but because he was the host of this meeting. As for the Hancock three sisters, they stood behind St. Louis Vuitton and listened. Everyone should know about today's meeting, let's talk about the latest situation first. Sengoku said calmly, and took a look at St. Louis Vuitton halfway through. Ahem, the cleaning is progressing well, and there are some good comments in Marine. St. Louis Vuitton sat in the seat with an official smile on his face. He is also a meeting master, and he is familiar with the conventions in the conference room. The second half of Sengoku's sudden turn of words is actually reporting to himself about his work. Of course, this meeting is mainly about personnel transfer. New World is free, Zephyr and others will handle it, and Grand Line will have me and Garp to handle it. Sengoku became positive, this is the main combat division. Do you have any other arrangements? As soon as his voice fell, a voice full of magnetism sounded. I have some ideas. It's St. Louis Vuitton. The Marines were taken aback, to be honest. The sudden speech of St. Louis Vuitton surprised them. In fact, most Marines present have a subconscious perception of St. Louis Vuitton. That is, St. Louis Vuitton came to naval headquarters just to experience life, or just to play. Even if St. Louis Vuitton came to the meeting room, they would not think that St. Louis Vuitton would really be involved. But now St. Louis Vuitton has taken the initiative to speak, and I have to comment. What would he say? Huo Xiaoshan showed a simple smile, with some expectation in his heart. Is it a straw bag? The conclusion will be drawn soon. Because of Roger's words, the sea is now ups and downs, and pirates frequently appear. The source is not only the Grand Line, but the Four Seas are also a little bit. Many pirates come from the Four Seas, and the Four Seas also need to be cleaned up and fundamentally suppressed. St. Louis Vuitton folded his hands on the table, and his speech was neat and tidy. As soon as these words came out, there was an inevitable short silence in the conference room. Unexpectedly, makes sense. The faces of the Marines changed, and their gazes at St. Louis Vuitton quietly changed. This is good, but there is not enough manpower. Huo Xiaoshan nodded, he agreed with St. Louis Vuitton's statement, or that he actually has this idea, but it is too difficult to implement. Roger, the dog, left that deceptive sentence, causing the pirates to spring up like mushrooms after a rain. It is already very hard to deal with Grand Line and New World. Wearing a mask, the Lieutenant General Bastille, who couldn't see his face, slammed the table, and even the tea in the teacup shook, to vent his dissatisfaction with Roger in his heart. The words Bastille came to everyone's heart. Roger. This name makes the Marines so disgusted, even if Roger, who is the One Piece King, has been executed, his last words are still making waves in the world. If it weren't for Roger, how could the world be so chaotic? Tuk tuk. At this moment, St. Louis Vuitton scanned all the Marines in the field. He let go of his crossed hands and tapped his index finger on the table. I can be responsible for Dong Hai. As for the whole Dong Hai, I have the ability to keep him quiet for a period of time. His tone is very plain, but with an indisputable weight, it makes all Marines' hearts stunned. Chapter 32. St. Louis Vuitton, want to clean up the East Daxia Sea. At this moment, everyone's hearts were unavoidably shocked. St. Louis Vuitton's single-round strength is indeed not great, the combat effectiveness is not so strong, or weaker than the officers present, but even so, his words still won't be questioned. Because strength is not the point at all. St. Louis Vuitton Celestial Dragons, he is qualified to say this sentence, and is even more qualified to make Dong Hai tremble. Especially, St. Louis Vuitton takes control of Conqueror's Haki. Such celestial dragons are definitely the most special and outstanding batch. The officers in the high positions of World Government Marine know very well that if St. Louis Vuitton really wants to attack the East Daxia Sea, I am afraid that the East Daxia Sea will become a blood-stained color from then on. There will be countless pirates who will be terrified and will die forever. This is not a joke, but an iron fact. St. Louis Vuitton can do it. Light flashed in Crane's old eyes. She stared at St. Louis Vuitton for a few seconds, then nodded slightly and said in a low voice, "All over the world, you really need to pay attention. Yes, the 4 seas need to be cleaned up. Now although Marine is difficult to mobilize, with the help of Master St. Louis Vuitton, we Marine will not even be able to deal with the remaining 3 sea areas." Sengoku said at the same time, categorically cutting the railroad. St. Louis Vuitton's plan to clean up the 4 seas was decided in this way. Among them, the East Daxia Sea is in charge of St. Louis Vuitton. No one has objections. The meeting continues. St. Louis Vuitton no longer speaks, but converges his thoughts to sound. Dealing with Dong Hai is not just to speak in this meeting, but to let the system's decision level hear from the side to participate. More importantly, St. Louis Vuitton needs prestige. Build prestige in Marine, build prestige in the world. Dong Hai is his first stepping stone. Time flies. Ding, host has finished today's meeting, and the small meeting will take 30 minutes. System settlement, total plus 30 attribute points today. The system prompt sounded. The illusory light screen flickered before St. Louis Vuitton's eyes. The attribute point began to jump at 62, and finally stayed at 92. St. Louis Vuitton's pupils narrowed. Armament Haki originally had 8 points. Add 92 to it, and it just happens to be 100. Put 92 attribute points on Armament Haki. St. Louis Vuitton took a deep breath. The last color Haki. It's finally open. Ding, Armament Haki has reached 100 attribute points and satisfies the opening conditions. Boom. An unspeakable power emerged in St. Louis Vuitton. His body was trembling almost subconsciously. If you let St. Louis Vuitton describe this force, that's anger. It seems that there is a kind of chi in the body, and it is recovering and growing. It walks in every muscle and can be mobilized at any time. Read more at fictionzone.net. This kind of gas is Armament Haki. St. Louis Vuitton was a little surprised, but it was quickly stunned. Haki and Haki carry an chi in themselves. And St. Louis Vuitton remembers that Armament Haki can be released outside after reaching advanced levels. Thinking about it this way, it seems more reasonable that the armed color is chi. Host, St. Louis Vuitton. Physical attributes. Armament Haki, 100. Observation Haki, 100. Conqueror's Haki, 100. 6 types. Shaving, 1, it can be used when it reaches 60, and it can be used when it reaches 100. Iron Body, 1. Paper Arts, 1. Moonwalk, 1. Tempest Kick, 1. Finger Pistol, 1. Attribute Points, 0. Look at the attribute points that have become 0, and all the active conquerors haki. St. Louis Vuitton has a smile on his face. Next, it's Marine 6 formula. Maybe you are not strong enough now, but in the first half of the Grand Line, there are not many people who have conquerors haki and are skilled in using them, right? St. Louis Vuitton clenched his fist hard and could clearly feel the strength in his body becoming stronger. Don't vomit. No wonder some people swell as soon as they gain strength. St. Louis Vuitton spreads out his hands and looks as usual. He didn't swell, and he couldn't swell. If he really wanted to swell, he had already released himself when he became celestial dragons. Above, the meeting is over. At this moment, Sengoku announced in a loud voice that he had stood up and began to gather information, and other officers also left the field one after another. St. Louis Vuitton looks at Sengoku. Would you like to ask Sengoku about the use of armament haki? Although his current armament haki is already proficient in use, after all, it is only proficient in use, not proficient in actual combat. Ask Sengoku, there should be a lot of gains, right? Only. St. Louis Vuitton opened his lips slightly, and stopped when he reached the lips. Let's ask again in 3 days. I learned it yesterday, but I learned it today. This is too exaggerated. No, it's not an exaggeration to say that it is scary. Looking at the entire pirate world, no one can learn Conqueror's haki from scratch in 1 day, right? Still a little psychological buffer for the elderly. St. Louis Vuitton raised his eyebrows, turned his head and pulled Hancock behind him. Go, let's go back. Hey! Little Marine Hancock opened his eyes ignorantly, raised his loose sleeves and rubbed his dry eyes, as if he had just woke up. Puff St. Louis Vuitton couldn't help but laugh. Is this a sleep waiting for a meeting? For the future Empress, is this considered Black history? Are you going to leave? Hancock tilted his head, with an unconditional and charming look on his face. Yes. St. Louis Vuitton was another stupid killer, even ringing Hancock with his marine hat. Well. Hancock drooped his head, holding the brim of the hat with 2 small hands, resisting the ravages of St. Louis Vuitton, looking like he was unlovable. The younger sisters watched the tragic experience of their sisters, their big eyes did not blink. There was not much resistance, on the contrary, there was still a little bit of desire. St. Louis Vuitton was covered with rain and dew, and it was 2 smiles touching the head of the dog, and the hair of the 2 little guys was also rubbed into a mess. After a while, each of the 3 sisters touched a chicken coop, and Hancock's small eyes were very resentful. Ha 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 ha. St. Louis Vuitton couldn't help but laugh. Today, the achievement of Angry Dog's head is achieved. St. Louis Vuitton was in a good mood, and stopped teasing them, and led the 3 of them out of the meeting room. Sengoku, who was packing up the information, felt a little bit. He always felt a sense of being stared at. This feeling disappeared suddenly after St. Louis Vuitton left. Sengoku looked up and looked outside the meeting room. St. Louis Vuitton has led the Hancock 3 sisters far away, his back is tall and thin, with a kind of vibe. Suddenly, St. Louis Vuitton turned around and smiled at Sengoku. Sengoku. I don't know why, I seem to have a feeling of being conspired. What's the matter? He glanced at him suspiciously. It's okay, probably, the weather has turned colder. Sengoku muttered uncertainly. Chapter 33. 3 days later. St. Louis Vuitton was under the escort of CP1 early in the morning, riding a sedan, swaying to the number 1 training ground. Today's number 1 training ground is still very deserted. There is only one person. It's Sengoku. Seeing the arrival of St. Louis Vuitton, Sengoku strode forward to greet him. Master St. Louis Vuitton, CP1 told me today that you want to learn some armament haki practical quick start tips from me. Sengoku said this sentence with a strange tone. Not only is it weird, but even his face is extremely weird. What's the meaning? Armament Haki combat skills? This sentence is too informative. Sengoku took a deep breath. When does it need to fight? Only when you have mastered the armed color. Yes. St. Louis Vuitton nodded, and stretched out his hand as he spoke. Armament Haki, cover. The arm was instantly dark, with the heavy metal feeling, indestructible. Really learned. Sengoku's eyelids jumped wildly. It's not over yet, St. Louis Vuitton said seriously again. After 3 days of unremitting efforts, I have mastered Armament Haki. 3 days of unremitting efforts? Sengoku's eyelids twitched more severely, and he felt cramped. He remembers very clearly that St. Louis Vuitton has been wandering in the headquarters for the past 3 days. The training time does not add up to much, and the amount of training is not as large as that of an old man. Effort? FK his grandma's egg. Sengoku only saw St. Louis Vuitton use 3 different excuses to force a meeting for 3 days. To be honest, from Sengoku's point of view, these meetings are somewhat okay, and some have taken advantage of Celestial Dragon's hegemony. Of course, these are not important. The important thing is that St. Louis Vuitton didn't exercise much at all. How could he be armed? And still learn it in 3 days? At this moment, the inky black armament Haki covered by St. Louis Vuitton's hands suddenly spreading all over the body at a rapid speed, reaching the level of full coverage. St. Louis Vuitton controlled the discoloration of the armed color again, covering only his hands. Cut to full coverage again. Cut into hands again. Sengoku didn't catch his breath, almost suffocating to death on the spot. Okay, well, I know you learned it, and you also learned full coverage. Can I trouble you to put away your armed colors? Sengoku is so tired. It's really armed, and the whole body is armed. The tone became sour. Full body armor color coverage, this is a high-level use of armor color. To be able to achieve this level, is enough to show that St. Louis Vuitton has used armament Haki proficiently, such as arm drive. 3 days, only 3 days. How long did I study at the time? Sengoku muttered, and fell silent. It took 18 days to learn in half a month, which also made Sengoku a little bloated at the time. Garb? That god-tier guy was faster than himself, and it took 15 days. Read more at fictionzone.net. Faster than this? Sengoku has never heard of it, at least not in Marine. But he heard it now. 3 days. St. Louis Vuitton broke Garp's record and shortened it by 5 times. The best way to be armed with little tricks is to fight. Sengoku's voice fell a few degrees unconsciously. He misses that guy Garp so much now. If only Garp were there, let him be a sparring partner. And let the enviable fellow St. Louis Vuitton feel the iron fist from justice. However, Garp was preached by himself last time, and I don't know if he will be so straightforward. I'll teach you actual combat. Sengoku sighed long. Envy belongs to envy, and the training partner shouldn't neglect at all. Soon. 2 figures flashed alternately in the training ground, and the actual practice of Conqueror's Haki of St. Louis Vuitton began. This actual battle lasted from early morning to late afternoon until the sun was about to sink and the last afterglow illuminates the world. In the number 1 training ground, St. Louis Vuitton was panting, took the towel from Stella and wiped off the sweat from his body, and then thanked Sengoku sincerely. Thank you Mr. Sengoku, I have benefited a lot today. All the tips for getting started in actual combat have been learned. St. Louis Vuitton has to say that Sengoku is indeed a good teacher. The way of preaching is simple and easy to understand. Just learn it. Sengoku smiled. After some training, he can be more sure that St. Louis Vuitton has extraordinary aptitude, and he can make it through. Teachers have always liked smart students. St. Louis Vuitton turned around and whispered to himself, it just happens to be going to sea today. I will learn from this juncture, not bad. My lord, the warship is ready and everything is ready. Mask 5 CP1 leaned forward and whispered in the ear of St. Louis Vuitton. Okay, let's go now. St. Louis Vuitton nodded. Under the protection of CP1, walked towards the port. Sengoku stared at the back of St. Louis Vuitton, without speaking for a long time. St. Louis Vuitton is going to the East Daxia Sea. He wants to fulfill his promise, go to the East Daxia Sea, and eliminate the pirates raging in the East Daxia Sea. If he weren't celestial dragons, but just an ordinary civilian, that would be great. Sengoku narrowed his eyes and whispered softly. If it is an ordinary civilian, such a qualification. Sengoku's heart is very hot. If St. Louis Vuitton is a civilian, Sengoku will train him as an admiral. No, it is directly defined as the future Marine Marshal. Although St. Louis Vuitton behaves a little weirdly and likes to hold some headless meetings, whether it is aptitude or wisdom, it is superb. With qualifications, you can only become admiral, but with wisdom, you can become the marshal who gives orders. But Sengoku didn't even think about going any further. He turned around and left training ground number 1. After all, St. Louis Vuitton is celestial dragons. This is destined that he cannot become admiral, marshal, with the qualifications of St. Louis Vuitton. I am afraid that sooner or later he will replace 5 elders. The world government symbolizes the 5 positions of the highest power, and St. Louis Vuitton must be there. For such celestial dragons, what is the purpose of naval headquarters? Sengoku's thoughts fluctuated, and this question that had been pondered in his heart for countless times emerged once again. It's just that this time he couldn't think any more, and the 2 people who came on interrupted his thoughts. Garp leaned close to Sengoku, and said loudly, "Are you teaching St. Louis Vuitton again today?" At the back, he put his arms around his chest and walked with a soft smile on his face. Sengoku nodded, his brows suddenly raised. And he said in an offensive tone, "Do you know what I taught him today?" After speaking, before Garp and Crane guessed, Sengoku took the initiative to say, "I taught him some skills in the use of armed S*X in combat, some easy and quick start skills." Garp. Crane. A big question mark appeared, and both of them faced Sengoku with a "you are teasing me" expression. Sengoku smiled, "You heard me right." He reached out and swiped it, armament haki covered it. St. Louis Vuitton is like this. With a swipe, armament haki covered Sengoku's body again. And then cut into hands again. Sengoku learned St. Louis Vuitton to switch armament haki back and forth, and he has learned the essence. It looks good, not bad at all. Armament haki is jet black. Covering the whole body will turn the whole person into pitch black, just like an Iron Man. This kind of high-frequency coverage cancellation and switching back and forth are actually, more or less funny. But the problem is, it's not funny at all. That's so special now. Garp's eyes widened. Crane's eyes widened too. Haha. The corners of Sengoku's mouth twitched, and he smiled incomprehensibly. Comfortable. I beg the readers to sprinkle some flowers and comment on the price. Chapter 34. Sengoku admired Garp and Tsuru's dull expressions, and suddenly felt much better. It's not as good as everyone's pleasure. Did he lie to us? 3 days to learn to be armed, what a joke. Garp scratched his head, he had to doubt the authenticity. This is really shocking. Before St. Louis Vuitton, no one could do this. Sengoku said nothing. His mind went back to what he thought of when he walked just now, what St. Louis Vuitton did in the past 3 days. On the first day, St. Louis Vuitton, the distinguished celestial dragons, somehow ran to the dirty public toilet, inside and out, carefully inspecting it. The second lieutenant who happened to be patrolling near the public toilet was called away. Even the lieutenant general of the logistics department was summoned by St. Louis Vuitton. A large group of people was squeezed at the door of the toilet and held a meeting on the construction and management of public toilets. This opening took an hour abruptly. The next day, St. Louis Vuitton went to check the Marine's exercise site again, and muttered a few words like the equipment is not good, not advanced. Following the same method, he found a group of people and said that he would invest in new equipment for the training site, and finally paid it back. I got myself a Marine contribution commendation. Well, Krypton money is naturally considered a contribution. This time, the meeting was held for half an hour. On the third day, St. Louis Vuitton took Sengoku to go fishing, and raised the issue of marine rectification with him. He actually wanted to intervene in the investigation of Marine's years of intricate marine corruption. To be honest, this really shocked Sengoku. This problem, he actually thought about handling it. But it was too difficult to start at all. Marine's corruption is not only involved with the officers behind, but they follow the vines. Even if he is admiral, he can't intervene to get rid of him, and he can only let Marine corrupt. However, St. Louis Vuitton has directly dealt with corruption. At that time, St. Louis Vuitton found Sengoku, only to inform him, not to discuss. Perhaps in secret, St. Louis Vuitton has launched its own plan. At the end, St. Louis Vuitton also pulled Sengoku and Crane, and he just had a not-so-big meeting about the initial rectification of corruption. It's not about asking Sengoku to help, but about how Sengoku will react after something happens. What St. Louis Vuitton said yesterday kept him up all night, even if he still remembers clearly now. St. Louis Vuitton is different from other celestial dragons. It represents the celestial dragons at the level of 5 elders. Even if it has not yet reached the status of 5 elders, it will sooner or later get on the 5 seats as it develops. It is the elite of celestial dragons. If he wants to rectify Marine, maybe it can be done. Sengoku whispered in a voice that only he could hear. Read more at fictionzone.net. Given that St. Louis Vuitton is a top-notch identity in celestial dragons, there may be real hope. I may know the purpose of his coming, Sengoku said suddenly. Hear the words. Garp and Crane immediately seemed to force down the shocking message that St. Louis Vuitton learned to be armed in 3 days. Let's talk about the problem of marine corruption first. I don't want to talk about this, but you should be well aware that the current marine, especially the marine in the 4 seas, may have rotted to the roots, some branches in remote areas. It's almost the same as the warlord who holds the mountain as the king. Sengoku looked into the distance with a long and deep voice. Suppress civilians, collude with pirates to burn, kill, and looting? Maybe they have done it. I can't stand it. I want to cut off the roots of corruption, but behind this, there are even a few celestials. The shadow of dragons. I can't move my hands, nor can I do it, even if I am admiral, I can't help it. Even if I become a marshal in the future, it will never be possible to cut off the roots of corruption. What I can do, is only temporarily restrained, but with celestial dragons as the backing, this kind of decay will spread and ferment faster and faster. Over time, maybe Marine will become what you and I hate. Sengoku sighed deeply, worried. But in the next second, his tone changed, but in the final analysis, Mary Gosa is not the people of celestial dragons who have the final say. Marine decay is definitely hurting the interests of most people. This is not a good phenomenon. Some people can't sit still. So at this juncture, St. Louis Vuitton appeared. As the top presence of celestial dragons, he airborne naval headquarters and mentioned the marine decay. Marine was born to protect celestial dragons, and they must not be destroyed. Maybe that's it. Sengoku felt as if he had grasped the truth. His tone suddenly changed, and he became decisive. The top of celestial dragons has the heart to diagnose and treat marine decay. St. Louis Vuitton, perhaps the celestial dragons party that cannot allow marine to be destroyed. Garp, Crane. The impact of Sengoku's words was so great that both of them fell into a long silence to digest the content. After a while, Crane spoke with a hoarse voice. Behind the airborne St. Louis Vuitton, is there any other celestial dragons involved? Did 5 elders participate? I don't know. Sengoku shook his head. He knew very little about celestial dragons, even Admiral, all he knew was just a few words. Most of the time, you can only guess. Garp squinted his eyes, rare and serious, his arrival in Marine. At the same time, the port of Marin Vatican. The sun has completely set, and it is night, the stars dotted the sky, and the dark night sky is set off like an exquisite work of art. St. Louis Vuitton sat on the sedan chair, lifted by the CP1S, and staggered to the port coast. He didn't draw the curtain, but tied up the curtain at both ends, feeling the blowing of the sea breeze, which he liked. Master St. Louis Vuitton, the battle pet prepared for you over there is here. Mask 5 stepped forward and knelt down on one knee in front of St. Louis Vuitton's sedan chair, respectfully. Oh! St. Louis Vuitton frowned. Before setting off, not only did he master the actual combat of armament haki, but also Dr. Vegapunk's stuff arrived. It's not in vain that I give Vegapunk funding. St. Louis Vuitton's voice is flat and there are not many waves. It's getting closer to the location of Linhai. Vaguely in the darkness, I could see a large warship anchored on the shore. At this moment, wow! A terrible roar with a strong animal character resounded in front of the warship, like a thunder from the sky, blasting into the port of Malinvander. Kong dang! Kong dang! It was a huge beast that was shrouded in darkness. The whole body was chained up and down. It twisted its body violently, and its limbs stomped on the ground, making a dull loud noise. The appearance of the beast is indistinct in the dark, only 2 scarlet beast pupils that are as big as lanterns are very eye-catching. The animal nature contained in this pair of beast pupils makes people shudder. Very energetic. St. Louis Vuitton praised. Next moment, his eyes flowed, and he landed on a figure standing opposite the beast. This is a curvy figure, with a vague appearance, only a vague outline can be seen, but the 2 long, white, straight legs are extremely eye-catching, which can instantly attract a man's sight. Legs play years. This is St. Louis Vuitton's first impression of her. She is the Major General of Jun with you this time. Mask 5 whispered in front of St. Louis Vuitton. Chapter 35. Jun. St. Louis Vuitton's eyes narrowed. He remembered the name, and he was very impressed to be precise. Although she is only Marine Major, she is brave and resourceful. Even he has personally praised her strategy. She claims to have Admiral qualifications and was once a Marine supernova. In the future, Jun has indeed lived up to expectations and became a candidate for Admiral. Although it has not become Admiral, it has the title of Admiral, with colors and animals, codenamed Peach Rabbit. St. Louis Vuitton is going to clean up the East Daxia Sea, but Marine can't really let him go by himself, even if St. Louis Vuitton has his own power to follow and protect. Jun is the strongman Marine sent to protect him. Let's go. St. Louis Vuitton gave orders. CP1 respectfully obeyed their orders, carrying the sedan chair towards the direction of the warship. Near, St. Louis Vuitton can see the appearance of Jun. Few women can be as tall as her. She is about 3 meters tall and only 1 head shorter than St. Louis Vuitton. It is precisely because of this outstanding height that even if the marine coat is casually draped on her shoulders, it is a general's. The iron and blood show vividly. But Jun's face does not touch the word iron and blood at all. The black and silky hair is on the top of the head. A pair of peachy eyes are full of charm, and the picturesque red lips are embellished with a beauty mole, which is alluring. Look at the beast whose body is bound by chains. It squatted on the ground, and St. Louis Vuitton visually measured about 5 meters. It might reach a height of nearly 15 meters when it stood up. The whole body is covered with golden hair, the body has a golden Madara pattern, the head is like a wolf, and the pair of horns on the forehead shimmers with metallic color, which makes people shudder. The appearance looks a bit like a legendary cunning, of course, this can't really be a monster in the myth. This is the ferocious beast that Vegapunk combines the excellent genes of several powerful beasts, and uses genetic modification to artificially create ferocious beasts. My lord, this beast can serve as your mount. Mask 5 CP1 said respectfully. St. Louis Vuitton nodded slightly, stepped off the sedan chair, and walked towards the beast. The already manic beast perceives St. Louis Vuitton coming, as if eager for fresh flesh and blood, frantically struggling to get up and roar. Wow! The blood basin opened wide, facing St. Louis Vuitton, as if trying to break free, and ate St. Louis Vuitton in one bite. Beast! The CP1's complexion changed at the same time, and Mask 5 was about to shoot on the spot, killing the beast that dared to smash into St. Louis Vuitton. However, St. Louis Vuitton raised his hand to stop, and smiled, no. The voice fell. Boom! Conqueror's haki burst out, and the air rippled, like a rolling sea, and the surging power was smashed and pressed against the beast. Woo! The scarlet eyes of the beast trembled, and the madness faded instantly, as if seeing an extremely terrifying natural enemy. His sturdy limbs trembled, and he couldn't even stand up. He knelt down on the spot, and his roar became as fine as a mosquito. Look at the humanized fear in its beast pupils, read more at fictionzone.net. The smile on St. Louis Vuitton's face increased, hungry it for 5 days, whipping it 3 times a day. He doesn't need a disobedient pet. He will fight until he is disobedient. Yes, my lord. All the CP1s responded, clutching the chains, and dragging and pulling the beast, which was already weakened, into the cabin. Woo! The beast seemed to understand the encounter he was about to face, sobbing to ask for mercy. St. Louis Vuitton didn't even look at it. Is this the St. Louis Vuitton my sister said? Jun stared at St. Louis Vuitton, whispering in his heart. She heard the crane say St. Louis Vuitton several times. The special celestial dragons, with superior wisdom, talents, and lofty status, are the successors of 5 elders. This was all said by Crane himself. At the end of the day, when Jun was about to set out to accompany St. Louis Vuitton to the East Daxia Sea, Crane deliberately looked for her once and asked her to be careful and pay more attention to St. Louis Vuitton. This is the first time Jun has seen Crane treat someone so solemnly. At this moment, the voice of St. Louis Vuitton rang, interrupting Jun's thoughts. In the next period of time, I will work with Major General Daotu. I hope we can get along happily. St. Louis Vuitton smiled on his lips and leaned slightly, very aristocratic. Peach Rabbit. Jun was a little surprised, although I don't hate the term adult, my name is Jun. St. Louis Vuitton was taken aback. There is no Peach Rabbit in Jun? Is it because she is not yet a candidate for Admiral? Yes. Since the Admiral of Headquarters Sengoku, the title will be composed of color and animal. Now Admiral has not appeared, Admiral has not yet appeared, and Jun is not yet a Peach Rabbit. St. Louis Vuitton concealed his emotions well, and smiled, sorry, I remembered it wrong. Jun didn't think there was anything. For celestial dragons such as St. Louis Vuitton with high authority, it is normal to misremember the name. She doesn't think she has anything special and deserves to be remembered by St. Louis Vuitton. However, Daotu sounds pretty good. Jun Xin said that she likes peachy colors. My lord, please get on board. Jun gave way to St. Louis Vuitton with an official and polite smile. St. Louis Vuitton nodded slightly and stepped onto the large warship moored on the shore. Jun walked with 2 big long legs, just behind him. By the way, Major General Jun, when should we leave and what route is the best? St. Louis Vuitton asked suddenly. He is celestial dragons, but not those mentally handicapped celestial dragons. In terms of sailing, Jun definitely has much more experience than himself. There is nothing wrong with taking expert advice. People who are self-employed generally do not survive 3 episodes. Jun thought a little, and whispered softly, "Calm belt, it's best to start now." In fact, she did not expect St. Louis Vuitton to ask her opinion. St. Louis Vuitton is responsible for this cleanup of the East Daxia Sea. She is accompanied by her as a deputy. Unless she can judge for herself when necessary, St. Louis Vuitton makes the decision in normal circumstances. On the face of it, her duty is to clean up the East Daxia Sea, but in fact, her real duty is to protect the safety of St. Louis Vuitton. The safety of St. Louis Vuitton is the top priority, and the task must be placed second. To the world government, the pirates of the entire East Daxia Sea add up to no more than a single hair of St. Louis Vuitton. Such a big man would want to listen to her opinions? After listening to Jun's suggestions, "Okay, just do as Major General Jun said." St. Louis Vuitton nodded slightly. Jun is right. The calm belt is a shortcut. It is much faster to sail through the calm belt than normal sailing from the sea. More importantly, the danger of crossing without wind is greatly reduced. No other pirate ships will be encountered. Calm belt, also known as the most magical and dangerous channel in the world. As the name implies, the calm belt has no wind all year round, and the sea surface waves are extremely small, and it may even be mistaken as a solid state. Because of the lack of wind, the pirate ship lost power and was almost unable to cross the calm belt. In addition to the lack of power, there is another reason: under the calm belt, there are terrifying beasts, sea kings. But the fact that the pirate ship can't cross does not mean that marine can't cross. The marine warship has a powered outer wheel, and one of its keels is specially made by sea stone, which can make sea kings mistakenly think it is of the same kind. Today's update is very early. Chapter 36. Calm belt. Perhaps because there is no wind, there are no white clouds floating in the night sky, and the stars twinkling in the dark screen at a glance, as if the entire galaxy is present in front of you. The sea is calm and the waves are calm, the warship is moving smoothly, and the hull is stable, and there is not much shaking. Not in a hurry, but now is the time for St. Louis Vuitton to eat. A dining table is set up on the wide deck, covered with a white gold silk tablecloth, and candles are erected on the side of the table. The soft candle light gives it a faint beauty. St. Louis Vuitton's back is straight, sitting on the seat very aristocratically. Sip the food delivered by the maids. "Major General Jun, would you like to have something to eat?" St. Louis Vuitton smiled and sent an invitation to Jun. He will not let go of the opportunity to win over this Major General with great potential. "Thank you for your kindness, but I have eaten dinner before then." Jun smiled with a standard smile. In other words, the skin smiles and the flesh does not smile. To St. Louis Vuitton, the powerful celestial dragons, she instinctively wanted to keep her distance. Jun remembered Sister Crane's instructions: "Be careful and careful." "It's a pity." St. Louis Vuitton nodded and said no more. He slowly sliced the steak on the plate into thin strips and put them in his mouth gracefully. Jun stood by, listening and seeing all directions. She wanted to protect the safety of St. Louis Vuitton at all times. There is basically no pirate in the calm belt. But it is also dangerous. For example, the scary sea kings that inhabit here. Roar! A thunderous roar resounded. Jun's eyebrows frowned slightly. What he was saying. The gloomy sea in the distance suddenly cracked, and a terrifying figure protruded out of the water, and the part that was just above the water was 100 meters tall. "Sea kings. It's not for us." Jun's eyes flashed slightly, and the long sword half an inch from the waist was sheathed again. The sea kings at the far end just appeared on the surface of the water and did not intend to launch an attack on the warship. "Is that the sea kings?" St. Louis Vuitton looked sideways into the distance. Under the moonlight, the huge figure of sea kings twisted, as if stretching his body, his mouth roared like thunder, even the sea trembling slightly. This is a sea king's with a Tauran body. If the 100-meter-tall body twists, I am afraid that the ordinary pirate ship will be overturned in an instant. In the calm belt, there are countless sea kings like this. Don't know what the taste of sea kings is like? St. Louis Vuitton's heart moved. He put down the knife and fork, took the white towel beside his hand and wiped his mouth. Have you finished? CP1 bends and asks. St. Louis Vuitton glanced at the most of the food left on the table and waved, remove these things. Hearing the adult's words, the maid stepped up on high heels and swiftly cleaned up the dining table. St. Louis Vuitton has gotten up. He paced towards the edge of the warship. Under the moonlight, the figure of the Sea Kings became clearer, and St. Louis Vuitton could even see the sea water flowing down from the Sea Kings. You said, Sea Kings is made into sashimi, how does it taste? St. Louis Vuitton smiled and pointed at Sea Kings. I offer this delicacy to adults. You try it yourself. It is more convincing than any words. In the cabin, a powerful figure of Kong Wu in a white suit stepped out. He wears a silver mask, his throat seems to have been injured, there is a penetrating scar on his neck, and his voice is low and hoarse, like a knife cut through a rag. Thanks for your hard work. St. Louis Vuitton looked at him and smiled. This is a staff specially assigned by the CP agency to accompany St. Louis Vuitton to the East Daxia Sea. Read more at fictionzone.net. Its strength is extremely strong and it is a dedicated combatant. His origins are very interesting. Like the future Liu Qi, he comes from CP9 and his function is assassination. There are 3 strong men like the Silver Masked Man, forming an assassination squad to help St. Louis Vuitton clear out all threatening roadblocks. It is my honor to be able to serve adults. The Silver Masked Man bowed slightly. Next moment, he stepped on the air, as if walking on the ground, so he stepped up to the sky step by step, killing Sea Kings at an incredible speed. 6 styles moonwalk. Roar. The body of the Tauran Sea King suddenly turned his head, his mouth roared just now, and the abrupt halt came to an abrupt end. Under the moonlight, a handful of blood splashed, as if it had infested the silver moon disk into blood. Sea King's head and body separated, killed in one blow. The silver-masked man showed terrifying power, holding a section of Sea King's body in one hand, and stepping on moonwalk to return to the warship again. The time before and after, no more than 3 seconds. Handle it. The masked man threw the torso of Sea Kings to CP1, then knelt on one knee and respectfully said to St. Louis Vuitton, fortunately, you will be able to taste Sea King's sashimi soon. St. Louis Vuitton nodded, and threw out a purse casually, and landed in front of the masked man. This is a reward for you. Thank you, sir. The masked man bowed again, without opening the purse, and directly took it into his arms. Don't even think about it, but Pele in this wallet is probably too scary. Not long after, Sea Kings are processed, and the hard-to-swallow parts are removed, leaving only the best meaty parts to make sashimi. With a 10-meter torso, when it finally arrived in front of St. Louis Vuitton, there were only a few small dishes left. Seeing all this, Jun looked inexplicably complicated, shocked, and amazed. This is Celestial Dragons, just a casual word, someone will willingly meet all his requirements. It can be said that what you want. Jun's eyes flickered. At this moment, the voice of St. Louis Vuitton rang in her ears. Major General Jun, sashimi feels very little full, so you can come and taste it even after dinner. He initiated the invitation again. This time, Jun didn't refuse. With a charming smile on his face, he moved his long legs and sat down opposite St. Louis Vuitton. St. Louis Vuitton said it all. One time I refused, and the second time, I don't know what is good or bad. It just so happened that taking this opportunity to observe St. Louis Vuitton closely. Jun thought to himself. St. Louis Vuitton slowly inserted a piece of sashimi, dipped it in a special sauce, and tasted it slowly. Not bad. St. Louis Vuitton nodded slightly. Putting down the knife and fork, he showed a gentle smile at Jun, and said, I don't know how to call Major General Jun. If I call him Major General Jun, it would be too unfamiliar. Master St. Louis Vuitton, you can call me Major General Jun. Jun still said with a polite smile. St. Louis Vuitton shook his head and smiled on his lips. I have seen many beauties, and I have seen many powerful men with extraordinary strength, but there are very few who merge the two like Major General Jun. If you and Major General Jun it's just subordinates, life is too boring. Master St. Louis Vuitton, what do you mean? Jun Tao's face didn't change her face, her smile still remained. My heart is thinking about the true purpose of St. Louis Vuitton. Is this showing closeness? She doesn't believe St. Louis Vuitton's words. This is celestial dragons, the most powerful people in the world. Why should such a big man be close to himself? I don't mean anything else. I just want to be friends with Miss Jun. Of course, if we can in the future, I hope we are not just friends. St. Louis Vuitton smiled. The candle light flickered, and the facial lines against St. Louis Vuitton became more handsome. Jun looked at the hard-faced man in front of him, with his red lips slightly opened, and said straightforwardly. Master St. Louis Vuitton, do you want to soak me? St. Louis Vuitton. Accompanying Maureen. I'm CAO. Just said it. The surrounding Marines have weak legs, although it seems to be a bit like this when listening to St. Louis Vuitton's words. But the question is it really good to say it so bluntly? What if you touch the restricted area of this noble celestial dragons? Will you be Shanghai on the spot? Compared to Marine, who was panicking around, Jun was very calm, and there was not much turbulence on his face. She has seen all the ups and downs, this is the character, what should be said will not be hidden. Of course the most important point. Crane told her a lot about St. Louis Vuitton and analyzed the character of St. Louis Vuitton. The conclusion reached: St. Louis Vuitton doesn't hate going straight back and forth. St. Louis Vuitton smiled. He supported his cheek with one hand and played with a knife and fork with the other. His eyes were bright and the corners of his mouth were smiling. Major General Jun, if I say, your guess is correct, what will happen to you? His voice is very deep, with a kind of magnetism unique to men. Jun met his gaze, stared deeply at these black eyes, unable to speak for a while. St. Louis Vuitton smiled unabatedly. Miss Jun is powerful, but she is still a rare beauty. Who can be unloved? He stretched out a hand. This is a handshake. St. Louis Vuitton's eyes seemed to be brighter. He stared at Jun's pretty face. Will Jun Ms want to be my friend? Roll for flowers. Seeking evaluation votes. Chapter 37. Call. The sea breeze is blowing, the candle light is swaying, and the white gold silk tablecloth on the table is also blowing with the wind. Jun looked at the thin lips of St. Louis Vuitton with a small smile, and his low voice seemed to linger in his ears. Miss Jun, if I say you are right, what will happen to you? Suddenly. Jun smiled, no longer the kind of polite smile. The peach blossom eyes bend like crescents, and the red lips pick out a nice arc. This moment. The candle light dimmed, and the moonlight stagnated. It seemed that the stars all over the sky were eclipsed by this smile. Looking back, Bai Meisheng smiled, maybe it was nothing more than that. Master St. Louis Vuitton has a good reputation. It is an honor for me to be friends with adults. Jun stretched out the white catkin and touched the 10 fingers of St. Louis Vuitton lightly. Touch and leave. St. Louis Vuitton retracted his hand, the temperature of Jun still remaining on his fingertips. She looks really good when she smiles, full of young girl's immature style, but with a touch of greenness in the mature and charming. As for the idea of taking a step closer, I have no plans for the time being. I don't think my friends will force it. Jun used a silver knife to fork a piece of sashimi, with an elegant temperament between the brows. St. Louis Vuitton smiled slightly, this is natural. He stood up, walked to Jun's side, unbuttoned the outer suit, and draped over her thin shoulders. It's late at night, and the sea breeze is getting colder. St. Louis Vuitton patted her shoulder through the suit. Don't rush to refuse, this is the kindness of friends. Jun felt the breath coming from his suit. For a brief moment, he was slightly taken aback, and Gu Pan's radiant eyes seemed to have microwaves circulating. St. Louis Vuitton does not wait for Jun to speak either. He stood up and snapped his fingers at the maid standing aside. I'm a little sleepy, come here today. After speaking, St. Louis Vuitton turned and walked towards the cabin. Seeing this, Eve, the long and straight black maid who was standing by the table, stepped quickly to follow her, and gently put on a new coat for St. Louis Vuitton. My lord, do you want to get Jun? She leaned forward, lowered her voice, stood on her toes, and said against the roots of St. Louis Vuitton's ears. Not bad. St. Louis Vuitton nodded slightly. Jun was right, he really didn't hate going straight back and forth. The emperor loves the country and the beauty as well as the truth since ancient times. Pursue if you like, why bother? Eve's voice was soft, my lord, as long as you give an order, Major General Jun will not disobey you. Everything in this world is at your fingertips, let alone Major General Marine. Force? St. Louis Vuitton smiled and shook his head. This is a downgrade. Life needs more fun. No words for a night. The early morning has just arrived. St. Louis Vuitton abruptly sat up from the bed and opened the quilt. Seeing that there was no weird unknown liquid on the bed sheet, he let out a long breath, and his hanging heart was relieved. Fortunately, it was a dream. St. Louis Vuitton was a little speechless. He dreamed of the 3 Hancock sisters last night. The 3 light and soft little lowly are also chirping and energetic in their dreams. I don't know what's going on. The little guys are going to squeeze into their own bed, and say something to warm their own bed. The St. Louis Vuitton in the dream nodded with relief, thinking that his lowly development plan was finally on the right track. In the end, I knew, it was not 2 minutes since I went to bed. Read more at fictionzone.net. Hancock peed. Correct. Bedwetting. This directly awakened St. Louis Vuitton. Hancock and the others are 12 years old anyway. They shouldn't be. But time flies so slowly, let's grow up quickly. The corners of St. Louis Vuitton's mouth twitched. The fear of being dominated by bedwetting, I hope this day will not really happen. St. Louis Vuitton looked out the window. Outside is the blue sea, with seabirds circling in the sky. After a night of sailing, it has already left the calm belt and is about to reach the East Daxia Sea. Converge your thoughts. St. Louis Vuitton unconsciously appeared in front of Hancock, standing in the conference room that day, asleep. Speaking of it, I really missed them a little bit, although it was only 1 day apart. I don't know if the little guys have worked hard under Crane's hands. St. Louis Vuitton patted his cheeks to make himself sober. There is still work to be done this morning. My lord, I'll serve you to wash. Eve walked up with a sweet smile. Yet. St. Louis Vuitton looked at her delicate face. A happy day, from being served by a beautiful maid. St. Louis Vuitton chuckled in his heart. Soon, under Eve's meticulous service, St. Louis Vuitton dressed neatly, put on a tie, and walked out of the cabin. He will hold a meeting regularly. By the way, call Jun too. In the room, Eve is carefully sorting out the bedding and the hygiene in the room. She unconsciously thought of St. Louis Vuitton's whisper just now. Hancock, grow up quickly? Eve blinked. She felt as if she understood what the master meant. When you have time, you should teach Hancock their knowledge in that respect. Let them prepare early. Jun got up early in the morning. Sitting by the bed, looking at the men's suit on the hanger, I didn't know how to deal with it. This is the dress that St. Louis Vuitton gave her yesterday. I have to say that St. Louis Vuitton is a very attractive man, more like aristocrats than all the aristocrats she has seen, with a gentleman's demeanor in every move. Leave his clothes? Always feel a little strange. Send it back? No, St. Louis Vuitton is celestial dragons after all, Don't step on the thunder. Lost? This is looking for death. What to do? Jun was caught in a difficult choice, and her hair was in a mess, and it was rare to reveal a girl's posture. Tuk tuk. Just then, the door of the room was knocked. No, Jun got up to open the door, and a cold voice had already sounded outside the door. Master St. Louis Vuitton will hold a meeting in 5 minutes. The venue is on the deck. Please attend the meeting on time by Major General Jun. CP1 left after sending the news, without much words. Meeting. Jun raised her eyebrows. I was surprised, but the action didn't stop. She dressed quickly and neatly, put on the marine coat, and walked towards the deck with her long legs. These 2 words. She heard sister, he said. I vaguely remember the last time I met. She is sitting in Sister He's office. Crane, holding a cup of hot tea, sitting on the office chair, looked strange and said, You have to pay more attention to that St. Louis Vuitton. Besides, well, he may have some special hobbies, you should also pay attention. What? Crane's expression became more and more weird, and said, He might like meetings very much. People have several things that must be done every day. Eat, drink, and sleep. But St. Louis Vuitton has more of the same, a meeting. But Crane was not sure when he said it. After all, he had only met St. Louis Vuitton for a few days. My hobby is meetings, too weird, right? Jun blinked and couldn't help muttering softly. When rushed to the deck. The tables and chairs for the meeting have been set up, and St. Louis Vuitton is sitting at the chief. Seeing Jun's arrival, he pointed to the seat closest to him. Sit down, Miss Jun. St. Louis Vuitton seemed to see Jun's doubts and explained with a smile. Today's meeting is mainly to discuss with you the arrangement of the follow-up sailing route. A normal meeting? Jun sat down. In fact, this kind of thing would be discussed every time he went to sea, but it would not be as solemn as St. Louis Vuitton, to make a meeting. Does St. Louis Vuitton really like meetings? There is a trace of doubt in Jun's beautiful eyes. Next, the first thing we get close to is here. St. Louis Vuitton took out the chart and tapped his finger on it. There are Tajeto Island, Putasi Country, and several other places nearby. Miss Jun, how do you think we are going? St. Louis Vuitton set his sights on Jun. There is a smile on his face. 4D update, ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes, okay. Chapter 38. Feel the gaze of St. Louis Vuitton. Jun paused slightly, focused on the chart, and said, We are now in the East Daxia Sea. There is a perennial easterly sea breeze near Tajeto Island, which is good for us to go down the river. I suggest a detour to Tajeto Island and then go straight to the east, which will be faster. As a Major General Marine, Jun has a natural knowledge of geography, and he also memorizes some special places in the 4 seas. These are military turning points that are most likely to come in handy once a war breaks out. Well, not bad. St. Louis Vuitton nodded. He turned his gaze to other people and said, Do you have any comments? Master St. Louis Vuitton, I think. CP1 all talked about it. St. Louis Vuitton leaned on the bench, listening to their speech, gradually planning a route in his mind. Time flies. Ding, host has completed today's meeting, and the small meeting will be hosted for 30 minutes. System settlement, total plus 60 attribute points today. Small meeting? St. Louis Vuitton was marking the course on the chart. Hearing the ethereal tone, the hand holding the pen paused. He thought it would be a family class. That's right, this trip is to clean up the East Daxia Sea. This is a serious task. Discussing the route is a necessary part of the mission. These are very serious things, so the evaluation is that small meetings are also normal. Follow this route. St. Louis Vuitton finished the last stroke and handed the chart to CP1. The nautical chart is full of marks, not only the route planning, but also which country and island have more pirates. The meeting is over. St. Louis Vuitton waved casually, got up, and walked towards the edge of the deck. CP1 put away all the tables and chairs for the meeting, took the chart to the driver's cab, and then sailed strictly in accordance with the layout of St. Louis Vuitton. St. Louis Vuitton faces the sea, seemingly looking out over the magnificent sea. In front of him was an illusory light screen that only he could see. Host, St. Louis Vuitton. Physical attributes. Armament Haki, 100. Observation Haki, 100. Conqueror's Haki, 100. 6 types. Shaving, 3, it can be used when it reaches 60, and it can be used when it reaches 100. Iron Body, 3. Paper Arts, 3. Moonwalk, 3. Tempest Kick, 3. Finger Pistol, 3. Attribute Points, 145 points. A few days passed. Although no points were added, various attributes have quietly changed. After several days of exercise, my physical fitness has improved by 2 points. There are learning theories in the 6 forms, and they are stuck at 3 points. As for the attribute points, it is the accumulation of the previous 3 days of meetings. Public toilets and training venues are 2 house-level meetings, and Sengoku's is a small meeting, both of which are hosted. A total of 84 points were added, plus today's 60 points, and 1 point left over from the last time. Unknowingly it has accumulated to a generous amount of 145 points. Already to the East Daxia Sea. St. Louis Vuitton narrowed his eyes. The East Daxia Sea is unknown. Even if the degree of danger is not as good as that of the Grand Line, there will always be danger, and there may even be unexpected situations. No longer hesitate. St. Louis Vuitton's pupils focused slightly, whispering in his heart, read more at fictionzone.net. System. Add shaved and moonwalk to 60 respectively. Ding, shave, moonwalk, put in a total of 60 attribute points and meet the opening conditions. Host, St. Louis Vuitton. Physical attributes. Armament Haki, 100. Observation Haki, 100. Conqueror's Haki, 100. 6 types. Shaving, 60, it can be used when it reaches 60, and it can be used when it reaches 100. Iron Body, 3. Paper Arts, 3. Moonwalk, 60. Tempest Kick, 3. Finger Pistol, 3. Attribute Points, 31 points. Panel changes. Messages came from within, deeply imprinted in the soul of St. Louis Vuitton. He finally chose shaved and moonwalk. Shaving and moonwalk are the 2 most mobile abilities of the 6 styles. It is also the most suitable 6 styles for St. Louis Vuitton at present. Around St. Louis Vuitton, there are enough masters to protect. If you really encounter a sudden situation where even these strong men can't protect him comprehensively, the highly mobile moonwalk and shaving are essential, and the usability far exceeds the other 6 styles. At this moment, Mask 5 CP1 came and bowed his head respectfully in front of St. Louis Vuitton. My lord, the island of Tagetto is in front of you, shall we continue sailing or stay on the island? St. Louis Vuitton stared into the distance. The outline of Tagetto Island emerged on the blue sea level. Go to the island. St. Louis Vuitton whispered. He remembered that there were pirates on Tagetto Island. Tagetto Island. This is an island that is big or small. If there is no unique eastward sea breeze, there will probably be less than half of the people in the world who can remember the name of this island. Now, the central town of Tagetto Island. I don't know who got the news, and shouted celestial dragons on the street. The streets were in chaos in an instant. Celestial dragons are here, everyone should hide. The woman hurried home in a panic with the baby in her arms. The door banged. Damn it, why do these world nobles come to us? The young man on the 2nd floor cursed and closed the window. What to do? What to do? Are we still safe here? I heard that celestial dragons once bombarded an island and all the civilians on it died. The sturdy man's teeth trembled, his face pale, and he looked around and couldn't find any place to hide. To die, to die. He screamed in horror, jumped into the trash can and hid in desperation. For a while, the crowded streets were instantly empty, and there were still dust and confetti floating in the air, a look of depression. The other side of the street. The young woman with long pink hair and ponytails, holding two little girls, looked at the residents who were fleeing away. There was a brief trance in her eyes, and her brows frowned. As a former little officer, she has heard about celestial dragons. What the residents said, really true, and not an exaggeration at all. If the celestial dragons are unhappy, it is rare and common to destroy an island at will. Nami, Nyayago, let's go. The young woman took the children by the hand and walked away quickly. Burmal, what's the matter? Why did everyone run away? On the left, the cute-looking orange-haired girl raised her head and asked crisply. Burmal. I'm a little scared. The girl with light blue short hair grabbed Belmer's hand, her body trembling slightly. It's fine. Burmal rubbed their heads and smiled maternally. It's just that the adults are going to work. So they left here. We are going to work too. Go to work. Little Nami tilted his head. Are I and Nyakajo also adults? Of course, you are little adults. Burmal smiled softly. She took out two paper-wrapped candies from her pocket and placed them in the palms of Nami and Nizajao's hands. Give two sensible little adults a candy each. Wow, the smell of orange, I like it the most. Little Nami smiled happily on his face, clutching the candy tightly, as if he was afraid of letting go and disappearing. Burmal looked at the children with innocent smiles. We must not let them suffer again. She muttered in a voice that only she could hear. Pull up Nami and Nyaki-gao. Burmal walked firmly towards the port. She intends to ask when the nearest cross-sea flight is. If you can, leave the island as quickly as possible. Never get involved with celestial dragons. At this moment, the sound of beating and screaming came from the front. You bastards, get the money back quickly. A group of gangsters dressed up in front of him rushed towards Burmal. At the rear, a couple's complexion flushed anxiously, chasing after them. First, ask for flowers and evaluation votes. Chapter 39. Bad son, are you crazy? Robbery in broad daylight, all will be arrested. The couple kept chasing, and the man cursed with blushing eyes. The gangsters were annoyed, and the leading gangster kicked the man to the ground with one kick while the woman was knocked to the ground with a slap. Catch us! The bullshit seemed to be irritated, and there was a flash of panic and entanglement on his face. Immediately afterwards, he seemed to have found a reason, and said with his neck. Did you know that the nearby Jitka island was bombarded by celestial dragons half a year ago, and everyone on the island died? Celestial dragons are coming, this place is going to be destroyed soon, Lao Zi is afraid of a fart. His eyes gradually became fierce, and regardless of the couple's pleading, he raised the stolen wallet and shouted. Listen, everyone, celestial dragons are coming. It's useless for you to hide. You can't leave Todjeto Island. When celestial dragons come, it's a dead end. It's better to follow Lao Zi out to sea and be his mother's pirate. When the bullshit said this, he opened his wallet, revealing the golden Bailey. Did you see it? As long as you dare to grab it, the money is so easy to make. Finally, the bullshit took out the smallest denomination Pele from his wallet, threw it on the man's face, and laughed arrogantly. Don't you want me to return it to you? Now it is returned to you, ha 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 ha. Dozens of eyes have witnessed this happening. There are people who have not had time to escape, and there are people who hide in their homes and peek through the cracks in the windows and doors. This moment. Some people sneered and wanted to be brought to justice immediately. But some people's breathing became heavy, their eyes filled with red blood, and their greed grew wildly. Yeah, celestial dragons are coming, they can't escape, they can only go to sea. Going to sea for money, to grab? Yes, it's all to celestial dragons. I just want to survive. These bastards. Bermel looked at the majestic BD with anger in his eyes. What shit reason? It's just for greed. Someone around has already been moved. Bermel clenched her fist, and she wished to beat all these gangsters who committed crimes and deceived people. Although she is no longer Marine. But it does not mean that justice is lost. You. Bermel had just stepped out, but he stopped like an electric shock, hung in the air, and his whole person froze. She turned her head subconsciously and looked at Nami and Nyakajeo beside her. The scenes of the past seemed to be still in sight. It was a tragic war, Marine's entire army was destroyed, but Bermel survived by chance. But in such a war, the living are far more painful than the dead. Bermel was so desperate that she even lost the hope of continuing to survive until she saw the then 3-year-old Nyakajeo holding the 1-year-old Nami. From that day on, Bermel's justice was to take good care of these 2 children. Now, someone openly robbed her in front of her, bewitching others to go out to sea and become a pirate. If it was the previous Belle Emile, there would be no second words, even if they were to beat up these gangsters regardless of their own safety. But now, she hesitated. What if Nami and Nyakajeo are implicated in his own shot? Bermel's eyes struggled and wavered. At this moment, Bermel felt his trouser legs being pulled. The child's childish voice sounded. Bermel. These bad guys are good, damn it. Nyaki looked up at Bermel, her small eyes full of carelessness. Beat them, Bermel. Nami pouted his mouth and made a punch. Bermel was taken aback. Do you want me to help them? She knelt down and rubbed the heads of the little guys with a soft smile. Read more at fictionzone.net. The little heads of the 2 were fast, and they couldn't wait to see Bermel beating them. They know, Bermel is great. During this period of wandering, Bermel did not take the initiative to attack others. But there are always guys who don't have long eyes, and see Bermel, who is alone with 2 children, feel malicious. Without exception, all were beaten by Bermel. Okay, then you hide first. Bermel's eyes became firm. She saw kindness in the eyes of Nami and Nyakajeo. She is not willing to tarnish this innocent kindness. Nami Najki nodded vigorously, and the 2 short legs stepped quickly, and ran into the alley to hide. After hiding them, they poked their heads out again, staring at Bermel with their big eyes flickering. Looking forward to Bermel beating the bad guys. Bermel gave them a thumbs up. It looks like it's wrapped around me. Next moment, she turned around, the softness in her eyes disappeared, replaced by the iron and blood of Marine. Hey, stop all for me. Bermel stopped drinking, like an angry lioness. The BD who stepped on the man frowned slightly, and when he saw Bermel's appearance, he couldn't help but laughed mockingly. Woman, don't you have eyes? I'm Marine, Bermel. Bermel said from the bottom of his heart. Next moment, she rushed out like an arrow from the string, and slammed her right fist towards the bullshit's cheek. In the horrified and astonished eyes of the bully, his fist quickly zoomed in, hitting his heart. Boom! The bloody front teeth flew out. Fighting! People around exclaimed. Those who were greedy in their hearts shivered suddenly, and the evil thoughts in their hearts seemed to be shattered by Bermel's punch. Kill her, the bastards yelled, and swarms of teeth and claws surged up. Bermel is not afraid at all. Marine's career has allowed her to develop her skills, and it is not difficult to deal with these few gangsters who can only be in the nest. She bends down and sinks her knees, raised her hand in the broken drink, and hit the gangster who came straight in the middle of the door. This person screamed and the black money fell to the ground. Boom! It was another sweeping leg sweeping vigorously. 2 gangsters flew out sideways, one left and the other right. Smelly woman, Laozi is going to strip you naked and hang it on the mast. The BD who had been hit with front teeth wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth, took a sip of blood, and rushed up with howling. He picked up a steel pipe and smashed it at the back of Bermel's head. The sound of breaking wind is harsh. Bermel was flying the gangsters in front of him, almost instinctively on his side. She had a pain in her shoulder. The steel pipe hit the shoulder. Bermel didn't even frown, turned around and kicked the bullshit's heart, kicking him out on the spot, smashing a trash can to stop. Only a few minutes before and after. At the price of a steel pipe blow on the shoulder, Bermel brought all the gangsters to the ground. Call. She shook the blood stains on her fist, and spit on the ground with a feminine temperament. Immediately, she turned her head towards Nami Nakajayo and smiled. How about, I put them all? Halfway through the talk, stop abruptly. Bermel's pupils shrank suddenly. Nami and Nyakugo, hiding in the alley, disappeared. Almost at the same time. Bermel's sight. People on the whole street are without exception. Take a glance. All, bend over and kneel down. Everyone squatted on the ground, as if they had seen some kind of frightening existence, their bodies trembling, even if they didn't even dare to move. The ground under his feet, somehow, began to tremble slightly. Guru. Bermel swallowed in his belly. She knew that this was the sound of uniform footsteps. Bermel turned his head stiffly. See you. The other end of the street. Black suit CP1, Marine soldiers in uniforms are neatly aligned, forming a phalanx and striding forward. They were solemn and majestic, and the sound of their footsteps shook the earth. Before the phalanx, a behemoth that looked like a wolf with its first horns walked up. This is a beast with a height of 15 meters. On the back of the beast, set up a luxurious curtain adorned with pearls and jade. Inside, a figure was faintly visible. Regardless of the cold black suit CP1, or the serious-faced Marine soldier, they all leaned against the beast, keeping their eyes on the surroundings. The beast is certainly not worthy of such protection. What really needs protection is the adult on the back of this beast. Celestial dragons. Bermel's pupils shrank suddenly. P.S. Let me explain. In the original timeline, Nami was about 1 year old at this time. For the plot and interaction, the author set Nami's external performance as a 3-year-old child, and there will be no other changes. Chapter 40. Come so fast. Bermel's heart sank, and those rumors about the cruelty of celestial dragons came to mind uncontrollably. At this critical juncture, where did Nami Nyakugo go? Bermel is desperate. Damn woman. At this time, the bullshit who was knocked over in the trash can screamed and got up. The face full of blood and stains was ugly and distorted. The shame in his heart almost suffocated him. He couldn't accept that he was defeated by a woman. The bullshit looked mad, grabbed a folding knife, rushed out of the garbage dump, and stabbed Bermel in the chest. His reason was dazzled, and he didn't even notice the strangeness around him. Boom! The dull sound suddenly sounded. This is gunshots. Everyone's eyes widened. Under everyone's eyes, the bullshit's forward body stiffened suddenly, the craziness on his face solidified, and he staggered. Fall to the ground with a plop. The blood filled his chest, obviously he couldn't live. In the phalanx queue, ACP-1 in a black suit looked at the dead BD with a grim face. He was holding a pistol, and black smoke came out of the muzzle. Assault on the way, Master St. Louis Vuitton is going to go, damn it. CP-1's tone was cold and sentenced to death mercilessly. The rampant bullshit, just died like that? The people who were crawling on the ground trembled more severely. Although he is a gangster, he did not harm the neighbors, but in the final analysis this is human life. It's dead, it's only in the road. A young man whispered in a low voice, but before he could finish his words, his companion covered his mouth tightly, lest he would be killed. This moment, Everyone clearly understands one thing. This is celestial dragons. Live and kill. Burmal looked at the bullshit who had fallen to the ground and died. She had no time to think about other things. At this moment, she was thinking about where Nami Nyakajeo went. Bold, don't kneel down when you see Master St. Louis Vuitton. Someone in CP1 frowned slightly and scolded. It's just that this scolding just exited. A gentle voice sounded. No need to. Inside the curtain, the tall adult seemed to forgively raise his hand. Burmal looked at it subconsciously. She vaguely felt that the big man in the curtain seemed to be watching herself. Slap, slap, slap. Read more at fictionzone.net. The adult clapped his hands lightly, and the gentle voice came out again. This young lady is good at punishing villains and protecting innocent people. What she has done is applauding. Not waiting for Burmal to be surprised. The big man's conversation suddenly changed. The young lady has anxious look on her face. Is it because she is looking for the two little girls? The voice just fell. An exquisite and beautiful maid in the queue led Nami and Nyakajeo out. Burmal's pupils shrank suddenly. Belmal. Nami and Noja cheered with joy, moved their short legs like joy, and ran over happily. Burmal hugged them in his arms, and asked carefully and eagerly, "Why are you missing?" What she actually wanted to ask was, "How can you be with celestial dragons?" But this sentence can't be asked. Let's find someone to help. Nami grinned, and smiled innocently. Burmal, we have helped you find a lot of Marines. You were also Marine before, so it's okay to ask them for help. Nyaji pointed at Marine in the Celestial Dragons team invitingly, her small face full of pride. Burmal's heart sank. There was a strong fear in my heart. She might have been able to guess what happened. The two little guys couldn't worry about them, they ran to find someone to help, and they saw the Marine in the Celestial Dragons team. How old are they? How do they know what celestial dragons are not celestial dragons? When I saw Marine, I thought that Burmal was also Marine before, so I naturally ran up to ask for help. The little guys don't know what they are facing. But Burmal knows. Her boss is an elderly captain. Maybe it was because of lack of ability, or because there was no opportunity, that he managed to climb to the captain at the end of his life. The old captain doesn't have many glorious moments in his life. There is only one mission, with a strong mystery, and the General Marine will never reach it. That's the task to protect Lord Celestial Dragons. But that mission, the old captain never boasted or even kept talking. Until one time, the old captain was drunk, clutching Burmal's hand, crying like a child. He said that he saw celestial dragons killing innocent people, and he saw celestial dragons' brutality. He said that he saw a child playing, slipped to the street, and was shot by celestial dragons on the spot. The old captain also said that he sees everything in his eyes, but he can't do anything. He can only become a tool for celestial dragons to help them. The justice of the old captain collapsed in that mission. In the end, the old captain said to Burmal, "If you don't want to be a Marine in the future, you should run as far as you can see celestial dragons, and kneel down if you can't escape. Don't make any oversteps, otherwise the consequences will be disastrous." This moment, Burmal remembered what the old captain said. She lowered the heads of Nami and Nyakajeo, and knelt down towards St. Louis Vuitton without hesitation. "Thank you, Lord Celestial Dragons, for protecting the safety of these two children." Burmal's head was buried very low, his forehead touched the ground, his posture was extremely low. She has her own dignity, and it can even be said that she has strong self-esteem. But she is not kneeling for her own life now. It's for Nami and Nyajiao to kneel down. "You're welcome." Inside the curtain, a fluttering voice sounded. "Judging from the moves this lady just fought. Have you ever been a Marine? Or are you a Marine soldier on vacation?" This voice was not as cruel as imagined, but rather gentle. "Can this be seen?" Burmal was stunned, a look of error appeared on his face. She instinctively wanted to deny, but she didn't dare to lie in front of celestial dragons. Bermel lowered his head and said respectfully, "My lord is right. I used to be marine. No wonder there is a passion." A modest voice came again, making people feel like spring breeze. "Miss, I heard that there are pirates around this island, why don't you walk with us? So the safety of the children can also be guaranteed." Nami and Noja's eyes light up. In their view, this is Marine who wants to protect himself. With the protection of Marine, there is no danger, right? Bermel took a deep breath, and said bitterly, "We can't thank you enough for your invitation." She dare not refuse. But Bermel looked worriedly at Nami and Nyayago, who were completely undefended. She decided to find a chance to tell the two children the seriousness of the matter on the road. And never provoke celestial dragons. The scene of the night that the old captain was drunk is still vivid. "You have to avoid celestial dragons, are they all so arrogant?" Bermel asked. "Celestial dragons may also have good people, but you shouldn't have this idea. As long as you remember one thing, celestial dragons can't provoke them. They are all high-ranking creators. Don't think about the difference between good and bad. Celestial dragons are no longer people." Chapter 41. Not human. Bermel did not understand these three at the time. Now she suddenly understood the meaning of this sentence. Celestial dragons are really not humans to a certain extent. They are aloof and have boundless power, holding the power of killing hundreds of millions of people. Just one sentence is not pleasing to the eye, and an island can be destroyed. What is the difference between such celestial dragons and God? It's just that they have a human nature that God doesn't. Bermel took a deep breath, and she led Nami and Nyakajeo to the end of the team, her eyes afraid to touch the big man in the curtain. "I hope there is nothing wrong with the journey," Bermel prayed in his heart. What she didn't notice was, in the team, a very classical beauty is watching her. Jun was a little surprised. She really did not expect that St. Louis Vuitton could see that Belle-Mère was once marine. She once again had a different look and feel to the celestial dragons, who holds the power. Marine soldiers are of course different from ordinary people. Not just 6 types. Even ordinary marine soldiers who have not learned the 6 forms will have different ways of attacking and exerting force. It's like people who have been in the army will be slightly different from ordinary people. St. Louis Vuitton Naval Headquarters is only a few days old, so I don't know much about marine. But he, unexpectedly saw this woman's fight? This is no ordinary vision. My sister's fear of him is right. Jun's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly and whispered in his heart. People like St. Louis Vuitton should be jealous. Inside the curtain, St. Louis Vuitton was a little surprised. He did not expect to meet Bermel here. Sure enough, it's Belle-Emile. St. Louis Vuitton whispered to himself. It seems that at this point in time, Bermel is still looking for a place to stay, and has not yet gone to Kokoyasi village. Of course, he couldn't really tell by his eyes that Belle-Emile was once marine. Jun had a good idea, he really didn't know marine well yet. Look, I can only see a little bit. The real reason is that he recognized Bermel's identity. Bermel, the adoptive mother of Nami, the navigator of the Straw Hat Pirates. The 2 little girls are Nami and Nyakajeo. The names they just called are the same. They shouldn't have the same name. St. Louis Vuitton leaned back on the comfortable chair back, his eyes narrowed slightly, lost in thought. The forefront of the team. The body of the bullshit lay across the ground. Several accomplices were already shocked, kneeling on the ground, kowtow and cry. "Grab all these scum!" Captain Marine, who was accompanying him to protect, said, his brows frowned as he watched the crying scum. Unnecessary. Mask 5CP1 waved his hand, his face was cold, and he took out a pocket pistol from his arms. Read more at fictionzone.net. Captain Marine's pupils narrowed. What did he realize? Next moment, Mask number 5 CP1 walked up to the bullies, their pistols lowered and aimed at their foreheads. Pull the trigger. 4 gunshots. All gangsters, without exception. All, the body is stiff. A little blood red between the eyebrows expands, lying down on the ground, vitality is passing quickly. Execution in the street. Dispose of the dead body. Masked number 5 CP1 waved his hand, his tone remained unchanged. It seems that he just trampled 4 mice to death in the street. Captain Marine's eyelids twitched and he was killed like this? Mask 5 CP1 is not just about killing. Even the ashes of the gangsters have to be raised. This is not an exaggeration, but he really wants to do it. He remembered that St. Louis Vuitton said that he must be mercilessly beheaded to deal with all his enemies, any obstacles, and frustrate the bones. So, the BD died. CP1 walked out of the team, dragged the gangster's corpse to both sides of the street, and cleaned the bloodline on the ground, so that the path that Lord St. Louis Vuitton had to walk was not a bit dirty. Wait until St. Louis Vuitton rides the beast for some distance. Burned in the street. All the corpses turned into fly ash. Captain Marine saw all this in his eyes. I only felt a chill rushing from the solace of the feet, straight to the sky. Not only have to kill, but can't even leave a complete corpse. Captain Marine took a deep breath. Marine seldom does this kind of criminal execution on the street, or almost none. Even those terrorist pirates who committed heinous crimes are imprisoned in the deepest part of Impel Down, LV6 Eternal Hell. However, these celestial dragons' guards mercilessly killed people, even frustrating their bones. These gangsters only committed robbery, the crime does not lead to death. St. Louis Vuitton, celestial dragons. Captain Marine's lips buzzed, and he kept whispering these words. This moment. The 3 words celestial dragons were more deeply carved into his heart. The heart of Todjetto Island. This is arguably the most prosperous place in the entire island. Pubs and hotels are everywhere. St. Louis Vuitton looked through the curtains, looked at the darkening sky, and said softly. Just stop here, everyone take a break. Mask 5 CP1 immediately nodded when he heard the words, and took out a phone worm. Everyone listens to the order and rests in place. This instruction was quickly conveyed through the phone worm. The mighty team gradually relaxed, and some people moved their numb legs. There are also CP1 visiting nearby hotels and taverns one by one, and all venues will be reserved. Just to let St. Louis Vuitton have the best resting environment. Big Golden Retriever, get down. St. Louis Vuitton patted the beast beneath him. Wow! The once fierce beast obediently lowered its head and squatted down on its limbs to make it easier for its owner to walk down. St. Louis Vuitton said he would be hungry for 5 days. As a result, this spineless guy gave in last night. St. Louis Vuitton saw it covered with golden retriever and gave him the nickname Big Golden Retriever. The Big Golden Retriever is like a big well-behaved cat, lying on the ground docilely. St. Louis Vuitton walked out of the curtain, and the accompanying CP1 moved him a long ladder, allowing him to walk down with a more elegant posture. The middle section of the team. When Bermel saw the majestic beast lowering its body, he looked towards the curtain almost subconsciously. Next moment, a figure in a suit with a marine justice cloak strode out. His back is straight, his face is like a knife, his lines are handsome, and his black hair is dangling in the breeze. He has a kind of Yuanzi temperament, which is a long-standing high position and naturally cultivated foundation, which makes people vigilant from the heart and dare not look at it. This is the celestial dragons. Bermel almost subconsciously held his breath. Good-looking big brother. Nami blinked his big eyes, with orange candy in his mouth, and said vaguely. Don't talk nonsense. Bermel shivered in fright, and quickly hugged her in his arms. I'm afraid that these words will offend the big man who walked off the back of the beast. 4D update, ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. Chapter 42. Why? I'm exaggerating, my brother. Nami sipped his mouth and ate the orange candy, tilted his head, and looked very confused. Burmal was choked. In short, don't say anything about this big brother, he is different from us, Nami, you have to remember my words, or you won't have any sweets in the future. Okay, I know. Nami's mouth narrowed, and he didn't know if he took it seriously. Burmal sighed, just as she wanted to urge again. The maid Eve came over. She leaned slightly and said to Burmal, "Miss, Master St. Louis Vuitton has prepared a hotel for you and your 2 children. I will take you to wash up. It will be dinner time in a while." "It is good." Burmal swallowed the rest of the words and nodded in response. "Come with me, please." Eve walked in front, leading the 3 of Burmal to a hotel. "This hotel has been booked by CP1. The women in the team following St. Louis Vuitton rested here." "That's it." Eve took them in and turned and left. She was going to serve St. Louis Vuitton. Burmal is a little uncomfortable. St. Louis Vuitton people come and go throughout the hotel, which makes her feel out of place. At this moment, Jun walked out head-on. She had just finished taking a bath, wiped her slightly wet hair with a towel, and a little bit of water fell on her white skin, and the charm of a mature woman was exuding vividly. The temperature of the bath here is just right. The exhaustion of the bubble bath has disappeared for a day. You can try it. Jun seemed to see Burmal's embarrassment, and smiled softly. "Ah, I'll try it later." Burmal was taken aback for a moment. She didn't expect Jun would talk to herself. "By the way, you said you were Marine earlier, didn't you?" Jun pulled the slightly messy hair behind her ears, smiling softly. "Which army did you belong to? Maybe we know each other." Burmal pursed his lips and looked at Jun more. Burmal remembers that he had seen this beautiful female Marine in the Marine team accompanying St. Louis Vuitton. She didn't recognize Jun's military rank, but she remembered that Jun was wearing a cloak of justice, and she wanted to come as a school-level officer at the lowest level. If he is still Marine, Jun is his chief. "Our unit's number is 1479. Burmal opened his lips slightly, his expression a little sad. "This?" A trace of surprise flashed through Jun's beautiful eyes. She remembered the 1479 troop. The commander is the old captain transferred to the past by Sister He. Later, in a battle, the old captain led the 1479 unit, and the whole army was killed. "Sorry." Jun's beautiful eyes were full of apologetic. She didn't ask why Belle-Emile survived. As Marine, she felt the pain of the war more than others. There is no need to touch the sore spot. Read more at fictionzone.net. These 2 children are very cute. My sister invites you to eat sweets. Jun quickly changed the subject, squatting down and rubbing the little heads of Nami and Nyayago. After speaking, he took out 2 candy from his arms and placed them in the palms of their hands. Orange flavor. There seemed to be light in Nami's big eyes. "Thank you, sister." She jumped up for joy and hurriedly stuffed the paper bag of sugar into her pocket. "Thank you." Nyakajeo was a little quieter, looking at the 2 children beside him. The haze in Burmal's eyes was dispelled. She smiled softly. "Yeah, they are very cute. In that war, the pirates destroyed a village and only the 2 of them still." Burmal stopped here when he said that. I couldn't go on, and there was no need to go on. Jun was a little sad. She has read the report of the 1479 unit. The cause of the war can actually be said to be Roger's Demon Declaration. The existence of One Piece ushered in the era of great pirates. Groups of thieves in the East Daxia Sea are everywhere, burning, killing, looting everywhere. Unit 1479 faced the pirates, and eventually the whole army was wiped out and buried forever in the East Daxia Sea. I want to come. The village of these 2 children is the victim of that war. Jun said. Her eyes on Nami and Nakako became softer. However, the 2 bear children did not react. happily, chewing the candy in your mouth. Where did I meet you? Burmel looked at Jun and asked abruptly. She suddenly felt that Jun was familiar. Not seen in the St. Louis Vuitton team before. But earlier, Burmel seemed to have seen this beautiful female Marine. Forgot to introduce myself, Jun, Major General Marine. Jun felt Burmel's eyes and smiled and stretched out his hand. Belmel. Bel-Emel shook hands with Jun subconsciously. Immediately afterwards, her eyes widened slightly. Jun. She remembered. The former Marine supernova Jun. When Burmel once reported to the naval headquarters on a mission, he saw Jun from a distance, which was walking down from the warship. At that time, Jun had already made a reputation in the headquarters. Although she is a woman, she overwhelms a lot of men. Marine is an elite among the elite, and almost no one in her class of Marine can compare with her. People like Jun seemed destined to become geniuses. He has emerged from the time of recruits, advancing all the way, and ranked as a major general at a young age. There is no obstacle on the way to promotion. Burmel even heard someone secretly discussing that Jun has the right to be on a PAR with the 3 lieutenants Kuzan, Sakazuki, and Polo Salino who have recently gained fame. These 3 lieutenants are absolutely powerful, and Burmel can't tell how strong they are. But for one thing, Burmel knows that they can deter pirates just by virtue of their reputation. Burmel looked at Jun, unable to speak for a while. Such a Marine character was sent to protect the celestial dragons. By the way, do you think this island is chaotic? Jun asked suddenly. Her voice brought Burmel's thoughts back. After thinking a little bit, Burmel said, I haven't stayed here for long, but I have heard rumors of pirates nearby. It looks like you can take them first. Jun laughed, with some coldness in his smile. She thought of the destruction of Unit 1479. In this era of big pirates, Marines who died in the hands of pirates are by no means a few. Hey! Burmel was a little surprised, and didn't realize what Jun's words meant. Forgot to tell you, this time our mission in the East Daxia Sea is, to destroy the pirates. As Jun spoke, his eyes turned, looking in a direction far away. That is where St. Louis Vuitton lives. Her voice became longer, the executor of this mission is Lord St. Louis Vuitton. The scene was suddenly quiet. Burmel's eyes widened, his mouth slightly opened, and his body was a little stiff, as if he heard something weird. Celestial dragons, will also kill the pirates? Burmel was sluggish. First, ask for flowers for evaluation votes. Chapter 43. The sun gradually sinks to the west. When the last golden afterglow has not completely fallen. In the heart of Todjetto Island, all the best chefs in the tavern gather in this open space. Add more time to cook the best dishes for St. Louis Vuitton. St. Louis Vuitton did not eat alone. Instead, they ordered people to set up a spliced dining table, and all the entourages all went to the table to eat, quite a sense of sight of eating a big pot of rice. However, the quality of the dishes is much higher than that of a large pot of stewed rice. St. Louis Vuitton was sitting at the main table. In addition to his personal protection of a few strong men, Burmel and 2 bear children were also invited over. The 2 bear kids seemed to be tired from playing. Before the food was on the table, they lay down on the chairs and fell asleep deeply. Burmel is a bit narrow and can't let go of the big figure St. Louis Vuitton. At the same time she was a little surprised. St. Louis Vuitton seems to treat his subordinates very well, and there has been no abuse of slaves along the way. Subordinates have respect for St. Louis Vuitton, but they are not afraid. Miss Burmel, what do you think of Marine? St. Louis Vuitton raised his glass, took a sip slowly, and made a sound without warning. Through the glass, he saw the panic in Burmel's eyes. Burmel was sitting on pins and needles, with a far-fetched smile on his face. Marine, the teacher of justice. Justice. St. Louis Vuitton smiled slightly, he raised his glass, and said to Burmel from a distance, Miss Burmel, if you return to Marine and come to work with me, would you please? Is this celestial dragon soliciting himself? A little panic flashed in her eyes for Bermel. Not only did she not feel honored, she felt a sense of trepidation. Bermel doesn't think he has anything special and is worthy of soliciting big shots like St. Louis Vuitton. There are too many strong people around St. Louis Vuitton, even any CP1 is stronger than her. Bermel took a deep breath and suppressed the confusion in his heart. She raised her wine glasses and clinked glasses with St. Louis Vuitton, saying, "My lord, I have been out of the army for too long, I am afraid it will not be of much use to the adults. This is a decline. Miss Bermel, you said that Marine is a teacher of justice, but you don't want to return to Marine again. Is time already obliterating the justice in your heart?" St. Louis Vuitton smiled unabated. He drank all the wine in his glass and looked directly at Bermel with his bright eyes. Bermel's body trembled slightly. This sentence hits the heart directly. Justice, now my justice is them. Bermel murmured softly, her eyes softened as she looked at the ignorant Nami and Nyayago. So it is. St. Louis Vuitton nodded, he put down the wine glass, the corners of his lips were slightly raised, and a smile appeared. If I can provide these two children with the best resources in the world. The best resource in the world. Bermel was stunned, unable to react for a while. Don't understand. St. Louis Vuitton's eyes fell on Nami and Nyakajeo, and chuckled softly. I will give them enough Bailey, so that they don't have to worry about food, clothing, shelter, and grow up in the best environment. I can give them what they want in the future. I want to be a Marine like you? Yes. I can write a recommendation letter and send them to the boot camp, and the recruit chief instructor will take special care of them. If they don't want to fight and kill, I can let them stay in naval headquarters, as clerks, have a fixed salary, and don't have to worry about danger. You don't want to be a Marine? It's okay. It's good to open a store in Chambord Islands, and it's good for ordinary people to spend a lifetime. St. Louis Vuitton's tone is very flat, as if only talking about trivial things. In fact, for him, this is a trivial matter. But for Bermel, she was silent. St. Louis Vuitton can give it, she can't. Read more at fictionzone.net. If they agree, Nami and Nyakajeo can be described as having a bright future in their lives. But Bermel was still hesitating. She doesn't know if St. Louis Vuitton has any other ideas. Moreover, how reliable is St. Louis Vuitton's words? At this time, Bermel suddenly looked at Shang Jun. Jun blinked at her. Is this implying that I agree? Bermel took a deep breath. It's too late to think again. St. Louis Vuitton's attitude is very clear, 2 invitations, and then refused. The words of the old captain are still fresh in my memory. Don't overstep celestial dragons. I can only bet that St. Louis Vuitton is a trustworthy celestial dragons. What's more, this prestigious Major General Jun in Marine, there is no reason to be embarrassed with celestial dragons and deceive himself, right? Bermel did not hesitate anymore, stood up suddenly, and saluted St. Louis Vuitton. Master St. Louis Vuitton, you will be my chief from today. She has a straight waist, military salute, and meticulous. This soldier who has been away from Marine for several years has never forgotten the memory carved in his bones. You are welcome to join my army, though, you are the only one now. St. Louis Vuitton smiled and nodded slightly. He turned to his side and looked at Jun. Miss Jun, I need to trouble you to go through the enlistment procedures for Bermel. St. Louis Vuitton, as an inspector, theoretically cannot have subordinate troops. But besides the inspection, he has another identity: celestial dragons. For celestial dragons, the rule is the decoration. Okay. Jun nodded slightly. She stood up and took out the phone bug. She wants to pass the news to the headquarters overnight and go through the formalities as quickly as possible. At this time, St. Louis Vuitton suddenly called her. By the way, Miss Jun, are you interested in joining my army? Jun turned around and smiled with red lips. I'm pretty good in Sister Crane's army. Pity. St. Louis Vuitton sighed lightly, and didn't force it. He looked at Bermel again. It just so happens that I am missing an assistant. You are the most suitable. Bermel's eyes flickered, and he nodded slightly. From today, she is Celestial Dragon's assistant. This identity, I am afraid to say it, will be disgusted by people. Bermel thought from the bottom of his heart. Bermel looked at the two bear children lying on the chair and sleeping soundly. But as long as they can have a good condition, all this is enough. Across the table, St. Louis Vuitton propped his chin with both hands. She looked at Nami and Nyaki Gao, who had fallen asleep on the opposite side, her eyes gradually emptying, and she fell into thinking. They are really kids. St. Louis Vuitton said. If the age of the three Hancock sisters can be said to be lowly, so Nami and Noki can only be called bear kids. Fortunately, these two bear kids are not so noisy. Bermel is a move of St. Louis Vuitton. He wants to slowly infiltrate his own people in Marine. This is the first step to control Marine. Bermel is very good, not her strength, but her character. St. Louis Vuitton does not lack men who can kill, but lacks trusted assistants. Bermel's character will not betray once he recognizes one thing. What's more, there is no betrayal. Nami and Nyakajao are still in their own hands. This is not a threat, nor is it shameless at all. It is a win-win cooperation. Bermel was willing to do things for him. He gave Nami and Nyakajao a happy childhood and a bright future. It can even be said that Bermel gets more. At this time, the two figures walked from the darkness like a ghost. They are like ghosts without volume, there is no sound wherever they pass, not even a single step. They are assassins wandering in the dark. One of them wears a silver mask with a penetrating wound in his throat. He previously offered Sea King's sashimi to St. Louis Vuitton. The other person was thin, with a silver knife attached to his right wrist, which seemed to be embedded in flesh and blood. It is the top powerhouse in CP9 accompanying this time. My lord, I have already stepped on the spot. The silver mask CP9 leaned down and placed a map in front of St. Louis Vuitton. St. Louis Vuitton picked up the map. On the map, circles are marked with a paintbrush. Nothing else. It is the base of the nearby pirate group. St. Louis Vuitton spreads out his hands. The silver mask CP9 handed a red paintbrush. This, clear it out. St. Louis Vuitton held a red paintbrush, moved his wrist slightly, and struck two crosses on the map. Yes, the subordinates will do it. The silver mask CP9 lowered his body and took the map respectfully. The voice fell. The two silently disappeared into the night. Just as they came silently. Chapter 44. The two CP9s left. St. Louis Vuitton stood up, picked up two dessert cakes from the table, and handed them to Bermel. Bring something back to the two little guys to eat, they will be hungry when they wake up. St. Louis Vuitton smiles very mildly, with an approachable temperament. Thank you. Bermel took it subconsciously. Until now, it is still difficult for her to connect the gentle St. Louis Vuitton in front of her with the celestial dragons who hold the power to kill. In other words, before St. Louis Vuitton really came out of the curtain, she never thought that St. Louis Vuitton would be like this. Not much cruel, but gentle. This celestial dragons, will the old captain say that there are very few good celestial dragons? Bermel's eyes flickered. Since you are my assistant, you should also tell you some things to let you know. St. Louis Vuitton clapped his hands lightly. CP1 sent a booklet and placed it at Bermel's table. There are working guidelines written on it, so you can read it more and keep it in your heart. Hear the words. Bermel nodded, carefully flipping through the booklet in his hand. No words for a night. As an assistant to St. Louis Vuitton, Bermel moved to the St. Louis Vuitton hotel with two little guys. The room is next door to St. Louis Vuitton. Waking up early in the morning, Bermel put on the marine uniform and stood in front of the mirror. She looked at herself in the mirror, her eyes a little complicated. She thought of her once fighting the pirates for justice. I also thought of that annihilating war. Bermel, you look great in a marine uniform. Nami sat on the bed, dangling her feet, grinning. Yes. Bermel looked in the mirror suspiciously, somewhat uncertain. It's really not bad. Nyaki nodded with a true scripture. If you like it, you can wear it in the future. Bermel smiled, she patted the heads of the little guys, and meticulously arranged the military uniforms on her body. Until this time, she let out a long sigh of relief. Moved next door to St. Louis Vuitton last night, to be honest, it's impossible not to worry. Fortunately, this night was peaceful and nothing happened. This made Bermel more at ease. Well, it's time to start working. Bermel took Nami and Nyakijeo and walked towards the room of St. Louis Vuitton. Her eyes became serious, and she went into work. As an assistant, it is natural to be on standby in the morning. In the master bedroom, read more at fictionzone.net. St. Louis Vuitton stood in front of the window, with the warm sunlight shining on him, and the maid Eve gently smoothed the folds of the corners of his clothes and tied a black bow tie. Did you sleep well last night? St. Louis Vuitton turned his back to the door, but knowing that Belmer was coming, asked softly. Report, sir, I had a good rest last night. Belmer saluted the back of St. Louis Vuitton, her tone was very stable, and she gradually found the feeling of marine at the beginning. That's good, there is breakfast on the table, you can taste it. St. Louis Vuitton turned around and pointed to the wooden table beside him with a gentle smile on his handsome face. On the table, there are stacks of delicate pastries neatly arranged. Food. Nami and Nyakijeo's big eyes lit up, as if stars were shining through them. Bermel looked at them helplessly. Go and eat, she said. There will only be more contacts with St. Louis Vuitton in the future, and some things don't have to be so restrictive. Nami cheered, hopped to the table, picked up a piece of pastry on tiptoe, and held it in her hands like a baby. Bermel's eyes were a little sad. Nami and Nyayago followed themselves, they really suffered. At this time, a cold wind blew, and two white figures appeared in the room like ghosts without warning. Yesterday's CP9. Bermel's pupils shrank suddenly. Not to marvel at the fact that CP9 is fascinating. But, the irritating smell emanating from them. It's bloody. My lord, the task you assigned has been completed. The Rockfa pirates and the Black Crocodile pirates have no life. The Silver Mask CP9 knelt towards St. Louis Vuitton, bowing his eyebrows. You did a good job, do you have any rewards you want? St. Louis Vuitton raised his hand slightly and motioned him to get up. No, it is our honor to be able to do things for Master St. Louis Vuitton. The Silver Mask CP9 heads down, respectfully and impeccably. Is there nothing you want? Then I'll make the decision for you, 10 million Baileys per person, go to the maid chief to get it. St. Louis Vuitton tapped his fingers, elegant and tolerant. Thank you, adults, for your kindness. The two CP9s bowed their heads again, facing St. Louis Vuitton, and exited the room respectfully. Nami and Nyakijeo ate happily. I didn't notice the arrival and departure of CP9 at all. As for Bermel, who was standing in front of the door, his throat rolled, and he swallowed subconsciously. In her heart, stormy waves have been surging. Bermel has heard of the Rock Fair Pirates and the Black Crocodile Pirates. A reward for all members adds up to 8 million Baileys. A total of tens of millions of Baileys. The two great pirate groups are both small and famous in the East Daxia Sea. But such a pirate group died in one night. Bermel didn't feel pleased or enmity. I just feel the creeps. She can even imagine how superb and easy the two CP9 kills are. There is no trace of bloodline on the body, but there is a lingering smell of blood. You must know that Bermel had only fought in that war with 3 pirate groups who offered a reward of over 10 million. the result is completely different. For these CP9s, the destruction of a pirate group offering tens of millions of rewards is just like trampling ants to death on the side of the road. St. Louis Vuitton might do the same. Bermel didn't even see the mood swings on his face. It seems that everything is as it should be. This is the real high-ranking one? Bermel shuddered slightly. To St. Louis Vuitton and CP9, the pirates did not look like people at all, they were more like bargaining chips that can be measured by money. After killing people, giving rewards, everything is so natural. This moment. Bermel suddenly recalled that at the dinner yesterday, St. Louis Vuitton marked the red cross on the map. Those eye-catching red forks are the scarlet sickles that harvest lives. St. Louis Vuitton doesn't care about Bermel's ideas. In other words, Bermel, as his assistant, has to get used to all this sooner or later. He walked over to Nami and Nyayago. Crouched down with a gentle smile. Nami, Nyayago, let's play a game. St. Louis Vuitton held up a piece of cake. What game? Nami and Nyaji lifted their heads up, still leaving cake residue at the corners of their mouths. For St. Louis Vuitton, this is just a sparse and ordinary, even not so hearty breakfast. But for Nami and Nyakajeo, this is their rare delicacy. St. Louis Vuitton's eyes became softer, he lowered his voice, and said in an exaggerated tone that teased the child. A meeting person, playing house games. Chapter 45. St. Louis Vuitton sits cross-legged on the carpet, holding his playhouse meeting. The two bear children were sitting opposite each other, trying to make themselves look like they were listening seriously. But the small act of holding up the cake and stealing a bite from time to time has betrayed their hearts. Until the sun gets hotter. An ethereal reminder sounded in St. Louis Vuitton's mind. Ding! Host has completed today's meeting, and the house-level meeting will be hosted for 30 minutes. System settlement, total plus 12 attribute points today. This time, it's really a family class. St. Louis Vuitton complained in my heart. He stood up, walked in front of Nami and Nyakigao, his voice was very soft. From now on, when eating, you will all follow me. What do I eat? What do you eat? Nami and Noka tilted their heads high. I don't seem to understand the meaning of this sentence. St. Louis Vuitton smiled. He picked up a piece of cake and said, you can eat this cake every day from now on, and there are so many other delicious things. Wow! Nami jumped up all of a sudden, only to feel that a lot of cakes with wings were flying by her side, and she could never finish eating. Put away your harazi. Nyaki gave her a slanted look, _. Obviously you are drooling too. Nami leans back, _. St. Louis Vuitton looked at the little expressions of these two bear children, and immediately couldn't laugh or cry. Next is exercise time. St. Louis Vuitton no longer delays, stands up, sitting for a long time, a little numb body. By the way, Bermel, you remember the pirate group that was destroyed? This is our feat. St. Louis Vuitton stretched out at the door, not forgetting to exhort. Yes, sir. Bermel nodded. St. Louis Vuitton no longer said anything. Instead of moving towards the empty space next door, walked to the room dedicated to him to exercise. Behind. Bermel suddenly turned around and bowed deeply to the back of St. Louis Vuitton. Thank you for everything you have done for Nami and Nyakigo. She saw the light in St. Louis Vuitton's eyes when she played with Nami and Nyakigo. That is kindness that cannot be disguised. Until this moment, Bermel finally completely believed everything St. Louis Vuitton said. He will really give Nami and Nyakajeo the best resource in the world. This is our agreement. St. Louis Vuitton turned his back to Bermel and waved without looking back. He has already turned around and entered the exercise room. After half an hour. St. Louis Vuitton shirtless upper body, doing the last set of pull ups. The sweat ran down the strong muscles. Before he knew it, he had developed the habit of brushing up the points for exercise. Work and rest regularly. Tuk tuk. At this time, the door of the room was knocked, and the woman's soft and sweet voice came in. Master St. Louis Vuitton, it's me. Jun? St. Louis Vuitton finished the last pull-up and fell to the ground lightly. He gasped slightly and adjusted his breathing. Come in. Read more at fictionzone.net. Jun opened the door and stepped in with 2 long legs. She put on a military uniform and became a heroic female major general again. All the supplies are ready, and we can now go to sea at any time. Jun spoke and glanced at St. Louis Vuitton. At this moment, he is naked, his muscles that he has just exercised are full of vitality, not so strong. But the lines are beautiful. Sweat drops slip off, making it more masculine. The maid standing aside leaned forward to wipe away the sweat for St. Louis Vuitton. I'll do it myself. St. Louis Vuitton waved his hand, took the maid's towel, wiped the sweat off his body at will, and walked to Jun. Are there traces of pirates nearby? St. Louis Vuitton asked. All have been knocked out. Jun shook his head. That's good. St. Louis Vuitton nodded lightly and put the towel aside. Exercise made his breathing hot. A pair of eyes became deeper and deeper. He looked at the charming face in front of him. I have to say that Jun's temperament is outstanding. Before meeting her, St. Louis Vuitton had never thought that anyone could combine the charming face of a fox with the sassiness of a soldier so perfectly. What happened? Jun's picturesque red lips pursed a beautiful curve, and she was not afraid of St. Louis Vuitton's scorching eyes. Just stare at him like this. Do not hide nor avoid. The atmosphere between the two is strangely quiet. After a while, St. Louis Vuitton smiled. He opened his lips slightly, and his voice was very clear. Yesterday's dinner party, your casual clothes were very nice. Oh? Don't I wear casual clothes as good as military uniforms? Jun smiled like a flower. Do not. St. Louis Vuitton shook his head and smiled. Negligee, it's enough to wear it in front of me. Don't ask for so much between friends. Jun seemed to think this was a very funny thing. The smiling flowers trembled and his face looked like a peach blossom. St. Louis Vuitton stared at her with a smile on his lips, silent for a long time. Several years later. Jun rarely wears casual clothes anymore, but no one knows why. Only that this Marine Major General prefers military uniforms. The blazing sun is shining, and it's the afternoon that people don't like so much. It's the hottest months of May and June. Fortunately, the sea has a small temperature difference, and the sea breeze blows while sailing, so it doesn't feel hot anymore. St. Louis Vuitton led his men to set sail again, and the warship drifted down the ocean following the eastward sea breeze of Tadjeto Island. The warship braved the wind and waves. He lay on the deck, enjoying the sea breeze. Holding a fishing rod in his hand, regardless of whether the warship can catch a fish at high speed, it is all considered to be a bait. In front of me, there is an illusory light screen. Host. Physical attributes. Armament Haki, 100. Observation Haki, 100. Conqueror's Haki, 100. 6 types. Shaved, 60. Iron Body, 3. Paper Arts, 3. Moonwalk, 60. Tempest Kick, 3. Finger Pistol, 3. Attribute Points, 43 points. Physical fitness has improved again. St. Louis Vuitton is satisfied. This is the result of my persistence in exercising, and it is more fulfilling than adding points. At this moment, Bermel yelled. Sir, the pirate ship was found ahead. Holding a telescope in her hand, she carefully looked at the pirate ship in the distance, and said with some uncertainty. This pirate flag pattern seems to be the infamous pirate group recently. Sorry, I forgot the name. Bermel has left Marine for a while, and it is hard to remember the pirates. Pirates. St. Louis Vuitton didn't even turn his head, continued to hold the fishing rod in his hand, and said lightly. After the bombardment, let the CP3 people check if there are any hostages, bring them back if there are any, and kill all the rest. In a word, understatement, and sentenced the fate of an entire pirate group. I was shocked. I was so busy with codewords that I realized that one chapter was missing yesterday. Now I will make up. Humbly ask for a flower evaluation vote, roll.jpg. Chapter 46. Shelling, kill all. Vermel's pupils shrank suddenly. She put down the binoculars and looked at the profile of St. Louis Vuitton, startled in a daze. Don't you arrest them. The arrest is too troublesome. In this era of pirates, what is needed is an iron-blooded wrist, to stop the bleeding with blood, and to stop the killing by killing, in order to stop it. St. Louis Vuitton is holding the fishing rod and enjoying the leisurely afternoon, even speaking slowly. Vermel shuddered. She thought of the gangster who was shot in the street yesterday. Suddenly fell silent. It can't be said that there is something wrong with St. Louis Vuitton's iron-blooded wrist. However, she still needs time to adapt. Boom! The warship blasted off under the orders of St. Louis Vuitton. The pungent smell of gunpowder permeated the sea for an instant. The pitch-black shells dragged the flame tail, and bombarded the pirate ship in the distance like a meteor shower. Vermel, give me the telescope. St. Louis Vuitton fixed the fishing rod, propped up his upper body, and stretched out his right hand. Vermel came up and put the telescope in his hand. Hey, it seems a bit familiar. St. Louis Vuitton picked up the binoculars and looked into the distance, suddenly frowned. Under the bombardment of artillery fire, the pirate ship was crumbling. Vaguely you can see a figure running on the deck. Light purple hair, a golden armor. Who is it? St. Louis Vuitton blinked. I don't seem to remember it clearly. Forget it, when CP9 lifts his head, he will remember it. St. Louis Vuitton's heart. He put down the binoculars, leaned on the recliner, and returned to his leisurely appearance. Vermel looked at the back of St. Louis Vuitton. This moment. The indifferentness of this man is in sharp contrast with the smoke from the distance and the shelling of the sea. A few minutes ago, a pirate ship sailed slowly and leisurely on the East Daxia Sea. In the sea breeze, the black and white skull flag was flying. The pattern resembles the head of an orangutan with crossed bones behind it. This is exactly the Creek Pirates group that has gradually become famous in the East Daxia Sea during this time. Boss Creek, the wealth of the entire Pega Island is here, this will make us a lot of money. Wearing a coat and a patterned headscarf, Ajin, a thin pirate, was holding a huge purse, and his face was full of smiles. Crick sat across from him, with Erlang's legs folded, and laughed arrogantly. The robbery of Pega Island is only the first step. Under the leadership of the great Crick, our Crick pirates will one day become the overlord of the East Daxia Sea. That's how it is said. But in fact, Crick was a little confused. Last night, he heard a terrible news. The Black Crocodile pirate group not far away was destroyed. And there was no sign, there was not even much fighting, and everyone died overnight. This Crick was so scared that he ran away all night. However, the ending is still good, Pega Island robbed it, and it was safe. Crick couldn't help laughing. He wants to save enough Pele to build an invincible fleet. 50. An invincible fleet of 50 pirate ships. Read more at fictionzone.net. One day, I will dominate the East Daxia Sea. Crick stood up and yelled at the sea wantonly, as if to declare his ambitious ambitions to Donghai. And at this time, Crick's pupils shrank. He saw a large warship approaching here on the sea level in the distance. The ship of the world government. Aiken grabbed the telescope and screamed, "Boss, what are we going to do?" Almost the moment this sentence was just uttered. Boom! The warship in the distance opened fire without warning. The pitch-black artillery shells drew a parabola in the air, and they blasted over the sky in a dense manner. Left full rudder, avoid no, right. Crick yelled. Boom. An artillery shell blasted on the deck, and the shock wave exploded in an instant. The agitated Crick retreated several steps, and rolled his head on the ground, instantly becoming ashamed. Oh shit! He yelled angrily, and his eyes were fierce. World government is afraid of a fart and kills. Laozi will fight back. Today we are going to kill world government's gangsters to play. Crick wiped the bloodline off his mouth, almost gritted his teeth and yelled out this sentence. Dare to commit murder against Lord Celestial Dragons, a capital crime. A deep, hoarse voice sounded like a blunt knife cutting the coarse cloth. Without warning. It came from behind Crick like this. Who? Crick's scalp was numb, and he turned back immediately. I don't know when. Two white figures stood behind them. One wears a silver mask, has a scar on his throat, is burly and tall. The other was thin, with a small knife inlaid on his right wrist and carved into the flesh and blood. Damn it, when did it appear? Ajin retreated subconsciously and let out a cold sweat. The horror caused by the appearance of two CP9s. Let him subconsciously ignore the meaning of the phrase Celestial Dragons in CP9's mouth. Death penalty, execution. Thin CP9 said every word. The voice fell. His body was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. This goes against common sense. He doesn't seem to have the bones and internal organs that a human body should have. The body was incredibly compressed into the thickness of a sheet of paper. The sea breeze blows. It was floating in the air. Demon fruit power. Ajin screamed, his eyes puffed out and his thin face resembled an evil ghost. CP9, like a paper man, has drifted over at an incredible speed. The arm inlaid with the knife was raised. Draw a silver arc in the air. Chiang. The cold light flickered. One strike. Just a blow. Ajin opened his mouth and his face was terrifying. He wanted to speak, but only a meaningless whimper was heard in his throat. Blood gushing. His throat has been cut. Weight loss. CP9 body swelled, and returned to its original state. Paramecia paper fruit. This is the name of the fruit he ate. Akin. Crick's pupils shrank suddenly, but he just yelled out. Armament Haki's fist slammed into his chest. Boom. The silver mask CP9 was stuck in front of him, and his right fist plunged into Crick's chest. Puff. Crick spouted a big mouthful of blood, his eyes dimmed instantly. At the last second when consciousness fell into chaos, he heard the hoarse sound of bellows blowing again. Master St. Louis Vuitton wants to see your head, I'll take it away. Puff through. Crick fell to the ground. His head was pulled out by the silver mask CP9. Boss Crick is dead. Captain Akin is also dead. The pirate remnant party trembled in two waves, and some people were frightened and fell to the ground. All this was too fast for no one to react. The blood stains on the hands of the silver mask CP9. Wasting CP9 wipes the sharp silver knife. They turned around at the same time. Step by step towards these vulnerable pirate remnants. Behind the two, several white shadows flickered, and they swept into the cabin silently. CP3 has already begun operations to rescue possible hostages in the cabin. Compared to CP9, who is proficient in assassination, CP3 does not have such a strong combat effectiveness. They specialize in reconnaissance and exploration. The function of CP3, sneak in. Chapter 47. Rumble. Big waves burst into the sky on the blue sea. The pirate ship that had been bombarded by the collective artillery exploded from the middle, sinking into the sea little by little in the smoke of gunpowder. Vermal took the binoculars and looked at all of this, and after a moment of silence, he whispered. Sir, the pirate ship has sunk. It is good. St. Louis Vuitton nodded slightly. Almost at the same time, the fishing rod in his hand suddenly trembled. Pull the string and start the pole. The plump marine fish broke through the water, drawn a beautiful arc in the air, and landed on the deck with a snap. Send it to the kitchen and have an extra meal tonight. St. Louis Vuitton smiled at the maid on the side. The voice fell. OM. The surrounding air faintly trembled. In the sky, several figures stepped into the air. The silver mask CP9 stepped on the moonwalk and was at the forefront. He carried a black bag in his hand, and it was faintly visible that it was wrapped in some kind of spherical object. Thin CP9 turned into a paper man, drifting in the sea breeze, almost side by side with him. Behind the two CP9s, a big white bird flapped its wings, carrying a group of CP3s on its back, and 3 trembling civilians who looked terrified. CP9 was the first to fall. The big white bird hovered over the warship. After waiting for everyone on his back to land, his body rolled in the air, its feathers faded, and it gradually turned into a human form and landed. All personnel, whether CP9 or CP3, made the same move after landing. Towards St. Louis Vuitton, kneel down on one knee. My lord, the task is complete. The silver mask CP9 lowered its head and reported on its work. There is no livelihood in the pirate group. CP3 sneaked into the cabin and searched and rescued 3 civilians. St. Louis Vuitton nodded lightly. You did a good job, as usual. You go to collect the bounty for the head of the pirate, and I will give you an extra pellet to get it from the maid. He had previously anticipated that CP3 might rescue civilians. In fact, in this era, in addition to looting money, one thing is also within the scope of their looting people. Only a few of the slaves in the slave market were abducted by human traffickers, and more were actually taken abducted from their hometowns by pirates. A high-quality population is actually very valuable. Sir Marine, thank you for your life-saving grace. I have. The youngest woman among the 3 survivors was lying on the ground, crying. She rummaged through all her pockets, but could not find any valuable objects. How could the pirates leave her a son? No thanks, it is our duty to kill the pirates. St. Louis Vuitton did not correct the Marine chief in her words. At the moment he is wearing a Marine cape. He is Marine Lieutenant General, and it's not wrong to say Chief Marine. Thank you officer, thank you Marine, read more at fictionzone.net. She raised her head, her face was muddy with dust and tears. St. Louis Vuitton saw the rejoicing of the aftermath from this not clean face. It seems that what has just been out of his hell. One can imagine how inhumane she suffered on the pirate ship. St. Louis Vuitton raised his hand and helped her up. Take them down to wash, and when they get to the beach, give them some pellet and send them home. Yes. The maid took them down. Before leaving, the 3 survivors did not forget to thank Marine and St. Louis Vuitton. It seemed that in this short moment, Marine became their spiritual sustenance. It's a weird feeling. Nami tilted his head, her small faces squeezed together, looking very tangled. She seemed to want to say something, but her poor language organization skills made her wonder how to express it. What's the matter? Bermel rubbed her head. Yes, I think it feels good to be thanked. Nami's eyes were bright. Do you want to be Marine? Bermel's eyes lit up, but it dimmed again. From the bottom of her heart, she actually wants to train Nami and Nakako to become Marine. To become a Marine, you have to face fighting and death. This is something she doesn't want to see. Probably. Nami blinked. She wasn't sure if this was the case, but she felt that the dirty big sister's words made her heart startled. Bermel, I want to be Marine, and I want to be the one to be thanked. Nyaji tugged at Bellamel's sleeve. She doesn't speak fast, but she is more certain than Nami. When you grow up, if you still want to become Marine, you can come to me. St. Louis Vuitton turned around and smiled at Nyakajeo. Yet. Nyakajeo nodded vigorously. She will always remember that day Bermel, wearing a Marine uniform, came to her and hugged her in her arms. At that moment, she was saved by Bermel. If you can save others like Bermel, it must be cool, right? Gnocchi thought from the bottom of her heart. Nami looked at St. Louis Vuitton, and then at Gnocchi Gao. She likes the smile of St. Louis Vuitton. Because it looks so good to laugh. Gnocchi said he wanted to be a Marine. Big Brother smiled at her. Nami felt as if he had grasped some secret. She tugged at Bellemel's sleeve and asked. Bellemel, is it possible to be a Marine like we are now and be in the sea for a long time? Yes. Bermel nodded. Then, will there be a lot of Baileys? If you can buy 100 orange-flavored paper-wrapped sugar Baileys. Nami asked again. Bermel listened to her naive and innocent words and couldn't help but laughed. Yes, you can buy a lot of sugar, and you will lose all the worms in your teeth. While talking, she knelt down and pulled Nami's cheeks with both hands, playing like rubber. Spicy. I use medicine to harm the army. The bricks are a lot of money. Then I want to be a Marine and make a lot of money. Nami yelled vaguely, and finally opened Bermel's hand, turning his head in a rage, not wanting to pay attention to her. Ha 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 ha, little Nami, your teeth are going to be eaten out, and you are going to be an old woman. Gnocchi took advantage of this opportunity to scold her, patted her thighs and laughed. Nonsense, you are the old woman. Nami glared at him, and the two clamored together. Is it a Marine? Not bad. In the future, you can form a Marine unit with Hancock. St. Louis Vuitton thought. He looked at the two playful bear kids and couldn't help shaking his head and chuckles. He does have a great degree of tolerance towards cute children. Well, St. Louis Vuitton admits that he is Yan control. At this time, the silver mask CP9 came up with a black bag. There is a bloody smell. My lord, this is what you want. He walked to St. Louis Vuitton respectfully. Open to take a look. St. Louis Vuitton said, turning to his side, covering the bag with his body to prevent the two bear kids from seeing it. The bag is untied. Inside is a round head. Short lilac hair, turban. This face, crick? St. Louis Vuitton condensed his gaze, and then chuckled in his heart. It seems that the future overlord of the East Daxia Sea died here today. Chapter 48. At the same time that the Creek pirates were destroyed. A distance of several kilometers away from the sea area here. Between two small islands, a passenger cruise ship sails slowly. Another pirate has been wiped out. This is the third pirate group recently, right? Great, maybe Donghai will settle down. The tourists were excited, and they talked a lot, and the deck was all lively for a while. But in this lively atmosphere, a few figures seem out of place. In the corner of the deck, a man with a clown appearance, a big and red nose, and a turban with a cat, quietly looked at the large warship in the distance. By his side, one was wearing a lion fur coat and the other was wearing a bunny ears jumpsuit. Their combination is funny and weird, like a small circus with only 3 people. Boss Buggy, I think the big ship on the opposite side is not bad. Why don't we stop grabbing the passenger ship and grab the big ship on the opposite side? From now on, our buggy pirates will drive the warship directly. The man wearing the bunny ears suddenly yelled, and the 2 bunny ears on his forehead slumped up and down with the movement. Okay, I think it's irritating to grab a warship, it's a man who is going to drive a warship. The man in a lion fur coat also yelled. I'm driving your mother. The man named Buggy jumped up abruptly, and his scalp was shaved off. That particular mother is Celestial Dragons. Buggy shivered, and his red nose seemed to be brighter. As a member of the original Roger Pirates, he is also a person who has seen strong winds and waves. Even Celestial Dragons have seen it from afar several times. At that time, Roger had not been called the One Piece, but he also had a great reputation, and the whole Roger pirate group was very popular. Buggy clearly remembered the situation at the time. Roger ordered to go to the Chambord Islands to supply supplies. When he first arrived at the port, he saw the celestial dragons sailing out of the port from a distance. The crew members are all powerhouses slain from the sea of blood. They are not afraid to face celestial dragons, but even so, no one chooses to go up and provoke celestial dragons. Just watch the big ship of celestial dragons leave from a distance. That was the first time Buggy met celestial dragons. From that time on, Buggy knew that celestial dragons are a group of people who hold the power of the world, and even the Roger pirates will not provoke them at will. Celestial dragons likes to play fish fried, and often kill the ship that looks uncomfortable. I will go to the captain to sail the boat. Buggy stood up to his feet. He originally planned to find the opportunity to grab this passenger ship as one of his capital to become a pirate. But now it seems, wait a minute. It's important to run first. Buggy ran fast and rushed to the captain's room. The captain was sighing that the day was getting better, and suddenly a knife was placed on his neck. Hey, quickly turn me around and sail. Buggy glared at him viciously. Hey! The captain was dumbfounded. Ah! Buggy screamed. Why did you threaten me? And it turned out to be more panic than me. The captain's eyelids jumped wildly, and he spit out, but he didn't stop his hand movements, and he controlled the passenger ship to sail quickly. Seeing the rapid changes in the surrounding scenes, Buggy breathed a sigh of relief. I don't want to meet celestial dragons, he whispered. Under the threat of Buggy, the passenger ship deviated from its original course and ran all night without stopping. Finally, in the early morning of the next day, Buggy's destination has arrived. Penjik Island. Ha 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 ha, Penjik Island, my lord Buggy is here. Buggy stood on the bow, thrusting his waist up to the sky and laughing. On the sea level he was facing, the outline of the island was faintly visible. Boss Buggy, I remember that this island seems to be the territory of the saxophone pirates. The man with a lion fur jacket came up silently and asked suddenly, read more at fictionzone.net. Nonsense, of course I know. Buggy squinted at him and pointed his thumb to his chest. Mackay, your great Captain Buggy, it is for this group of pirates to come to this island. As he spoke, he jumped off the passenger ship and laughed even more arrogantly. The Shitsax Pirates is the stepping stone to our Buggy Pirates fame. Master Buggy is mighty. The man with bunny ears on his forehead jumped down and wailed strangely. As expected of Captain Buggy, Mackay, wearing a lion fur coat, snorted and yelled. And at this moment, a wild voice sounded. Kill us! The tall bald pirate walked out from the coast with a grinning smile on his face. Where did the trash fish come from? They are funny, and the tone is not small. Behind him, a dozen pirates followed step by step. Captain Buggy, there are so many people. Mackay counseled, and the snot he had just sucked in came out again. Fear, what are you afraid of? Buggy's face turned pale first, and then immediately became fierce. What's the use of more people? Let's use that to kill them. Master Buggy, do you want to use that? The man with bunny ears glowed, his face flushed as if he was about to climax. Yes. If it's that, I'll be able to kill them. Mackay seemed to suddenly gain confidence, and his waist was straight. Bald pirate. What this and that? Cao, seems a little scary. Hard stubble? The bald pirate swallowed, and exchanged glances with his men, or else, run away? And at this time, Buggy's whole body exploded without warning, and one of his hands got off his torso, flying into the sky like a cannon. In one of his hands, he held the explosive that had been ignited. Ha 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 ha, taste the explosive bombardment of Master Buggy. Buggy flew in the sky with a head and screamed arrogantly. He was like a helicopter, clutching explosives and bombarding the Sax pirates. Boom boom boom. For a while, the entire coast shook violently, black smoke rushed into the sky, and dust was everywhere. It took dozens of seconds for the full baptism. The smoke billowed, and the people of the Sax pirates were completely invisible. Master Buggy is mighty. The two teasers yelled again, and bowed to Buggy. Ha 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 ha, this is the end of the fight against Buggy. Buggy's head let out a series of laughs, then swished back to the ground, overlapping with the torso. Immediately afterwards, Buggy turned his back to Mackay and the two of them, sticking out their tongues, panting, and spit out in a voice that only he could hear. It's so tired. I'll break my hand again if I throw it down. He shook his numb hand. Think of ways to improve explosives in the future. It would be great if it could produce a cannonball that condensed a huge amount of explosives. I named it Buggy Bomb. Buggy imagined a bright future with a smile on his face. At this moment, Mackay suddenly shouted, "Captain Buggy, there are still people alive." Hey! Buggy glanced over, and his hands separated from his torso again and flew into the billowing smoke. Next moment, he returned with two scorched people in his hands. What a strong man, are you, Buggy? One of them had long hair that covered half of his face, and he breathed out black smoke. Hee hee. When Buggy heard him complimenting himself, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and he couldn't control his smile. However, in order to maintain his dignity, Buggy abruptly pulled the corners of Fufi's mouth back. He calmed down again, put on a serious look, and asked, "What's your name?" "Cabbagey." "Very well, follow me from now on." Buggy nodded, waved his big hand, and threw Cabbagey in front of Mackay. "Meet your new partner. Master Buggy is mighty." Mackay and the rabbit head groaned again. Ha 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 ha. Buggy laughed wildly with his hips akimbo, and walked into Penjik Island in the early morning sun, his back gradually drifting away. Just a few minutes after Buggy and his party left, two figures in white suits appeared on the coast without warning. It seems to appear out of thin air, silently. The Sax pirates were destroyed. The silver mask CP9 scanned the scorched black ground far away, and his voice was low and hoarse. "I got on board first." Thin CP9's face was gloomy. "It doesn't matter." The silver mask CP9 waved his hand. "It doesn't matter who killed the Sax pirates, this is still the credit of Lord St. Louis Vuitton." Thin CP9 laughed lowly. "Yes, it's their honor to be able to work for St. Louis Vuitton. They have acted. Disguised the layout of the scene as marine to deal with the traces of the pirates." Chapter 49. The Other Side. The smile on Buggy's face, who had walked into the central town of Penguik Island, grew wider and wider, and there was a faintly uncontrollable trend. He finally couldn't hold back a chuckle and laughed. "Haha, the shit saxophone pirates is just the first step, Master Buggy will slowly start to become famous." Buggy chuckled, his expression suddenly stopped. Thinking that something suddenly came to his mind, he took out a crumpled wanted notice from his trouser pocket. The person in the portrait smiled heartily, with red hair like fire. It is the red-haired Shanks who has recently made a name in New World. The bounty is over 100 million, so many zeros. Maiden, that red hair has become famous so quickly. Buggy crumpled the wanted order into a ball irritably, and then tucked it back into his trouser pocket. "Master Buggy, what's the matter?" Mackay came up suspiciously. "It's okay." Buggy turned his head away, keeping the great Buggy compelling, preventing Mackay from seeing the tears of envy on his face. "Damn its red hair. They all made a name in New World. It's not a problem, soon my Uncle Buggy will have a reputation." Buggy's emotions came quickly and passed quickly, and he laughed again. "Go, to celebrate our first victory, take you to drink." He grabbed the shoulders of the four little brothers and walked toward the tavern grinning. "Long live Lord Buggy!" The four Mackay cheered and followed Buggy, and went into the tavern. Buggy said that he wanted to treat him, but one person ordered the cheapest drink. Of course, Buggy is carrying out this series of operations on his back, and I still say that this is the most expensive wine in the tavern. The newly recruited Cabbagey was grateful again. "Captain Buggy, what are we going to do next?" Mackay asked, drinking a bad drink. Of course the next step is... Before Buggy had finished speaking, the tavern door was pushed open with a bang. A man with Moxigan's head erected rushed in, his face was full of excitement, and he shouted. The Sax pirates in our neighborhood have been killed, and a notice was issued just now. With that, the Moxigantive man raised his hand to announce and shook it towards the tavern. Oh. Finally, you can go out with confidence. Was it the respectable strong man who did it? The tavern suddenly became noisy, and there was endless praise. Haha, come here, everyone. Buggy was ecstatic in the compliment, stepped into the crowd, and proudly raised his chest. Yes, that strong man is Ben. It's at the same time. Moxiganta said, yes, that strong man is Marine. Buggy. A cold wind blows. Buggy's expression was stiff, as if petrified. Recently, a group of Marines came from the headquarters, saying that they wanted to wipe out our pirates in the East Daxia Sea. The two pirate groups that were wiped out yesterday were also the hands of this group of Marines. The Moxigantive man gushed. As soon as this word came out, it attracted a large number of praises from the tavern. Okay, no loss is the righteous Marine. Our East Daxia Sea is finally going to stabilize, thanks to these Marines. Crack. Mackay, who was sitting next to Buggy, was startled and yelled, "What's broken?" That's the FG voice of Laozi's heartbreak. The soul deep in Buggy's heart is wailing. At this time, how could Buggy still fail to react? Marine bastards actually took his record. This friend. What did you want to say just now? The man at the next table looked at Buggy suspiciously. Haha, nothing. Buggy laughed dryly, his mouth closed tightly. Say what? He doesn't have the ability to engage in Marine. Mackay could not sit still, and said angrily, Boss, Marine has robbed you of your record. Buggy took a deep breath, forced his face in front of the little brother, pretending to be calm, glanced at Mackay obliquely, and said, Don't worry, my uncle will find his place, and tonight I will blow up Marine who is robbing performance. Halfway through the conversation, the Moxigantive man spoke again. I heard that this time Marine is a celestial dragons. He just landed on the island. When Buggy reached his lips, he stopped. God, celestial dragons. Boss Buggy, are we going to blow up the Marine warship? Rabbithead exclaimed excitedly. Is it celestial dragons? Frying celestial dragons must be very exciting. Cabbage's eyes lit up, and he said that he was really right with the person, and he had such an exciting job. Blow up your uncle. Buggy yelled and lifted his off the ground, and the whole person jumped up, hitting the two of them with a knife hard on their heads. You want me to die, you can just say it. Buggy's tears burst out in shock. At this moment, the tavern was silent. All were suppressed by Cabbage's fried celestial dragons. Everyone's eyes were focused on the Buggy group. There are sluggishness and surprise, but more of a weird look. The corners of Buggy's mouth twitched wildly. He even started to swing with his legs hidden under the table. He scratched the back of his head and said with a dry smile, Ha 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 ha, you guys are really going to be joking? Ha 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 ha. Oh, it was a joke. The people's eyes closed, and they started chattering at each other again. Covered? Buggy let out a long sigh in his heart. This matter can't be taken seriously. Otherwise, neither life is enough to die. Buggy swallowed. Boss, why are you hitting us? Cabbage grievedly clutched his forehead. I really want to sew your mouth. Buggy's heart is so tired. He was really speechless to this group of men. A group of soil buns in the East Daxia Sea have never experienced the big world and do not know the terrible celestial dragons at all. Celestial dragons can mobilize Admiral's metamorphosis. Admiral. That is a perverted existence that can fight against Mr. Rayleigh without losing the wind. Buggy thinks of the days on Roger's boat, and thinks of Rayleigh, the mate who is known as the Pluto. Rayleigh is known as the One Piece's right arm, and has gained a terrifying reputation on this sea. However, with Roger being executed, the legendary shipmate disappeared. Buggy's eyes were a little dim. Read more at fictionzone.net. The era of Captain Roger has indeed passed. However, this emotion quickly disappeared, and he regained his self-satisfaction. Buggy, admonishing Cabbage. Of course I beat you to keep a low profile. Remember, when you are outside, you must keep a low profile. The great Captain Buggy doesn't need to be that high profile. I'm gone, let's go on doing big things after drinking. Buggy said, standing up and leaving. He is going to run away. Being in the same place with celestial dragons is definitely not a good thing. Buggy hastened his pace. Wait for us, Captain Buggy. Several subordinates followed Buggy anxiously. Just 2 steps out of the tavern, a cold voice suddenly sounded behind Buggy. That red nose. Who's the red nose, BD? Buggy turned his head and jumped up to curse as if he had been stepped on the cat's tail. However, the next moment, Buggy seemed to be covered by a basin of ice water, his anger disappeared and his whole body was cold. In the small alley behind him, 2 white suits stood still. People from CP agency. Buggy's pupils suddenly contracted. He was so familiar with this suit, and he had played several times with people wearing this suit when he was on Roger's boat. Buggy's eyes were slightly empty. He remembered the last time he dealt with the CP agency. That was the last day Captain Roger decided to surrender. The entire Roger pirate group is in chaos. No one can accept the news. One Piece is going to surrender? What a joke. Many crew members decided to go to sea and brought Captain Roger back. Among them was Shanks, the nasty guy. At this time, people from the CP organization appeared, and these white suits blocked the way. The meaning is simple: don't interfere with Roger's decision. The war was about to start, and in the end Captain Roger got the news, turned back, and bid everyone a final farewell. Subsequently, Captain Roger and the CP agency left together. When we meet again, it will be the execution stand of Logue Town. What do you want to do? Buggy looked more serious than ever. He stared at the 2 white suits in front of him, his voice hoarse and low. Time went back to half an hour ago. The big ship with the flag of the world government drew ashore slowly. St. Louis Vuitton walked down the long ladder under the crowd and boarded the coastline of Penguic Island. Before docking, St. Louis Vuitton then issued an order to the CP agency to clean up the nearby pirates in advance. One island after another cleared past, and the sea was dyed red with blood. St. Louis Vuitton believes that the East Daxia Sea will be quiet soon. However, this time, CP9 moved on the front foot and turned back on the back foot. My lord, the pirates around here have been cleaned up in advance. The silver mask CP9 bowed his head in front of St. Louis Vuitton. St. Louis Vuitton was letting the big golden retriever bow his head. Hearing these words, he looked at the silver mask CP9 and asked, "Bounty hunter?" St. Louis Vuitton remembers that recently no Marine has come to Penguic Island to clear out pirates, except for Marine. Only bounty hunters have the highest probability. It seems to have been dealt with by a red-nosed pirate, but... Lean CP9 fully reported what happened on the coast, including the disguise of the traces of the scene as Marine. My lord, the feat is still on you. The silver mask CP9 took the conversation. Report truthfully, without any concealment. They are not targeting Buggy, nor hypocrisy, but in their hearts that Buggy can do things for St. Louis Vuitton. It is Buggy's glory. This is the CP organization. St. Louis Vuitton nodded, leaped up and landed on the back of the big golden retriever. At this moment, he turned around and raised his brow. You said, red nose. St. Louis Vuitton thought of a person. Red nose, Dong Hai, the combination of these 2 keywords, is it him? St. Louis Vuitton propped his chin and ordered with interest. Bring the red nose. St. Louis Vuitton is also not sure if it is him. But it's not important, you'll know when you see it. If yes, it is useful. If not? If it's useful, stay, and if it's useless, just send Bailey away. Yes, my lord. The two CP9 nodded respectfully, and soon disappeared in place. St. Louis Vuitton looked sideways, looked at the figure in the military uniform who was also sitting on the back of the big golden retriever, smiled and asked, "Jun, did you hear it just now?" Jun was invited by him to ride a big golden retriever with him, nicknamed Personal Protection. Of course, the more important thing is to facilitate chatting. Yeah. Jun nodded gently. Belmel, how about you? St. Louis Vuitton asked his adjutant. I heard, sir. Belmayer Kide. St. Louis Vuitton paused slightly and asked again, do you think my approach is correct? He was referring to the fact that traces of camouflage were used for meritorious service. It's nothing bad. Jun looked calm. She can be a major general and has seen many grey and even black things. For St. Louis Vuitton's practice, Marine has gone too much, and even Marine has to rob civilians for credit. And St. Louis Vuitton robbed the pirate, which in Jun's view is even more impossible to blame. Pirates and Marines are hostile. Bermel fell silent and said nothing. St. Louis Vuitton sees the expressions of the two in his eyes. Oh really? He looked at Jun with a smile. If it were you, would you do this? I want to hear the truth from my friends. No. Jun shook his head. She can accept St. Louis Vuitton's approach, but this does not mean that she will do the same thing as St. Louis Vuitton. St. Louis Vuitton looked at Bermel again. Bermel, how about you? Bermel hesitated for a while, and said, no. The answer is still the same. St. Louis Vuitton leaned on the soft chair back and smiled. It seems that my thoughts are different from yours. He didn't intend to change his mind. If he encountered this kind of thing again in the future, he would still do it. If it is a civilian, he will not grab it. But the pirate. In the eyes of St. Louis Vuitton, the pirate is the most evil after all. Good pirate? That only exists in the extreme minority. St. Louis Vuitton thought of Luffy, a good pirate that most people think. Luffy 2 years ago was indeed an adventurer, but what happened later? 2 years later, Luffy formed the Straw Hat Ship Group. Speaking of one person, Bartolomeo, his character is fierce and cruel. He once bombarded and set fire to innocent citizens in a certain city, causing countless killings. Such a person has entered the Straw Hat Ship Group. As the leader of the Straw Hat Ship Group, how many people like Bartolomeo are under Luffy? Luffy, who leads a bunch of villains, can really be regarded as a good person? St. Louis Vuitton's eyes are slightly empty, and his thoughts are rolling like a tide. At the same time, Buggy, who was sandwiched between the two CP9s on the other side, trembled. He has one idea now: run away. And also paid for action. The result is obvious. What's more, these two CP9s are monsters at all, and there is no chance to escape. Buggy couldn't help but cursed in his heart. The silver mask CP9 seemed to see through his mind, glanced at him, and warned. Put away your careful thoughts. His voice was hoarse, like a hungry wolf whispering in his ear. Buggy quickly put on a smiling face. How can I have crooked minds? As he said, he also pretended to be a well-behaved appearance. The silver mask CP9 is much more lazy to say. The destination has arrived. This is a hotel that has been booked by the CP agency, and it is the best hotel on this island. Well, you guys wait here. The silver mask CP9 sent Buggy and his little brothers into a guest room, and finally exhorted them. Immediately, he closed the door with a slam and turned to leave. Captain Buggy, who are these cold guys? They are so arrogant. Mackay was unhappy, and asked when did the Buggy pirates suffer this kind of grievance? Buggy glanced at him tiredly, and then suffocated a sentence. Wait for all of you to remember. You are not allowed to say a word. Wait and see Master Buggy's performance, let them know how good you are. The rabbit's head nodded repeatedly, and the funny rabbit ears shook again. Buggy suddenly became more tired. He waved his hand weakly and sat on the ground, a little confused, but more of a kind of tension and anxiety. The CP agency asked them to wait in the room. Who are you waiting for? Crunch. At this moment, the door was pushed open from the outside. Chapter 50. Squeak. The door opened. Light from outside came in. A tall and straight figure stepped in. The suit is straight, black eyes, black hair, and a handsome face. Buggy was taken aback for a moment. Without an oxygen mask, not celestial dragons? But at the next moment, dispel this idea. A group of CP organizations filed in, Tuan protecting the man in front of him. The previous two CP9s, which seemed very ugly, are among them. Look at the CP agency's low eyebrows and obedience. This is not celestial dragons, what else can it be? Buggy straightened his waist in an instant, trying to make his appearance look calm. St. Louis Vuitton walked to the chair opposite Buggy and sat down. It's really him. St. Louis Vuitton can't be wrong looking at the iconic red nose in front of him. It's Buggy. One of the future 7 warlords of the sea, Buggy, the clown who has a deep friendship with 4 emperors Shanks. The Buggy now looks very young. He hasn't put on the captain's hat yet, but he just puts his hair in a headscarf. Are you Buggy? You used to be one of Roger's crew members. St. Louis Vuitton tilted Erlang's legs, crossed his fingers and folded his fingers on his knees. It's straightforward. Hiss. Buggy took a deep breath, only to feel that his scalp exploded with a bang, cold from head to toe. That's it. Everything has been seen through. This is for yourself, is it to count the old accounts? After Captain Roger died, many of his crew chose to live in seclusion, and only a small number of them were still active, and these active people would inevitably be arrested with all their strength. Buggy is one of the few active members. He was extremely frightened and uneasy. Wow, Captain Buggy is awesome! Mackay suddenly yelled and jumped up, looking at Buggy with admiration on his face. He was really horrified. The captain he followed was once a crew member of One Piece Roger. But why does Captain Buggy never say? Correct. Captain Buggy said to keep a low profile. Worthy of being a great Captain Buggy, this is the true meaning of low-key. Mackay's eyes are all staring. As for Buggy's advice not to speak, I've long been thrown out of the clouds. Ahem. Buggy gave a light cough, and, in order not to lose his share in front of the crew, forcibly suppressed the thumping little heart. Pretending to be calm, he asked St. Louis Vuitton. What's wrong, is there anything you want me to do? St. Louis Vuitton glanced at him. Buggy's pretending problem is really engraved in his bones. St. Louis Vuitton laughed in his heart. I think you should know who I am. The purpose of looking for you is very simple. St. Louis Vuitton chuckled elegantly, still very straightforward. I give you resources, you help me do things, go to various places to recruit pirates. As for the name, just use your identity as a crew member of One Piece. He let go of his folded hands, supported his chin, and looked down Buggy condescendingly. I will send some people to you in secret. If you go to the West Sea to become famous, don't stay in the East Sea anymore. Buggy swallowed, and almost subconsciously asked, why can't the East Daxia Sea work? St. Louis Vuitton paused for a while and smiled, because I have me in the East Daxia Sea. His words were very calm, and his smile still carried the elegance of aristocracy. Such a smile, in any case, has nothing to do with fierceness. But Buggy just felt the biting chill. It was just a moment, cold sweat was rolling on the back and neck, and the clothes were soaked. He was suffocating in panic, but the problem is that the sights of the Maquis behind are too hot. Read more at fictionzone.net. Even if Buggy doesn't look back, he can guess how Mackay and the others are looking at him with worshipful eyes. If you panic, what face is there to be a captain? Buggy quietly tugged his thigh, and the irritating pain instantly made him feel it. He pretended to be calm, and nodded slightly. Want Ben? Will I work with you? Yes. Cooperation. St. Louis Vuitton smiled. This smile is more elegant. You seem to understand something wrong. Hey. Buggy was taken aback. St. Louis Vuitton raised his index finger slightly, and all CP institutions behind it were a step forward. Patter. The steps are heavy. The white suits are like precision machines, cold and ruthless. A pair of cold eyes instantly focused on Buggy. I'm CAO. Buggy almost screamed in fright. What are you going to do? He moved his hips and took a half step back. His surface was as steady as an old dog. His heart was flustered. Cold sweat and soybeans rolled down. To die, to die. Buggy screamed in his heart. My relationship with you is not cooperation. St. Louis Vuitton leaned back on the bench and his eyes grew deeper. Patter. The CP agencies were expressionless and took one step forward. Buggy can even smell the blood on the two CP9s. Yes, I got it wrong. Buggy's eyelids jumped wildly, his face turned pale, and even his lips were trembling, but his tone of voice was still stable. Ben. No, I am willing to be your subordinate. This was just finished. There was a snot from Buggy's big red nose, and he sucked it back quickly while no one was seeing it. Captain Buggy. Mackay was stunned, the rabbit's head was stunned, and Kabeji was stunned. Captain Buggy, how could he be a man's subordinate willingly? Mackay opened his mouth, what else he wanted to say? Puff. The rabbit knelt down with a thud. It's not because of anything else. He was so abruptly frightened by the sight of the CP agency. Kabeji was stunned. Kneel now? It seems, no problem. Captain Buggy said he was going to be a subordinate. Kabeji also knelt down. Ask for flowers. Mackay's face was blushing as he stalked his neck, as if he couldn't accept the situation in front of him. Hey, kneel. Kabeji tugged at his trouser legs. Mackay looked at Kabeji and the rabbit head, then at the Buggy in front, and finally at St. Louis Vuitton. He opened his mouth, but after all he didn't say anything, and knelt down together. Worship St. Louis Vuitton. He is not a fool either. When things have reached this point, he already understands more or less from the bottom of his heart. Very good. St. Louis Vuitton chuckled with satisfaction. The CP agencies stopped at the same time and retreated behind St. Louis Vuitton again. That huge sense of oppression suddenly disappeared. Buggy quietly breathed a sigh of relief, and his pale face improved slightly. St. Louis Vuitton looked at Buggy. Got up from the chair. Buggy has a unique charm. It doesn't matter if he is really an idiot, it is also a skill to attract so many people to gather around him and shout Mighty Buggy. If he can pretend to be a big boss for a lifetime, won't he really become a big boss in the end? But Buggy's fault is also in the word pretend. Sometimes just pretend to be on top, often neglecting to judge the situation. Just like this. I believe you will be happy in the future for this decision you made today. St. Louis Vuitton took a deep look at Buggy. You will stay in the East Daxia Sea for a while, then I will let someone go to the West Daxia Sea with you, then you will be the deputy captain. With that, St. Louis Vuitton waved to CP1 beside him. Some arrangements need to be laid out. He planned to buy 2 slaves in the Chambord Islands at first, with Lucas the Great White Shark and Ellie the Longhand to follow Buggy. Okay, no problem. Buggy nodded, his face still calm. Although the little brothers are kneeling, as the boss, you still have to stay calm. How else would you be their boss? Buggy took a deep breath, but fortunately, his legs were numb, and they didn't shake anymore. At this time, the people from the CP organization looked at Buggy high. To be able to remain calm at this time, there is indeed some ability. No wonder Lord St. Louis Vuitton wants to subdue this red nose. The dust fell to the ground. Buggy was flustered, but more excited. With the celestial dragons of St. Louis Vuitton to help him, he is determined to dominate. Zihai, Grand Line, New World, all will be stepped on by him. By the way, there is also the smelly red hair, let him worship. Thinking of the future, Buggy pirate flags will be planted all over the world, and everyone is passing on his Buggy pirate group's name. Buggy can't help but tremble with excitement. At this moment, the voice of St. Louis Vuitton suddenly sounded. Since you are my subordinate, the pirate group under your name, then there are some rules you have to abide by. Listen to the words of St. Louis Vuitton. Buggy suddenly felt that something was broken. That's the sound of heartbreak. Pill.